They're supposed to, yeah, we're going to call the meeting to order of the San Clemente City Council for 16th of January, 2024.
And we'll note that all council members are present.
We will note that all council members are present. I'm going to have to learn this.
Sure,
to do it
and
again.
Mayor, if you'd like, I'll announce closed session.
Yes.
We're starting with closed session. Items A and B. Under item B, conference with real property negotiators, council will be discussing discussions concerning real property transactions in compliance with Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding real property negotiations, APN 058-111-55, the property located at 100 Calle Seville, San Clemente, California 92672. City negotiators are Andy Hall, City Manager, and Samantha Wiley, Beaches Parks and Recreation Director. Negotiating parties, San Clemente Historical Society, and under negotiations are price and terms. Item number 2, under closed session B, real property negotiations, APN 701-041-62, 124-101-38, 701-041-55, and 701-041-57, property located at 1400 East Avenida Pico, San Clemente, California, 92672. City negotiators is Andy Hall, City Manager, negotiating parties, Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor Agency, and finally, real property negotiations, APN 688-142-35, property located at 1030 Calle Negocio, San Clemente, California, 92672. City negotiator is Andy Hall, City Manager, and the negotiating party is Camino Real Playhouse. Under negotiations are price and terms. And we do have speakers on several closed session items.
So let's hear from the speakers. How many speakers do we have?
We have 6 speakers.
All right.
On closed session item B1, Larry Culbertson.
Good evening, Council. Larry Culbertson here on behalf of the San Clemente Historical Society. I'm here to address closed item B1, rental of a room at the community center to the Historical Society. We realize that you have some very heavy issues to discuss tonight, so we'll be brief, but we hope you are able to get to this one tonight. The San Clemente Historical Society celebrated 50 years of service to the city last year. We've always been huge boosters of the city, helping to promote our identity as the Spanish Village by the Sea. Our mission is to promote the history of the village, encourage the preservation of our historic resources, and to preserve artifacts from the past. We have accumulated a vast and significant collection of memorabilia, newspapers, books, documents, scrapbooks, photographs, records of families, organizations, and businesses. We have the original surveying equipment that was used to lay out the city. We have many pieces of furniture from Ole Hansen and Thomas Murphine and other San Clemente pioneers. We have one of the original streetlights from Avenida Del Mar and much more. The collection just keeps growing. We are maintaining this collection for the use of current and future generations of San Clementians and anyone else who's interested in our history. Anytime the city or individuals have called upon us to share the material with them, we've gladly done so and will continue to do so. We operate on a limited budget, and having the space at the community center will allow us to continue providing high-quality historic preservation service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Jackie Dooley, is it?
Hi, continuing the Historical Society lease theme. I'd like to speak again, as Larry did, to the proposal by the city to lease one of the buildings at the Ole Hansen era shuffleboard court to us for our archive. I've been the archivist for the nonprofit Historical Society for 5 years now, when I retired from a lengthy career in archives. I worked at places, I'm giving you my cred so that you know that the archives is in good hands. I worked at places like UC Irvine, the Getty, and the Library of Congress, and other distinguished institutions. The council, as you know, will be making a decision on this lease at its closed meeting. You all came to us, the city staff came to us with a proposal in 2023, and our board, led by Larry, jumped on the opportunity. And the proposed lease cost would be $1 a month, which I think what we've been paying is what we've been paying at the old City Hall. Very generous, so appreciative, since we are an unrich nonprofit. So moving downtown would give us a central location that we need to make our really impressive collections conveniently available for events. We'll have that space right outside the building on the shuffleboard court, somewhat available to us, exhibits, and then public use of the collections, which are a really precious resource. Most of the materials are owned by no one else. Copies of them are owned by no one else. Continuing Larry's list of cool stuff, we have every issue of the El Heraldo, the Herald, the first newspaper published in San Clemente, which went on for how many years? 26 to 34. Spectacular. We have many original photographs, manuscripts, maps, paintings, other artworks, posters, phone directories, back to the 1930s, and lots more stuff. So again, this space will give us the stable home we need in order to be able to preserve the collection, acquire new materials. You are all our donors. That's where we get stuff, nowhere else. And make them available for study and research. We've been incredibly grateful for the space at the Presidio, former City Hall, for 4 years, but of course our days there are numbered because you're all trying to sell that building, and good luck with that. So thank you so much. I mean, I didn't mean that in any snide way or negative way. Thank you so much to the council and the city staff for helping us stay alive and thriving.
Thank you, Jackie.
Moving on to closed session, item B2, Amanda Quintanilla. Oh, there's.
Yes, hi, council members, city manager, city attorney, and when a member of the public came before the city council members meeting a couple of months ago, there was concerns regarding the battery farm, and so a couple researchers and I, on our own, did some research regarding if the TCA was actually wanting a battery farm. We couldn't find anything. I went back to all the minutes of the TCA going back to 2016, and others did also a deep dive as well, and we couldn't find anything in regards to the TCA wanting a battery farm. And it would have been unusual because we were fighting the toll road, so we were doing deep dives at that point. However, the concern here is that it's my understanding that someone has found a legal document that could help Talega HOA to pursue their efforts. And so I think this is premature that the city of San Clemente take it upon themselves to incur any kind of legal fees or put themselves in a situation where they could open up to any litigation. And I think that this is premature. And I think that the Talega HOA can hire a land use attorney and basically can pursue those efforts on their own. And, originally, was a thought was that we could do land preservation. And I even went to the TCA Board of Directors, and Chair Taylor was able, said that he was going to be contacting the city manager. And Consequently, there was some discussion with Ryan Chamberlain and the TC and Mr. Hall. But at this point, I think that we need to pause this because this isn't just a simple matter, because one of the parcels of land already had a quick claim for a portion of that property to the Rancho Santa Margarita Water District, and that was done in May of 2020. So it's not as simple as it may seem. So I think we might have to pause on that, and thank you for your time.
Moving on to closed session, item B3. First speaker is Sandra Weaver, followed by Lee Tillez, followed by Michael Lopez.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Sandra Weaver. I'm the box office manager at the Cabral Playhouse and a resident of San Clemente. And I feel that it's very unfortunate that the situation at hand has come to the city to become involved with. Both the Camino Real and the Cabral have had a good relationship between us for many, many years, and we expect that to continue. But on the bright side of this, I am so happy that the council finally has discovered San Clemente's little secret, the Cabral Playhouse. Yes, we've been here for 70 years. We've been in the same place since 1965. We've been bringing revenue to the city and new people to the city for over 70 years. And due to the longevity of our theater and the benefit that it has had for this city, I think that we deserve some consideration in any decision that's made that might involve our theater or the other theater. We've never asked anything from the city. We've never received anything from the city in the form of monetary help or anything. And maybe it's time that we do. We intend to be in another 70 years here in San Clemente providing quality theater, entertaining the people, and we hope that we have the support of the city to do that. I hope that you will recognize what 70 years of continuous theater means to the city, and that's what the Cabral Playhouse has been providing. So we hope that you consider that in any decisions that you make. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra.
Lee, followed by Michael Lopez.
Hello. I'm on the board of directors at the Cabral Playhouse here in town. 1 month ago, we received the information that the Camino Real Playhouse proposed to the City Council that they would like to take over running the community center downtown San Clemente, 1 block from the long-established 70-year-old Cabral Playhouse. Do you see a possible problem? I wrote up my thoughts about this only to learn via your City Council website that they now have their eyes on a building on Calle Negocio. Okay, that gives us a little breathing room. I should state emphatically that we are not, I repeat, not totally opposed to another entertainment venue coming into San Clemente. It's how they will be set up, where they'll be located, how they'll be funded, etc., that currently concerns us. Is the city being asked to have volunteer to fund any of this? That we most definitely might have a problem with. The Cabral Playhouse has been and always will be self-sufficient. We've never come to the City Council with our hand out for funding, nor do we ever plan to do so. We have worked with the Camino Real in the past, trading costumes, set pieces, and especially actors who very much enjoy working at both venues. We thought we had a good relationship with them, but we just need answers to lots of different questions that we as a board would like clarified. We love this town, we truly do, and we want whatever is best for it. We ask your help in sorting through this predicament to what hopefully will be good for both venues. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Michael Lopez.
Hello, I'm the artistic director at the Cabral Playhouse, and Sandra and Lee have pretty much said everything that I'm feeling. I do want to make one thing clear. We've never said there should not be another theater in our city. I believe any theater is good for the arts in Orange County, no matter where. We've seen too many theaters close, and we don't want that to happen anymore. My concern is that if Camino Real comes in here and it's city supported, it's going to look like that theater is city sponsored. And we, again, as I've said, we've been here for 70 years. We've never asked for anything, and we've never received anything from the city besides trying to get some permits that took a while to happen. We welcome any theater. I think it's good to have some competition, and we do recognize that if Camino Real comes to San Clemente, yes, it will impact Cabral Playhouse, but we'll deal with anything that comes to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, for your comments.
And that's all I have for speaker comments.
Well, we have one more, last minute.
You know, I just wanted to say, I knew I recognized Mr. Lopez from up the elevator, going up in the elevator together, but he was at the Citizens Amphitheater Committee on August 25th, and he participated in our discussion regarding the Camino Real Playhouse, and I'm thankful for his nice compliments about working together, because I think that was the takeaway from that Citizens Amphitheater Committee, that to work collaboratively together with Camino Real Playhouse, and I think that's wonderful. I'm excited about the ability or to have, again, two theaters in San Clemente, as I mentioned to you before, Sebastian's Theater Playhouse, and also Cabrillo Playhouse in the same city. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. One more?
One more card. Tom Marshall.
Council members, I think I've met most of you at chat one Friday or another. I just want to add one other piece that just came to our attention today in the newspaper article from the Orange County Register. Apparently, the developer up in San Juan Capistrano that was originally going to do this and then backed out, according to this article, he is going to go ahead and build a performing arts center in San Juan Capistrano, which could end up being a situation where we have 3 playhouses within 10 miles of each other. I think that is pushing the envelope a little too far. We would recommend that you consider what you're wanting to do, go public with it, and if you want to have somebody run a playhouse here, put it out to bid, so everybody that's involved and interested will have a chance to have a say. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of
That's all I
public
have for public
comments.
comments,
So
yes.
do we have a motion?
I'll move that we go into closed session.
Second? Someone?
Second.
Okay, we're going to go into closed session.
We have to vote. We have to vote. We have to vote on it.
We got to vote on it.
Yeah.
We should.
Good. Aye. Aye.
I think it's unanimous.
Any opposed? No.
You need those
I guess we should start. Should we start without
He's right there. He's right there.
Chris.
Chris? Yeah. Your wife?
No,
She didn't come?
I thought we weren't doing any sort of presentation.
No, we are.
I can are we doing it right at the beginning?
We.
It's in the agenda, so I didn't.
Yes, it is in the agenda. It's an introduction of Mayor Cabral, Mayor Pro Tem.
Missing, there's nothing on it. So
Yeah. Because they make them that big either. I mean, that's a lot of screen.
Yeah, we have flowers for her.
I just talked with City Mesco. I didn't know this.
They didn't go over the agenda with you? Okay.
They got a whole huge presentation.
All right.
It makes me look like I got a hot.
She had to watch the kids tonight anyway.
Okay. Ready?
This isn't an issue about me at all.
Okay.
Whatever happens.
We'll wait for her.
That doesn't matter. It is about me because this is just a chance to tell. Yeah, but it shouldn't be about you. I know. Period. It is, everything's about me.
Hey, check that guy's signature. I'm not sure this.
Well, all the seats are filled right now. Been this many.
We're going to call the meeting to order. And we're going to start this meeting with the invocation.
And we will note for the record that all council members are present, and the invocation will be given by Pastor John Randall with Calvary, South Orange County.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Appreciate your leadership so much, and thankful for the opportunity to pray for you tonight. And it looks like we're going to need it because there's a lot of people here, so let's pray together. Father, we're so grateful to live in this city. Lord, of all the places we could live, we get to call this place home, and Lord, it's not something that we take for granted. We're very thankful. And Lord, we're also thankful for the leadership that you've provided for us. They have a lot of decisions to make. Lord, a lot of voices to listen to, a lot of concerns. And Lord, we pray your blessing over our mayor, over the council members as they preside over this meeting tonight and hear the concerns of the families and people who are gathered here tonight. Lord, we pray for their families, that you would bless them and cover them. We also pray, Lord, that you would give them wisdom, Lord, on the best decision to make. And we also pray that you would bless everybody that comes forward tonight, Lord, and shares their concerns. We pray for unity in our city. We pray that you would continue to allow our city to be a light to other cities. And so we give you this evening, ask your blessing over it now. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. Thank you.
All right. The Pledge of Allegiance. Amanda Q, would you do us the honor?
Oh, boy. Hey, don't blow it.
Thank you, Mayor. Right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. See now, on the. So now we have on the agenda the roll call.
That's just.
we already did it, but,
Yes.
okay. All right, so we have special presentations then, and I will take charge of that, and Mark and I will, as Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor. And let's start with our first presentation to Chris Duncan, former mayor of San Clemente. We're going to take a picture and come down here. If you have any special guests here.
Looks like a lot of special guests out there, but yeah.
So, Chris, on behalf of the city, we're going to present you.
Steve.
Chris, on behalf of the city, we present you with this gavel for your service as mayor of San Clemente during this past year. We thank you for your service. And if you have a word or two you want to say, or if you have, you have a family member here, or not tonight.
Wife is picking up the kids from cheer, so not available. No, thank you, Victor, and congratulations to yourself and to Mark for becoming mayor and mayor pro tem. I mean, I would just say this is absolutely wonderful city. It's a wonderful city because of all the people here, because of the energy and the enthusiasm and the engagement that our community has that makes it so great. So it was just a tremendous honor. My goal was to take an incredibly successful and beautiful city and try and make it a little bit more successful and beautiful, and hope we did that, and tried to bring a little professionalism and a little bit of stability to the dais here, so that the residents know that you have a council that's working for you, that has your interests at heart, and tries to make what sometimes can be difficult decisions. So thanks for the honor of being the mayor of this wonderful city of San Clemente, and I do wish you, Victor, the best of luck during this year. You will be busy. When you're the mayor of San Clemente, you can fill every day, I guarantee that. So it was just a wonderful honor, and I'm looking forward to what we can accomplish this year on the council as well.
Thank you.
Next presentation is to Steve Noblock, our Mayor Pro Tem, for dedicated services as our Mayor Pro Tem at City of San Clemente. Thank you for your service last year, and if there's anything you want to say.
Well, I just want to say, as Chris said, it's an honor to serve our city. We live here because it's a beautiful place, and we want to make it better. We've got some work to do this year with sand on our beaches, and with the help of our staff, with Andy and Leslie Meyerhoff and our qualified staff, we're going to do a great job this year. So it's going to be a lot of work, but I'm honored to serve the city. God bless you all, and thank you.
Thank you. And finally, it needs an introduction. Mark Enmeier, the new Mayor Pro Tem of San Clemente. You have a few words to say?
All I really want to say is thank you to my council members for your confidence in me, and then really thank you to my wife and my children who just support me so much, and I could not do this without them. They are amazing. They're my rock. I so appreciate it. I'm so looking forward to serving the citizens, serving you in this new capacity. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
We're going to take a photo of you with your plaques, I believe. Oh, Andy's here.
Photographer, Andy.
That was awesome. Drop the mic.
Come on in. We can all come in.
You sure? I didn't get a plaque. I didn't get a plaque.
Go for it.
Can I hold Chris's plaque? Yeah. Gotta hold it backwards.
You get a participation trophy.
Yeah.
There are none of them. Yeah, and before we start, yeah. Okay. We're going to do this. We're going to do this rather quickly. I'm going to introduce two people. I'm going to introduce two people that are here. As you know, I'm the new mayor of San Clemente. I want to bring up my wife and my mother. I just want to introduce them. We're the ones. They're the ones that bear with us on all these occasions. My mother really instilled with me the values that I have today, and made sure I had the education that I had. And so, she turned 91 this year. She's still, if you see her around, she's still driving around San Clemente.
Andy.
Still.
Andy.
And my wife, Ana Escobedo Cabral, who actually, her claim to fame is she served as the 42nd treasurer of the United States. So, but she also serves on a multitude of boards around the country and the world actually now. So she's retired. She's not retired, but we have a couple of things for you on behalf of the city.
Wow.
Thank you.
Gorgeous, thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you. Thank you.
Love you.
Thank you. Oh, we're going to take a photo.
Put the microphone down.
Victor, you need to butt in to the camera.
Yeah, I know. Come on in. We have a lot of.
Come on, Mom, let's get in the picture here.
Looks good except for the background.
Oh, the newspaper. Photoshop it.
Thank you.
Put the fear in the background.
Before we start, I just want to make a couple of comments about being mayor of San Clemente. It's, in my view, the honor for a lifetime. Never thought it would happen. And thank you to the city for giving me this opportunity. When I ran for city council, I had two important objectives. One was to improve public safety, and the second was to improve and protect our beaches. If I look back over the year, and this is not just me, it's with the collaboration of everybody on our city council and their support and us working together collaboratively, we addressed public safety in North Beach. I haven't heard a complaint from North Beach in probably 4 or 5 months, but I think we were successful there. That was due to the efforts of a lot of people, including Captain Jay Christian, our private security team, our two dedicated staff, Carly and Troy, who handle the other side that help people that are in need. So it is truly an effort of everybody in the city, from staff to the city council to our city manager. The second thing relative to that, South Beach, we had South San Clemente, we had some issues, and we were able to address much of that, and I think most of that has been mitigated, but we'll continue to monitor those things. Public safety for all of us on this diocese is very important. The second thing, protecting our beach. One of the things we wanted to do, and I wanted to do particularly, was to get a coastal administrator and someone in that position that was dedicated full-time, or particularly, we had five different staff people dedicated to coastal issues. I don't think it worked that well. We got one dedicated person in Leslie that has done an extraordinary job. I had the honor of working with her all this past week on probably 40 hours on the issues that we were confronted, but she's the expert that we need, and she's going to speak a little bit later on what we did, and I think it was phenomenal what was done. We still have some issues left in 2024 relative to these two issues. We have to fully execute the sand restoration project. We have hearings that are set up with OCTA on beach remediation that are being planned right now. We need a scoop permit with the county or even a loan. Those are things that I think this city council want to address, have talked about, and we'll look forward to working with our staff and the city manager. And finally, funding over the next 30, 40 years for our sand and beach restoration. We have to address that issue. That's something I hope we'll be able to tackle. Relative to public safety, we have the opportunity of a lifetime in that the Supreme Court last Friday took the Grants Pass case, which will allow us to address some issues relative to review of Boise. I think we'll be able to do that. We've filed a brief in that case asking for them to take that course, and we have a lot of work relative to that. We're developing our Rangers program. We're maintaining our ongoing programs for security, and we have the placemaker plan that we're going to fully execute. Last week, we met with city staff and Andy, and we asked them to contribute a list of things that they thought we might tackle. We don't know which of these issues will be a priority, but I mean, the sense of it, the sober living, the battery storage, antenna, the beach bathrooms, the county waste facilities, the e-bike safety, the meadows soccer, the pickleball, the parking enforcement, the beach club, the community center, the 2-year budget cycle. We have a lot of work ahead of us. I think collaboratively we will be able to address that. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to work on some of those issues, and I look forward to being, along with the City Council, being able to tackle many of those issues. So thank you very much. All right. We have a report on the beat.
Actually, the sand project, the report from the Army Corps of Engineers is being continued, but Leslie Meyerhoff will be providing an update under staff communications.
Yes. Oh.
I do have, actually, we're not to staff communications just yet, Leslie. I do have 2 public comments on the sand project, but would you like to hear those now? Or?
Well, at what point in time are we going to deal with this?
Under staff communications, which is coming up.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Well,
Mayor, why don't we just hear the 2 comments now, since it's on the agenda for now, and then, we'll get through those.
that makes sense. Let's do it.
Okay. Don Brown, followed by Susie Whitelaw.
Good evening, Don Brown, resident of City San Clemente. The last time we were here, the Corps of Engineers left a little early, but I voiced my concern to you about our borrow site of our sand project, which has unfortunately come to fruition. In 2010, as a new member of the Coastal Planning Commission and Coastal Advisory Committee, member of that committee, we had a brief by the Army Corps of Engineers. And our great watermen, Don Hanson, Kenny Nielsen, and Bill Hart, unfortunately, have all passed from us. But they raised a concern to the Army Corps, the colonel was there that night, about the borrow site, SO16, right? It's off Santa Margarita River in Oceanside. And Kenny spent 40 years on the sea. He had a research boat, was under contract for NOAA and SONGS and everybody else doing research from Tijuana all the way to Santa Barbara. And he said, your borrow site is not good. You picked it because it was the closest one for your dredge. It's 20 miles down, 20 miles back, a 40-mile round trip, and you picked it because it was close. The mother lode of sand is Mission Bay. And the next one up from that, I think it's SO5 or 6, right, Lisa? And the next one up from that is for where Solana Beach is going to draw, I understand, is right next to the racetracks. And so the mother lode is the further south in San Diego you go. And it's come to fruition. What we're getting out of there, and I was down there looking, is cobble. And there's not good sand. And our very famous city manager who came from the beach city knows all about quality sand. My recommendation, it takes, nothing moves easy with sand on the beach. It takes I say wait for good sand. Don't try to draw out of this borrow site when it's shown us so far that it's not satisfactory. We've waited 20-some years, wait for good sand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Susie?
Susie Whitelaw.
Susie Whitelaw with Save Our Beaches, San Clemente. I brought a visual aid in case we forgot what we want on our beach. I could pick this up on the beach today. This is not what we want on our beach. I've worked with the Corps before. I know that they have really dedicated, very knowledgeable engineers and geologists and scientists. And I don't blame this just on the engineers, but there's been several faults in this project. The first thing I noticed is they didn't set up a siltation basin the proper way, and so they were discharging the sand immediately in the surf zone and losing a lot of sand immediately. They did eventually set up the siltation basin properly. Then I noticed when I saw what they were discharging that it was cobble. You could hear it. You could see it flying through the air. As Don said, they knew that there was cobble. They know there's cobble, and there's another problem looming, which there's also potentially layers of mud, which is just as bad as the cobble. We don't want either one of those. Is it too loud?
No, it's getting louder.
Okay, so there should have been a plan for what they were going to do. A plan for what they were going to do when they found the cobble and the sand and the mud. I've heard talk of sending in a different type of dredger that takes a larger scoop and mixes it together. That's not the answer. There's a process called winnowing on the beach. I see right now they've mixed in the cobble with the sand, so it's about 10% sand, 10% cobble and 90% sand. At the front of that, the waves have already started to wash away the sand, and you've got a deposit that's 100% cobble. And you will end up with 100% cobble right there on our most famous beaches. And so don't bring in cobble. And I don't want to pay for the cobble. I don't understand why we would let them mix in cobble and mud and sand together and call it 250,000 cubic yards of sand. We want 250,000 cubic yards of sand, and we want our 50 feet of beach. They've got to figure out a way, if they're going to do this, hopefully they're going to do it in a couple of months and we won't have the big waves. They need to figure out a way to build out that 50 feet and not just deposit sand that's going to wash down the shore. And I really hope that we can change borrow sites. I know that that will take a significant amount of political will because it's not permitted. We're only permitted for that borrow site for this project. But I hope that our wonderful city council and our city manager and our coastal administrator and our Mike Levin, congressman, can get it to happen. Thank you.
We move to motion.
Next item on the agenda is oral communications.
Mayor, before we go to oral communications, I'm wondering if we have a large crowd here tonight, maybe our largest ever, and I'm wondering whether there's any appetite from council to move two of the public hearings up to right before consent calendar, probably. That would be, let's see, 8A and 8C. 8A, dealing with the districting, and 8C, dealing with the tower. Wondering if we might want to move those up. I think from the city clerk, we can do that to right before consent, and then we can hopefully get people out of here a little bit earlier that are coming to speak to those items.
We did have that request.
Mike?
We did have that request. We can get a sense.
I'll second.
Yeah, I think we have a consensus. Which of those two items did you?
I think we do the tower first and then the districting, so 8C first and then 8A, both right before item 7, the consent calendar.
Okay.
Does that work for everybody?
But following oral com 1.
Right, oral communications, get oral communications 3, 4, 5, 6 done, and then before the consent, we do those public hearings.
That makes sense. Is that
Mr. Mayor, is that a motion?
It's a motion to move up 8C first and then 8A, both to come directly before item 7, the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
Well,
I'll second.
under discussion, items 8A and B are next up in line anyway after the consent calendar, but to switch I'm kind of a little bit opposed to switching the order, because you've got the tower first, which I know a lot of people are concerned about, but then you've got the districting, which really applies to everybody. So I'm thinking maybe if we just keep them in the same order, we're going to get the same
Yeah,
attention.
I have no big problem with that. I think there's a lot of people for both items, so.
Yeah.
So was that a friendly amendment by Councilmember Noblock?
That's a friendly amendment if the first and second agree.
You agree? So it's
Well,
agreed
and
to.
let's ask the city clerk, how many comments do we have for oral communications? Because maybe we do it before that even.
We have about 10 comments for oral communications, and at last count, I had 27 cards for 8A and 22 for 8C.
Do we want to amend it and have those two items in item 8 go before oral communications?
Yeah, that's fine. That's
you're-
fine. It's fine with me.
No.
No?
I'll be opposed to that.
All right, so what's your?
That's fine, we'll stick with the motion, moving 8A, with the friendly amendment, moving 8A and 8C to directly before the consent calendar.
Before the consent calendar.
Yes.
Sure.
So we'll have the oral communications. now.
Okay.
And does the second agree with that friendly amendment?
Yes.
They did, yes.
Okay. So you have
So-
a motion
so
and a
all-
second.
We have a motion second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, so it's approved. So we move on to,
Oral communications, and I will call the first 3 speaker cards. Brad Malamud, Don Urbanek, and Amanda Hicks.
Mr. Duncan, please clarify these issues to ensure accuracy. In December, your wife and her friend illegally drove a vehicle onto the beach for a promotional video been dubbed Barbiegate. They broke laws including trespass, failure to obtain filming permits, and pay fees. The city covered it up. No independent investigation occurred, and only a single citation was imposed. You claimed that you were unaware of Barbiegate in advance. Not likely. I asked council to hire an independent investigator to review Barbiegate, your knowledge, and the cover-up. Duncan falsely claims he supports law enforcement. On July 30th, 2020, your editorial is titled, "I Trained Trump's Shock Troops. Disgusting." During a demonstration, you marched with Kurt Reinhardt supporters against the sheriff's killing of Reinhardt before an investigation cleared these sheriff deputies of any wrongdoing. It is reported you took a knee. On May 6th, you incredulously stated, "I will always support law enforcement officers." Yet there is direct evidence that on 2 occasions for sure you didn't. Using shamefully misplaced guilt by association, you stated, "My opponent, Lori Davies, is consistently aligned with extremist factions. An extremist she rallied with was sentenced to 11 years in prison. 2 council members and I personally attended a rally by this person, and none of us are extremists." You need to get your priorities straight. Duncan improperly stated that council members could not comment during oral communications. That's just not true. You violated city policy by using council letterhead to promote yourself. The city paid $5,000 for your self-serving trip to DC without private council approval. You improperly designated yourself as mayor for the 2024 ballot statement, knowing that in this year, you are not the mayor. This is misleading and probably illegal, but it wasn't challenged, so you're going to get away with it. And finally, you say in a statement you protected a woman's right to choose as a council member, but the city does not protect any woman's right to choose, and you know that. And if there is a law that you passed that protected her rights, please let this body know about it. The public deserves your clarification on each of these issues. And finally, tonight you're going to vote on an item that takes away the people's rights to pull items and to speak in front of this council. That's disgusting and wrong, and this applies to every council member out there. The public is aware of what you're going to do. And if you vote yes, you are taking away the rights of the public to speak, and you're creating a problem, you're creating a solution without a problem. Victor, you brought this up, you own it, you need to dismiss it right now, tell the people we're not going to vote on it, we're going to pull it, because it is just fundamentally wrong. You're supposedly a conservative and you're going to stop people from speaking? No, not ever, you should never do that.
Don Urbanek, followed by Amanda Hicks, followed by Donovan Hicks.
Okay, my name is Dawn Urbanik, and I sent you guys a letter about your wanting to limit consent calendar. Well, wanting to limit free speech. I didn't get any acknowledgement. I didn't get any response, so I'm just going to read it. It's very simple. January 14th, 2023 meeting, item C, the consent calendar, abuse of use of the consent calendar. A consent calendar does not replace a normal meeting agenda. A consent calendar is a single item, usually one of the first on the overall agenda, and it uses a single motion to approve multiple routine, non-controversial items that are expected to be approved without any discussion. The December 5th, 2023 consent calendar contained 33 items that were supposed to be discussed over 2 meetings, December 5th and December 14th. Council then canceled the December 14th, 2023 meeting, citing a lack of business. Then council added a special meeting for December 18th to vote on a single item, a gifting of public assets of the San Clemente Community Center to a San Juan Capistrano Theater Company. A lease arrangement that will be identical to the gifting of public assets that was done at Ole Hansen Beach Club. This sign, staff was supposed to take this sign down because it reads, the grounds of the Ole Hansen Beach Club are for the executive use of 24 carats and are reserved for private events. No trespassing on the grounds from sunset to sunrise, Thursday through Sundays. Trespassers are subject to prosecution. Oh, you guys prosecuted me. Remember that? Yeah, false criminal charges you filed against me for taking a picture of an illegal event. We have 4 attorneys sitting up here, and you know you can't do that, Chris Duncan. You filed false criminal charges against me. I have all the records. City staff is out of control. They spend all the time and city resources abusing people they swore an oath to serve. Governing on the consent calendar is not lawful. Putting 33 items on the consent calendar and then limiting public comment to 1 3-minute comment for the entire consent calendar is not lawful. Should the city approve the item 10C, you will be sued by me for being in violation of your oath of office and your violation of my constitutional right to address my government on all issues. The right of revolution, Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal and women, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. And when the governments are instituted among men deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. You do more harm than good, and I am not consenting to that anymore.
Thank you for your comments.
Amanda Hicks, followed by Donovan Hicks, followed by Kylie Hicks.
Sorry, we have lots of things. Good evening to all of our city council members and residents. My name is Amanda Hicks. I come to you this evening to fill you in on a little project that is going to make history. A little over a year ago, I saw a need at a local school, Lobo Elementary, for not only my children, who are autistic and amazing, but other children with disabilities, especially those who have mobility limitations. The equipment at this school is 30 years old with wood chips that line it. Ever try and wheel a wheelchair or a walker over wood chips? It's absolutely impossible. Yet, per California law, these are somehow ADA compliant. I said, that's it. This is changing. I spent months trying to start up this dream, hit a lot of roadblocks and restarts, until one night I came across a little organization in Illinois called the Recess Project. Their goal matched mine. Make play accessible and inclusive for all kids, because we all deserve to play, especially at recess. Soon they opened nominations, and I sent it to everyone I could. I prayed a lot, and it paid off. A few months later, summer of 2023, we found out we were chosen. Since then, we've raised over $153,000, and that number is only growing. We have a design that we fell in love with and are hoping to get approved and started as soon as possible. This design will bring ramps, swings, a sensory cove that diminishes sounds for those with sensory disorders, a wheelchair-accessible merry-go-round and glider, communication boards, fully flat and accessible flooring, and so much more. I know the city probably can't do much in the way of helping this dream become a reality, but I know this little amazing and ever so magical school is nestled in our amazing city that is filled with all the little Groms who call our beautiful city home. This opportunity has brought to light just how much this is needed in our community and throughout the world. I thought you guys would like to hear of this historical project that will pave the roads to the future, not only in this town and its schools, but grow to other schools through the years. St. Clemente and Lobo Elementary will make history very soon. If anyone here in the city and on city council can help in any way, I know my family, the school students, and its staff would appreciate it so very much. If anything, I hope you will all be there on opening day to watch dreams become a reality. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
And he wrote this all himself. I just typed it out.
Pull the microphone
Oh,
Down.
down. There you go.
Hi, city folks. Both my name is Donovan and I am 9 years old. I have something called autism, so I wear these cool headphones when it's too loud and jump around a lot because it feels good. I go to Lobo School. Something is happening there. That is really cool. We are trying to get a new playground. This playground is important because everyone can play there. It will have a ramp for wheels, chairs, and wheelchairs, and no wood chips ever again. The Lobo project is cool and will change the world. It will help me play with all my friends because that's so cool to do. Sometimes my play looks different, but that's okay. So if you see me around, give me some knuckles. That's why we need a playground for all types of kids to do stuff at recess. Can you help us with this? Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you.
I'm Kylie and I'm 8 years old. So let's get started. So I like my mommy and everyone because we're getting so much money and we're trying to get much money as we can to build a playground with no more wood chips, and we will have some new swings, and please take your children there, and so we can keep our blessings growing and stay, and we can make the world a better place. We can make the world a better place. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And if you could follow up with our city manager and let him know the dates and times and the background, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, next three speakers are Warren Vadreen, Bill Hopkins, and Mickey Rathman.
Way too low. Good evening, council.
Donna and I have enjoyed both the El Camino and Cabrillo playhouses for many years. More than 10 years ago, San Juan Capistrano was touting their El Camino Playhouse as a treasure and promising to support it and expanding its parking and facility. Sadly, they then proceeded to kill their own playhouse over the next several years. So I received the news of the El Camino Playhouse coming to San Clemente with some suspicion. Then I was shocked to find out that the proposed location for them is the building occupied by Family Assistance Ministry, 310 whatever, El Negocio. What is blazes is going on, and why has this been such a secret? FAM is an asset to our community. It relocates homeless and finds jobs for them. Our former mayor, Gene James, tried to force FAM to leave San Clemente, but a groundswell of support for FAM prevented him. So, is this a twofer? Are we sabotaging the prudent business model that has engendered 70 years of Cabrillo's success? At the same time, are we evicting FAM, which has been working successfully to aid and uplift our local homeless? We must proceed with caution or not at all. Certainly the first thing to do is to get advice from Cabrillo Playhouse, our local treasure, an organization with which a steady hand has prospered for 70 years. Not too many businesses do that. So be careful or don't do this.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Bill Hopkins, followed by Mickey Rathman, followed by Susie Whitelaw.
They can't hear you, I guess.
That's the last item on the agenda. Are you saying you can't hear the mayor's microphone or the public speaker mic? Public speaker, okay. We will let our audio team know that. In the meantime, if Bill Hopkins, Mickey Rathman, is Bill here? I'm here. Oh.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the last item on the agenda, so we'll move you. I'm sorry, I didn't know your name. Mickey Rathman, followed by Susie Whitelaw, followed by Lois McNichol, and in the meantime, I'll see if our AV room can adjust the mic if you want to start speaking, Mickey.
Absolutely. Good evening, Mayor, council members, friends, and neighbors. I'm Mickey Rathman. I'm a local resident as well as a downtown business owner, and I am here tonight to give an overall general thank you to the city and to our council and our city staff for all of the things that you do to support local businesses in San Clemente. You probably have noticed when looking at the 2023 numbers via sales tax revenue that things were maybe a little bit soft in 23 compared to 2022. Not terrible, but not gangbusters either. And there were some things that I noticed that the city did that really made an impact and really helped businesses, helped our local businesses. We all talk about how much we love our San Clemente Village by the Sea and our local atmosphere, and a lot of that is brought to you by, business owners like myself who are local and do things in our community to kind of bolster and support that. So I'm hoping that in this year you continue to do incredible things like citywide events. We had the WSL in 2023. I know they're coming back in 2024, and with the Downtown Business Association, there was a lot of activity and fun downtown. We loved that. That was really helpful, and that bolsters our businesses. The trolley, we added the green line. I know sometimes it was the dodgy white van, but people still rode it even though it wasn't one of the fancy red trolleys. So I hope that for the green line that it continues and that we can get a fancy trolley for that for this next year. There's a lot of visiting, servicing businesses that are in South San Clemente, our state beach, our state campground, and multiple of our hotel, motels, and lodges. So that's a great way to help get people down and into the central part of our city. The holiday lights on the trees, city events like Santa's Village by the Sea, the Glitz, the car show, the multiple races that we have now. street banners that were put up promoting shopping, dining, staying, and doing things locally. Advertisements that were placed online and in our local newspapers promoting our San Clemente businesses to shop there first instead of shopping online, and all of the amazing eateries, breweries, and shops that we have. The bulb out cleaning, the sidewalk cleaning, the street cleaning, that helps. We would love more of that, please. We appreciate you working to repair the slope at the Casa Romantica. San Clemente happens to have a lot of venues that are incredible for events that bring a lot of people into our towns. So having the Casa Terrace, Ocean Terrace, and that slope repaired in this coming year is a really big boon for us. So thank you for making that a priority, as well as keeping the train tracks open. We see a lot of visitors who take the train into San Clemente and then take the trolley up or walk up from the Pier Bowl to visit the shops and the restaurants. So having those train tracks open and available were also incredible. So thank you so much for all that you do to support our local businesses. I know that I'm very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Susie Whitelaw, followed by Lois McNichol.
Your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay.
First, I'd like to point out, I forgot to say that I have been in touch with Mayor Cabral and Leslie Meyerhoff all this week, and they are doing a fantastic job of making the best out of a very difficult situation. Save Our Beaches went out and did our January Beach with monitoring, and I thought you'd like to see. I thought I would go out Linda Lane and down to the pier, but you can't. It was no sand, it was just waves crashing up against the underpass. Next. North Beach, last time I was there, it was just filled with cobble, just big, huge cobble berms, and all that cobble got eroded and replaced with some sand down there. Next. North of the pier on the left, I got my directions crossed. There is like a 12-foot high scarp that child did not die on the way down. She was having fun rolling down. And then south of the pier, there were the feds putting down the cobble. Next. At Calafia, again, there's no beach left. That's looking south on the left and north on the right. And again, just huge scarp and no beach. Next. So this is the beach with monitoring. The blue lines represent what we had in October, and the orange what we found in January. And so a lot of our beaches, too many of them, are down to zero. Now we've got maybe 10%, 20% of our beaches. That doesn't even include all the way up to, Capo Shores and Shore Cliffs. I didn't get up there. But we know that some of that sand will come back in the summer, that we always do get erosion in the winter, but it keeps on going. And once let's look at the next slide. What we have found is that beach erosion accelerates once it gets so narrow that the waves are starting to crash up against the rocks at the rock revetment at the base of the OCTA. So this is down at Cotton's Point. It's weekly measurements since 1995 to 2021. You can see it goes up and down and up and down every winter and summer, a lot of movement, but a very gradual narrowing of the beach until it reached a certain narrowness where the waves started hitting that rock, and then we had a change in slope. And we don't want our beaches to get to that point, because once they start crashing against the rock, then they start digging down and down. And if you thought that bringing sand back to the Pier Bowl area with that gently sloping beach was difficult, when it gets to a very steep beach, that's really, really difficult to get all that sand back in there. So we got to try and prevent that. Finally, one last slide. Good news. We did enter an agreement with Sandag. Right now, Leslie Meyerhoff tells me consultants are working on a plan for our entire coastline. Yes.
Thank you, Susie, and thank Save Our Beaches, too, for what they do.
Final speaker is Lois McNichol. Lois McNichol.
Hi. This is a new year. It's time to clarify a few things. The City Council is composed of public servants charged with the maintaining of the quality of life and public safety here in San Clemente. Meetings are not rah-rah, sis-boom-ba events to celebrate athletic accomplishments or hand out plaques to employees. We are here to basically deal with the issues that all of you up there say are so important, that all of you spend all of your time discussing and coming back and saying, we are working on these things with you. It's hard to be the mayor of San Clemente. As Councilman Dunkelman, I can call you that now, right? Okay, so, but many meetings have devoted half of their time to those two things. And leaving, a lot of people have left because they had to tend to their family or go to work the following day. They didn't have time to spend to stay here till 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So I think that really has to be something that is considered by this council when you put your agenda together. What are you doing with all the accomplishments and all of the other things that you're putting out there? Because if in fact you are saying that you are going to help us, you are going to provide us with a safer place to live, you are going to do more for us, then we need to get more of your time. Us, the residents that live here. If we need to make a special meeting for the accomplishments of the athletic teams and everything, I'm not saying they shouldn't be recognized, but we come here for these meetings to talk to you about serious items. We don't come here to talk about whether or not the athletic team won. It's a big thing to me, sorry. And staff, they're paid employees. They don't need to be constantly praised for just simply doing their job. They receive a paycheck. Okay, so, and that's another big thing, because I'm constantly hearing that. And staff did such a good job on this. Shouldn't they do a good job? Aren't they being paid? So, and also I'm also hearing about the fact that councilmen should receive more money. However, the flip side of that is the council's constantly telling us, we can't do anything about that.
Thank you for your comments.
That was our final speaker for oral communications.
Laura?
Yes?
I was one of the first ones to give you a card. My name is Jennifer Massey.
Which item were you speaking on?
8A.
We're not on 8A. That was oral communications. I have your card under 8A.
This is the subject that I was going to talk about with the...
Right, we haven't called that item, but we're getting there.
That's coming up.
Yes,
So
very
let's-
shortly.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
So let's move on then. No more public,
No more oral communications. Next item is motion waiving reading in full of all resolutions and ordinances.
So moved.
Second. All approve?
All in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
No opposition?
Was Duncan, were you the
Yes.
second? Yes, okay. Enmeier, Duncan, and it was a 5-0?
There's no block, Duncan.
No block, Duncan, I'm sorry. Not used to your voice back there. Okay, and next item is consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action.
And is there anything to be agendized immediately? No? Next item on the agenda?
Closed session report, city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Council met in closed session on item A1. There was no reportable action. Met in closed session on item A2, and there was no reportable action. They met in closed session on item A3, and there was no reportable action. They met in closed session on item B1. Direction was given, no reportable action. They met on item B2. Direction was given, no reportable action. And City Council met in closed session on item B3. There was direction given and no reportable action. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. Staff communications?
Yes, we have two comments by staff. Dave Riebensdorf, our Public Works Director, has a presentation. He's coming, there he is in the back. And then followed by Leslie Meyerhoff.
Okay.
So 2 quick public comments, or staff comments.
That's going to be tough to cover my right eye.
Thank you.
Security alert, that doesn't sound good. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Riebensdorf, Public Works Director. I have a couple of quick slides to show you.
It's going to be hard to read.
No, that's not a slide. That's a security alert that's probably preventing it from.
I'm going to have to notify our, IT is coming down.
Does Leslie have
maybe-
slides? If not, okay, so let's have Leslie, what do you think? And then we'll have them fix the slide.
Trying to figure it out.
Where is Leslie? Unless you had it sequenced. All right, Leslie, go ahead and make your presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I wish I was here to celebrate the successful completion of the beach sand project, but I'm here just to tell you and tell the community that our project has been paused. We were notified on Saturday that the contractor would be leaving San Clemente and heading for Solana Beach, where they will start beach sand placement activities tomorrow. This is obviously not what we wanted to hear. It's very disappointing, and we immediately sprung into action trying to solve the problem of the sand quality issue. So we are working with the federal government, the Army Corps, our federal partner. We're working with state parks, our state partner. We're working with elected officials, Congressman Levin, and others who are helping to get our project back on track. We've been in regular communications with the Army Corps of Engineers. We had 3 calls today, in fact. We are looking for information from the Corps, which should be forthcoming within the next day or 2. And this information is really potentially pivotal. So the contractor, before they left San Clemente, conducted a bathymetric survey offshore of the Barrow site. And the data was given to the Corps. The Corps is in the process of analyzing that. Depending on the outcome of their analysis, they will either be recommending staying the course at the site, expanding the site, or looking at other sites. Also looking at other equipment. So right now, all of the options are on the table. I don't have a lot of information to report other than that, is that we are very actively working with the Corps to find a solution to bring the beach quality sand to the project that we are expecting. I also just wanted to say that in terms of the next steps for the city, we are meeting with state parks. They're a local funding partner for the city of San Clemente. They're coming down from Sacramento tomorrow. We're going to meet with them on the beach. They want to look at the site conditions. So we will meet with them and discuss various options and a path forward for this project. We're also looking at ways we can possibly help the Corps, potentially sending divers down to the site, remote sensing cameras. The county also has a submersible vehicle that they've offered. So we're exploring a lot of options right now. We're definitely trying to get things back on track. And that's really all I have. I'll be back when we have more of an update, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Let me have you just address 2 things, and I know all the answers, but for the purposes of my colleagues who weren't involved, can you talk a little bit about the equipment that was used, and what the other options that were available, the core samples that had been done in the past over the 10 years, and what we know about where the sand is, the depth that they took the machinery, because I think, and the locations where they were doing their dredging, and I guess those would be the critical things to educate people about.
Sure, certainly. So the contractor is using a hopper dredge. There are other types of dredges available, including a cutter head suction dredge or a clamshell dredge. But this particular contract is a hopper dredge contract. So that's the equipment that was brought into San Clemente. With respect to the borrow sites and the geotechnical investigations and the vibrocore samples, there is an extensive amount of data that is out there. And the Army Corps of Engineers, as the project lead, felt that there was enough evidence of a clean sand layer that they developed a project utilizing this borrow site. So we're not sure exactly where we're going to go from here, but we are looking at all the data. The Army Corps is looking at it. We have independent folks looking at it too. So we've got a lot of eyes on the survey data that Manson conducted on Friday. And with respect to your question about how deep did they got 1 to 2 feet in most areas of the borrow site. In one small area, they got to 3 feet of depth. And apparently the sand is a little bit deeper than that. So we're close, but we're not quite there yet.
And could you also just comment on, because I think it's also pertinent, is to the machinery that they were using, the dredging machinery. It was running to a significant amount of mechanical difficulties over that period of months that may have caused, significant delays, and it may be the wrong machinery.
Yes, we don't have any certainty yet from the Corps with respect to whether the dredge is the right dredge or not. The dredge has been in the shipyard a few times during the course of the project here in San Clemente. I'm not sure if it was mechanical or safety related or maintenance, but you are correct that the dredge was down quite a few days during our project.
And we knew from the core samples, there's a layer of silt, there's a significant amount of cobble, a significant amount of shells, and also a significant amount of just rock. Can you talk to that so you can help us understand and the public understand what's down there? And below that, we know with certainty there's massive amount of sand.
Yes, there are several borings, including SO9-2, SO9-3, and OS11, which are expected to yield the mother lode of sand that is in this borrow site. We're using borrow site 2A. There are other borrow sites in this area. So one of the options on the table is the expansion of the borrow site. We're looking at USGS data right now. We're looking at other data collected by other entities over many years. So again, I just want to emphasize that all options are on the table. It's much easier path forward, much quicker path forward, probably cost-effective path forward if we were able to utilize the sand that we're already permitted to use. If we have to contemplate another borrow site or expansion of this borrow site or a borrow site off, northern Orange County or San Diego County, we would have to do potentially additional environmental review under CEQA and NEPA, that's state and federal environmental laws, and then potentially modify some of our permits. So it's a much longer and windier path forward if we have to utilize a different borrow site.
And right now, the commitment is 70 days to return, and if we had the alternative sites, that could be years.
Hopefully, it's not going to be that long. We heard today that Solana Beach is about a 60-day project, and Encinitas is about a 45-day project.
Very good.
So that's, that sort of gives you a time frame. It's a little beyond the 60 to 70 days. So
that's good news.
We're still working with the Corps to try to, figure out a schedule, figure out a path forward, and I will absolutely report back as soon as I have more information to share.
And then just for the public's information, it's a large borrow site, 143 acres, so
Correct. Yep.
it's been difficult finding the sand, but I'll
Yeah, just real quick,
Rick?
for the public also, all the rocks that they've thrown up on the beach, that doesn't count against our sand total that they're supposed to deliver. Is that correct?
It remains to be seen. We have not had any conclusions from the Corps yet with respect to the sand versus the rock versus the gravel. So anything less than a 3-inch rock is considered gravel. Anything greater is considered a cobble. So we knew there would be some gravel within the sand mix. We also knew there would be some shell hash, which is smashed shells. We were expecting some cobble on the top layer, And we know that the sand is beneath that. So we'd been holding out that the contractor would make deeper cuts and be able to access the sand.
And to your question, maybe Andy, because we did send a note out on the 26th of December that addressed that issue.
Yes, as Leslie has said, we are still waiting for confirmation, but there was a good indication that once they do find sand to place on our beach, we'll be looking to get 251,000 cubic yards of sand on our beach. We clarified that. We have the support from the congressman for that, and the Army Corps of Engineers is, I think, favorable to that as well, so we'll watch that very closely.
Any other questions? Yes.
Leslie, you mentioned the hopper dredger technology that they're currently using, whereas the clamshell dredger would grab and drag the cobble out of the way to get to the sand. Does the contract allow for any modification of this, or is that one of the options that are being considered?
My understanding is this contract is a hopper dredge contract, so they would probably have to modify that to bring in different equipment.
Is that possible? Is the Army Corps of Engineers able to do that with the Manson company?
Probably so. I mean, Manson has every type of equipment. They're one of the biggest contractors for this type of work, so I think they have other equipment. For example, in the Surfside Sunset project right now, they're using a cutter head suction dredge, so it's a totally different type of dredge. They have a fleet, so there's the possibility of different type of equipment.
Okay, when I was down there the morning, they were moving out Friday morning, they were loading the trucks to move to Solana Beach. The cobble on the beach was larger than Dr. Whitelaw showed. Some of the cobble down there is large as a football. The chief engineer said they had a screen that was 4 by 4, which would have kept some of that larger rocks out of the beach. Do you know if that screen was broken or removed as part of the damage that the dredger was operating under to cause those larger rocks to get on our beach?
Not entirely certain. I know they have multiple screens, and the first one, I believe, is 8 inches, and then the secondary screen is 4 inches.
Yeah, during one of our meetings prior to Friday, I asked the Army Corps of Engineers specifically, did they have an off-ramp, a bypass, so that as they're sucking gravel up the dredger, and they know it's gravel because they can hear it rattling in the steel tubes, was there an off-ramp to discharge that rock before they brought it up to San Clemente and dumped it on our beach? And I was told that they didn't have that. And I saw on our beach, right by just south of the pier, a gigantic tube with a Y shape with what appeared to be valves. So I hope in the future discussions we're looking at technology that would, even if they take up large amounts of gravel, we have an ability to offshoot it. Now, they were also told they would need a special environmental permit to get the rocks out of the tube. I just think we just need to hold their feet to the fire a little bit and make sure that we're getting sand and not cobble. One last question. You mentioned that there are divers currently that would go down. Prior to the beginning of the cobble, did divers go down, and the water's about, 25 to 40 feet in depth, something like that? Did they go down to say, in this 143-acre footprint, almost a quarter of a square mile, this is not the place to dredge, the sand's over here? Was there any pre-diving analysis that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of, but they did do a pre-construction survey. They did basically a bathymetric survey to see the topographical contours on the sea floor, and they compared that with a study that was done about a year and a half ago during the PED phase, pre-construction engineering design phase, and they compared that with the feasibility phase study of the borrow site too. So they've got these multiple studies of the borrow site, but I don't believe they were done by divers. I believe they were done by some kind of sonar radar technology.
Okay, you mentioned that it's possible to expand the additional borrow site. Would that require an environmental impact report and a federal environmental impact report?
Potentially, any modification to the borrow site would require additional environmental review, but we've already done an EIR, EIS, environmental impact report and statement. So if we needed to do supplemental environmental, it would be adding on to that. It would not be a restart.
A much quicker process. Okay,
Ideally,
that's
yeah.
all the questions I have.
Councilman Duncan?
Yes, one quick question. I know we want to get to the next items, but in terms of the timing again, is there a time where it becomes the summer month where people are enjoying the beach where we would not want the project to go forward, such as like after Memorial Day, where it would have to get pushed to later in the year? In other words, if these projects happen at Solana Beach and Encinitas, could we run out of time and then have to push it to later the year or next year?
That's probably a real possibility that we're going to need to address going forward. The downside of not following on right after Encinitas is that the dredge goes back to, the next project, or goes, to Washington or Oregon. So it could be a lot more expensive if we have to bring a dredge back on our own. So we're trying to piggyback on this current effort.
Sure, but I mean, is there anything in the contract that says, hey, during the summer months, you can't do it? Or is that just sort of a pragmatic decision because we don't want to be doing it when the summer people are enjoying the beach?
I think it's more pragmatic than anything, just avoiding the conflicts with beach users.
Right.
There are some restrictions related to Grunion, but that's a smaller issue than just conflicts with people on the beach.
Okay, thank you.
And if everything goes well, having a 3-month delay could be a blessing if our sand is getting dumped on the beach at, let's say, April, as opposed to midwinter when the storm surge moves more sand. So if everything works well, it could be positive.
Mayor Pro Tem, any questions? No? Okay. All right, thank you for your,
Thank you.
for your report.
Sorry, it wasn't better news, but I'll be back with hopefully better news next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Riebensdorf, Public Works Director. I wish I had good news as well.
Oh, no.
Sorry, bearer of bad news here tonight. Next slide, please. There's been some additional movement from a private property onto the city's beach trail bridge. It's the area in yellow shown. And so that's impacting residents' ability and patrons' ability to use that bridge when going north and south between Mariposa and North Beach. Next slide, please. So you can see the photo on the left from December 21st, 2023. There's a large mass at the top of that circled area. And then just recently, from a few days ago, you can see that mass has moved towards the beach trail bridge, and it's pushing against it and impacting it. Next slide, please. You can see here the photo on the left-hand side from December 5th shows the railing is relatively straight, and the two photos on the right show the movement on the railing caused by that active landslide. So at this point, staff is coordinating with the private property owners, working with our geologists and structural engineers to find a solution. Unfortunately, at this point, the bridge has been closed for safety reasons. The structure is not designed to handle that type of lateral loading. So I'll entertain any questions that the council might have. And unfortunately, this is probably not a quick fix. So.
Yeah. Is there any questions? Yes.
Dave, how long do you envision the bridge being closed? Is there any time estimate? Or does the bridge have to be replaced before this fix occurs, or can you move some of the hillside to relieve the pressure?
We're still working with our engineering team and the geologists, but likely what will need to happen is you'll need to have some slope remediation work that's done and portions of the bridge replaced. So with Coastal Commission, that likely won't be a quick process. So I don't have a time frame yet.
We're starting to see these more and more throughout our city, these slope failures. Is there any proactive steps that we can be taking as a city to address this before they happen?
Some of the things that we do throughout the city, knowing that we do have unstable slopes, is we do quarterly leak detections, and even more frequently in some of these areas on our water lines, just to make sure that our city facilities aren't potentially causing some of the problems and trying to keep water out of our slopes. We also look at our customers' water use, and in certain areas, if we see that relatively high, we're working with our customers to help them reduce their water use to lower the amount of water in the soil.
Is there anything that private citizens can do? You mentioned monitoring their water use. Is there other things that they can do to monitor their slope erosion?
Not being a geologist, but some of the things that I've heard recently is they can watch the amount of water they're putting on their landscape. to try and minimize that as best possible. And then just be mindful of their property. Look at their property. If they're seeing any slope creep or cracks in their sidewalks or asphalt or areas, especially if they have slopes, just to monitor that and really watch their property.
Chris, you have any questions?
No.
Okay. No questions? All
One,
right.
one
more, okay.
quick question.
Yeah.
Dave, we've been looking at replacing that bridge. We've been discussing it for a number of years and looked at various options. You mentioned that we might have to repair part of the bridge structure itself. Is this something that can be done independent of the overall bridge replacement project?
So we do have an overall bridge replacement, roughly $9 million project, and I think as everyone's aware, we use the proceeds for Casa Romanica. We were trying to, and we've been working with a structural engineer to keep the bridge operational as long as possible. We think we can gain another, maybe 2 to 5 years with the existing structure, but with this one section being impacted, we really need to focus on that area at this point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I think we're- City Clerk,
Next item on the agenda is public hearing item 8A. This is consideration of adoption, second reading of ordinance number 1770, amending section 2.04.011 of the San Clemente Municipal Code to make modifications to the district map, and introduction, first reading of ordinance 1771 regarding election sequencing. Mayor and council, this is just a brief report.
Mr. Mayor, if you could just
yes,
open
I'm
up
gonna
the
open
public
the
hearing
hearing.
first.
I'm going to open the hearing.
Sorry. Mr. Mayor and council, this is just a brief report, consideration of adoption of a second reading of ordinance 1770. This item was brought before council December 5th, where you introduced ordinance number 1770. If adopted tonight, this would make map 111 the final district map. If you do choose to adopt ordinance 1770 this evening, you may wish to introduce ordinance number 1771, which would amend the election sequencing to match map 111 and could be introduced for a first reading at tonight's meeting. I have no further comments unless you have questions. We do have 30 public comments on this item so far.
So that's essentially the staff report?
That's the staff report.
Okay, so we would hear the public comments first before.
Correct, unless you have any questions.
Unless there's a question.
I only get 30 public comments at 3
Hi,
minutes
nice to see you.
each. We're looking at an hour and a half.
Shorten the time frame to minutes or a minute and a half.
I guess we could,
That would be the council's pleasure.
let me, I guess, announce to the public, we do have a lot of comments, and I know frequently, I mean, we want to hear everybody, obviously, but if some of the comments, if you think they've been said before, you can voluntarily choose not to say it, or you can come up and say it, but it's a lot of time, and we have several other major issues on hearings on the agenda that we have to get to. What's the pleasure of the council? Is there a motion to?
Well, I think your admonishment was probably helpful in terms of the
Okay.
timeframe.
All right. Well, then we'll proceed with the public comments. And again, if you hear a couple of the people in your neighborhood say exactly what you were going to say, please consider at least.
Would ditto be the appropriate phrase, the legal phrase to include?
Or don't use your entire 3 minutes if you can help it. So let's start with the public comments.
Okay, I'll read the first three speakers' names, if you could line up. Sarah Schneider, followed by Cheryl Moe, followed by John Moe.
Hi, everybody. I have a presentation too.
You gotta get right on that microphone.
All right.
Yeah, we'll lift it up a little bit, yeah.
Hello, Council. My name is Sarah Schneider. I am a community organizer and the founder of Southwest San Clemente Alliance. Southwest San Clemente Alliance was formed out of the urgent need to address some of the pressing issues facing our neighborhood by utilizing organized community action. We are the very definition of a community of interest. Slide 2, please. District representation is critical for our community.
Well, hold on.
Wait 1 second.
We don't have the slides, so.
Please pause the time, Laura.
Second slide, please.
Well, we've paused the
We've
time
paused
for
it,
you,
but hang
but we are revamping this. I'll use the few seconds we have. We're revamping this. We put all new equipment, new cameras, new monitors here. This was supposed to be done and completed by this meeting. It's obviously not, but we'll get it all up and working by the next meeting, hopefully.
No problem. I see the presentation up on her computer, but it's just not up on these computers. Is that what's going on?
Is there someone next in line without a PowerPoint? I mean, I know you probably got here
No
first.
problem. I'll wait. If you think you'll get it up.
Well, you're the lead and.
It sounds like they have it up. If not.
There it goes. We're getting there. Maybe.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Mayor, we should announce that part of the reason this is happening is we're doing some upgrades, as you can tell, to the council chambers. They should be ready for your next meeting. We're just kind of on the final phase of getting some of these things updated, so.
Yes.
Great.
Is that slide 2?
That's slide 1.
Okay.
So I've just spoken to that
Can we
slide.
She's going to start her time again.
start the time again?
Thank you
Okay, go
kindly.
ahead.
I appreciate that very much. Okay. District representation is critical for our community of interest and the heart of our democratic process. Adhering to redistricting guidelines is critical. Maps must be geographically contiguous, undivided neighborhoods and communities of interest, easily identifiable boundaries, and compact. Next slide. Once the public paid attention to the switch and vote from map 109-120 to map 111, and they had a chance to review the guidelines, they quickly realized that map 111 violates redistricting guidelines and splits Southwest San Clemente and Forester Ranch in half. Next slide, please. What does the public think about this? Well, according to public record emails, voters overwhelmingly support map 120, 109 with 87% support levels. In other words, 8 out of every 9 people that emailed council support map 120. With this dramatic support against map 111, Mr. Enmeier, Mr. Cabral, and Mr. Duncan should not continue to support map 111. Next slide, please. Public newspapers report that Mark Enmeier does not want his neighborhood in Upper Rancho San Clemente with Talega. The problem with placing this variable at the top of the process is it forces other communities of interest, like Forester Ranch and Southwest, to have to split in order to accommodate. It is an undeniable fact that RSC is geographically closest to Talega. Here's what the council had to say to the San Clemente Times on October 18th after they passed map 109. Mark Enmeier says, "No one that I've talked to has said, yeah, we want to be lumped in with Talega." Well, that's not true. We located an email from the president of the Rancho San Clemente Community Association publicly stating her approval of map 109 and opposition of map 111. Cabral added he didn't buy the argument that RSC and Talega were completely dissimilar. No block called 109 a clean map that didn't divide homeowners associations. After reading this, the public had every reason to believe that map 120 would pass on December 5th. Then they flipped their vote. Next slide, please. We knew we had to speak out after December 5th, and we did. Why have the councilmen been so resistant to our feedback opposing map 111 and supporting map 120? There was no mention of the public emails in the OC Register article December 11th. Even more startling is the San Clemente Times article December 28th. Mark Enmeier had received at least 100 emails opposing map 111 after his vote, and all he mentions is the dozen or so emails he received supporting map 111. Why? We are disappointed you couldn't acknowledge the unacceptable district split of two communities of interest, Forester Ranch and Southwest San Clemente. It's time to do the right thing.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Cheryl Moe, followed by John Moe, followed by Skip Melville.
I don't think they could hear who's next in line, so why don't we announce who's following?
Cheryl Moe, followed by John Moe, followed by Skip Melville.
It's hard to follow Sarah. I'm really proud
Yes.
that she's, can you hear me?
Yes.
That she's one of my neighbors. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak publicly. My name is Cheryl Moe. I'm an architect with 45 years of experience, including land planning, and I'm a 25-year resident of Southwest San Clemente. I understand, and I've studied what it takes to create a sense of place. Southwest is a caring and tight community. We were surprised in December to learn that map 109 and 120 was not being approved. Either of these two maps are a clear choice for the future of San Clemente. To understand more about Southwest San Clemente, you can review the district integrity package that has been provided. It's quite extensive, so I'm not going to go through all of it. But if you can flip through to page 5 quickly, or take a second on. Can I flip pages? How do I flip pages? All right, maybe go back to 3 a second. All right, so what's really important is our community of interest has been a historic neighborhood that was established by Ole Hansen. We are tract 852. There's a small canyon that was used to divide us. We travel this course all the time. Our kids go to school. We go to the beach this direction. Next page. This shows CUSD's maps and how it aligns with map 109 and 120. Next page. This is what's really critical to me, is finding that one community, Rancho San Clemente, decides not to be associated with Talego. I think they should figure out how to do some team building. But because they choose to not be in this area that has a massive divide between us, there's 800 feet between the closest houses with a 200-foot distance. There's the only way to walk between those houses is a 2-mile hike. You can drive for 3.5 miles to get there. And the most south house in the tip of San Clemente to the most south house in Rancho San Clemente is 6.5 miles. By taking Rancho San Clemente and pushing it into District 4, it has divided our historic neighborhood. And with doing that, it also created a vacuum in District 2. And ridges are so important in the topography. That's one of the things I love about San Clemente. It has taken the void in District 2, and they've gone over the hill of the ridge and divided up Forester Ranch and drug it in to the Talego area across a huge road. It's crazy to divide a community that has common schools. Let's see. I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
The speaker's materials are in the back for the public to review.
She said the speaker's material are available in the back.
Oh, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, and staff. My name is John Moe. I live in Southwest San Clemente. I've lived in San Clemente for 25 years. I'm a member of the Southwest San Clemente Alliance. I'm here to ask you to support map 120 and not 111. You've received the presentation. Hopefully you've had time to look at it and digest it and really dig into the details to understand what's going on. 120 to me seems very clear. It's outlined by boundaries, geographical, that are very easy to understand, where 111 is very confusing for anybody to understand. Map 120 follows natural boundaries, the natural geographical divides, and also 111 splits up historic San Clemente. The neighborhoods in which we grew up in, have been split on very obscure lines. Map 120 also aligns very well with the UCSD or CUSD school district. When you think about Forester Ranch and how that then now gets divided up. We ask for your support in 120, not 111. We are here because we are a community, we love our cities, right, and we love our communities, and we ask for your support on 120.
Thank you very much for your comment. And especially thank you for being brief.
Skip Melville, followed by Adrian Metz, followed by Monica Morgan, followed by Jennifer Massey.
Good evening, council. Thank you for having me and staff. My name is Skip Melville. I'm a 30-year resident here in San Clemente, and I live on the west side over on Palizada. I'm here to oppose this action as well on Article 8A1, but I also would like to mention what I think is a better solution than these nice people have proposed, and that's a 5-district district map. In looking at the minutes from when these meetings began back in July, I noticed that in the 18th of August meeting, there was a resolution to provide money for a map maker, which is what I assume we did. And then on the 5th of September, less than a month later, the council decided we were going to have a 4-district map and a mayor. I'd like to point out that the County of Orange has 5 supervisors and an administrator who runs the county for them. The County of Los Angeles has the same arrangement. I am surprised that you 5 did not select a representative sample for all of San Clemente. Map 113 supports a 5-district map and election processes, does not divide communities or areas of interest. The south side and the beach side are represented by 2 districts, and the interior of the city is represented by 3 additional districts. You did not consider that. In the minutes that I have read since July to this date, there have been 20 comments. 2 of them discussed map 113 or a 5-district map, and you guys did not pursue it at all, as far as I can see from the public record. I think you've made a mistake. I think these people are right in pointing out that changes to the map in December were not well communicated. There was no reason to make that change from any of the things that I've read in any of the documentation I've seen for the city. So I rise to oppose the second reading. I want you to reopen the entire process. I know that time is of the essence because in May or June, you're going to have to start announcing what the districts are going to look like and who's going to be running for office. So my suggestion is have another public meeting solely focused on the maps, make a decision then, pass the appropriate resolutions, and I wish to have you do that before the end of February. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Adrian Metz, followed by Monica Morgan, followed by Jennifer Massey.
Thank you, Council. I'm Adrian Metz, a member of the San Clemente, Southwest San Clemente Alliance. At best, what I think you guys have done was be very lazy and make an error, but I do think at worst this was a gerrymandering for your own re-elections. That's my opinion. I also think that it's time to go back to the drawing board and start over with this map, and I fully support map 120 and adamantly oppose map 111. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Monica Morgan, followed by Jennifer Massey, followed by Warren Verdrew.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for having me. My name's Monica Morgan. I'm part of the Southwest San Clemente Alliance. I'm here today to support map 120 and oppose map 111. I live on San Antonio. I live on the canyon. I share a backyard with people on Los Lobos. Those are my neighbors. We communicate weekly, if not daily, about coyotes, about strangers in our canyon. We share a backyard that's now been divided, and it's unfortunate, and hopefully you guys work to change that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
former name is Jennifer Massey, but a lot of you know me as Jiffy. And so I've been around for 43 years in San Clemente. And I joined the crowd, even though whatever position we're on, it could be different, for your service. We really are grateful because it's a very hard job. I would never want your job. Anyway, thank you so much. I have lived, as I said, for 43 years, and was not made aware of such an alliance. And I'm sort of wondering why. I guess I would like to know who are the beneficiaries of map 120 versus map 111. Map 120 divides the Pier Bowl area in half, which makes, well, the Pier Bowl area that I'm aware of, down Victoria, okay?
Just go,
Well, I've got-
just go ahead and address the. Go ahead, John.
All right, I'm just holding a picture.
Okay.
It shows map 111 as being, is not dividing the Pier Bowl area. Map 120 does, which is why I approve and wholeheartedly support and would hopefully commend you to vote for map 111 and not 120. I'd like to know who the beneficiaries are of map 120. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Warren Vadreen, followed by Rick Strauss, followed by Michelle Ream.
Yeah.
Warren?
Donna?
Warren.
Okay,
Warren
Warren.
Vadreen.
Okay.
Mhm.
And whoever is next, if they could be ready, step up against the wall. You're not required to, but if you wanted to move this process along, who follows, and they could,
How about the next 3 or so?
next three, yeah.
Hey, well, I'm the first of these three.
Okay, can you announce those
Yes.
next, and then
Rick
we'll start?
Strauss, followed by Michelle Ream, followed by Diane Coffin.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, well, as you can see, there's a push to abandon the 111 map and revert to 109, or its cousin, 120. I'm here to encourage the adoption of the 111 map. I've tried to analyze it. It seems like a nonpartisan map. I've heard criticism that it splits up the Forester Ranch District. I've looked at that, and I disagree. The Forester Ranch District is not a single place, and the divisions that are made are natural in 111. I'm not claiming that 111 is perfect. My favorite map is 102, which, if this is getting opened up again, I think needs to be seriously considered. 102 was submitted by far more people than any other map. So it deserves serious consideration. I don't think it's gotten it so far. Now, what do? We need to have a nonpartisan map. There are two people who are standing for election, and that's Steve Noblock and Zin Wu, who stand to personally benefit from the 109-120 map. And that is pretty clear to me. Now, I don't know how many of the other maps are partisan. I know that 102 was designed to be a consensus map by quite a group of people talking to each other. 111 was produced by a nonpartisan expert in map making, which $65,000 of our tax revenue was used to pay. I think that was wise, and I think that it would be wise to confirm your selection of 111. Otherwise, you're opening this process up, and it needs to be opened up and transparent. And it's going to be a bit of a problem getting this all done by April or May or whenever the deadline is. So really, you need to think about reversing things twice. There is no perfect map, but there is a decent map which is nonpartisan.
Thank you for your comments.
Rick Strauss.
I'm here for Rick Strauss and Michelle Reen. We're together. He's my husband. We support the Alliance. We support MAP 120. We're a neighborhood of interest. We're really concerned about the sober living. We're concerned about the homeless in the canyon. We're concerned about our safety. We're concerned about the theft that goes on in a neighborhood. We don't want to be divided and conquered that way. We want to stick together. We want to fight together and protect our safety, protect our neighborhood, protect the children that live there.
Thank you very much.
Diane Coffin, followed by Gigi Neiman, followed by, I believe it's Andrea Brown, and then Anika Lawrence.
Good evening. My name is Diane Coffin. I live at 219 West Avenue to San Antonio. I've lived there for 45 years. We came to the Southwest, we saw it, and there wasn't that much to choose from, but that's where we wanted to be. And we bought the cheapest, crummiest little house on the street, and we've been there ever since. I can't believe that anyone up there could have voted for 211 or 111 or whatever, 111. And how it was changed so quickly that evening. I oppose 111 and hope you do too. And I hope you reinstate 120 or possibly the 5 districts. Wouldn't that be logical? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Gigi Neiman, followed by Andrea Brown, followed by Anika Lawrence, followed by Zen Wu.
Hello, my name is Gigi Neiman. I live in Southwest San Clemente, and I oppose MAP 111, and that's it. I oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Andrea Brown. I live in Southwest San Clemente. I oppose MAP 111 and in complete support of MAP 120. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Hi, I'm Annika Lawrence. I first want to say thank you guys so much for all the help you've given us with the sober living situation. Really am appreciative of that. Because of that and the trauma it's agitated in our community, I have to put my blazer on because I'm in business now. But we need to stay together. We need our neighbors to be with us. I'm emotional because it's traumatic. We're dealing with a lot, and to split us on the same street where we have this trauma is just too much to bear. We need you guys to rethink and really help us. We are desperate for your help. Please, please, please help us. I'll use the rest of my time. Cheryl Moe had a little bit more to say. I'm going to read what she said. We request that you strike MAP 111 and insert MAP 120 or 109. We request that you do not change the current election sequence. Vote District 3 and 4 in 2024. Vote Districts 1 and 2 in the mayor in 2026. This aligns with the current council members' residency in terms of the 2020, in terms that they expire 2026 in the MAP 109-120. But anyway, thank you guys, but let's get this dialed. Come on, let's go.
Thank you for your comment.
Zen Wu, followed by Patricia Corliss, followed by Joe Janis, followed by Marcy Koenig.
I have a presentation. Councilmember, my name is Zhang Wu, a long-time San Clemente resident. Map 111 divides our community of interest on numerous occasions. Next page. This is Fourth Range specific plan. Next page. Master HOA and sub HOA, Tokoya Hill HOA of Fourth Range. Next page. The elementary school at Fourth Range, Truman Benedict School Service Area. Next page. Rancho San Clemente Business Park. Next page. Southwest San Clemente. Next page. Concordia Elementary Service Area. Next page. Revi. Next page. Northern end of a coastal zone. Next page. So back then when you were presented this exhibit, you were misinformed. You were told that map 111 did not divide any HOA. In fact, it does, as I pointed out to you. And I've spoken with our city manager, Annie, he can confirm it. So map 111 should never get past the first round because any other map that divides any HOA was eliminated in the first round. Next page. And I also want to bring to your attention that the law has changed and the bar has raised for you to clear. AB 764 took effect on January 1st of this year. Next page. It's incorporated into our election code. Next page. The new law asks you to follow the particular order. The contention is on number 2. To the maximum extent practical, you need to minimize the division of a community. Maximum. Next page. The law also prohibits you from favoring an incumbent. The incumbency protection is specifically prohibited, and that's added language of this new law. And then also, the law says you should not adopt election district boundaries using any criterion that is prioritized over the law. So, Councilmember Enmeier and Councilmember Duncan, when you said Rancho San Clemente is different from Talega, they should not be put in the same district, you're creating your own criteria and put your criteria above and against the state law. Next. Finally, the city is required to write a detailed report justifying every and each splitting in the local neighborhood. It's never too late to be on the correct side, Council Member. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. How many more speakers?
Let's see, 1, 2.
But we'll call them up. Will you?
About 19.
Okay.
Patricia Corliss, followed by Joe Janis, followed by Marcy Koenig, followed by Todd Koenig.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Patricia Corliss, a resident of San Clemente. I live on West Avenida, San Antonio. I'm part of the Southwest group here tonight, and I'm asking you to join me, my friends and neighbors, to support map 120. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Council. I'm taking back to Thanksgiving Day in 1982. I loaded my 3 kids. Loaded my 3 kids and my wife, my kids 4, 2, and 6 months, moved from San Bernardino Mountains out of San Clemente, Riviera District. I lived there for a year, moved into Cypress Cove, I built a house. 2 years later, I sold, moved back to Southwest, out in Lost Wind. Moved back to Cypress Cove after I had built the next house and lived there for 30 years. And then about 8 years ago, we moved out of T Street. So, in T Street, I've been around Southwest enough to know the area. We have different problems there. We have constant beachgoers, always strangers, narrow crowded streets, parking problems, homeless in the canyons, vacation rental, sober living, constant fireworks, And Mark, unlike Cypress Cove, which has guards, 3-car garages, parking, we don't have it. We rely on our neighbors. That's who we rely on. You guys cut us down in half, going by Valencia. You're just cutting us in half. Rick Lothar and I were on the Public Safety Committee, and what we developed some natural boundaries for our districts. Trafalgar Canyon is a natural district for north-southwest. So don't do this to us.
Thank you for your comment.
Marcy Koenig, followed by Todd Koenig, followed by John Perry, followed by Corin Burns.
Good evening. I'm Marcy Koenig. I'm part of the Southwest San Clemente Alliance. Thank you so much for your service. And I would like to let you know that I very vehemently oppose MAP 111 and support MAP 120. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Todd Koenig. I'm a member of the Southwest San Clemente Alliance. I live on San Antonio with my wife Marcy. I would like to tell you that I oppose 111. I think there's been very logical and well laid out and articulate reasons for that. And I very much support MAP 120. I think Southwest San Clemente is clearly a community of interest, and I ask you to honor that as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
John Perry, followed by Corin, it looks like Burns, followed by Sarah Burns, or Bemis, maybe?
I'm John Perry. I'm a San Clemente resident, and I am also on the board of directors of the Recreational San Clemente Business Park Association, which represents all the properties here in this area, including the building that we're in right now. It's 146 properties. And my issue is a little bit different than that of the other people in the room here. In any map that is adopted, whether it's 111, 120, 109, whatever, there is, well, I should say about any map, but in 111 specifically, there is 5 of the business park parcels on the north side of La Pata, and they're using La Pata as the natural boundary there. And that goes from 24-hour fitness up to the Heritage Christian Fellowship. There's 5 properties there out of the 146, and it makes no sense. It's nonsensical for those properties to divide our association and push five of them over there. There's a canyon behind them. If we could just simply use the backside of those properties, if La Pata is to be used as a boundary in whatever final map is adopted, if the backside of those properties rather than the front side of those properties is used as the boundary, it will make a lot more sense and push all of those properties back into the same district as the majority of the association. And I do understand that there are population and demographic considerations here that are very important in drawing these boundaries. Those are all non-residential properties, not a single person lives there. So I don't think it wouldn't affect those at all. So we just simply request that whatever boundary or whatever map is adopted puts the entire association into one district is all.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks, John. Good to see you.
Corin Bemis, followed by Sarah Bemis, followed by Jody Dewey, followed by Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, my name's Corin Bemis. This is my wife, Sarah. I've been a resident of San Clemente since '92, so for like 25 years. We are opposed to MAP 111 and we support MAP 120. This community that we live in is very tight-knit. I've actually lived in Forester Ranch, we've lived in Southwest San Clemente, and we've seen how great those communities are together. And Forester Ranch, just as much as Southwest San Clemente, you really rely on your neighbors, and everybody is together as a community. So we support the MAP 120. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ditto.
Thank you.
Jody Dewey, followed by Ryan Fitzpatrick, followed by Candace Lazar, followed by Kathy Thompson.
Hello, my name is Jody Dewey. I am also a member of the Southwest San Clemente Alliance. Thank you for hearing all of our thoughts and feedback. In addition to everything that's been laid out, I'd also like to point out that by law, with districting, it's required that a council member reside in each district. So do any of you live in Southwest San Clemente? No. Could that potentially be the reason why map 111 was suggested?
I'm sorry, we can't answer questions up here.
I know that. I'm just simply asking a rhetorical question to get you thinking. And with that being said, I support map 120 and oppose map 111. Thank you.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, followed by Candace Lazar, followed by Kathy Thompson.
We are a really blessed community in the Southwest neighborhood. We have an alliance of this small little village that is something special that as you, members of the San Clemente community, can feel. There's nothing like that heartfelt feeling of community. And now what you guys are doing, as if this is the Hunger Games and redistricting things, you are truly breaking our hearts in half. The city of San Clemente, the city that's defined so much through all these hard periods. Why is it so okay to do these things in the darkness of behind doors and not let us in this community have a voice in this? Why take the history of this community, where it all began, and split it in half? This is truly sad to see you leaders make such ill-minded decisions, and then to think there's not one of you that has representation in the Southwest community where the history of San Clemente began. That's very disturbing, sirs. I ask you now to change this immediately on behalf of all of us residents. There are so many other agendas that are so much more important. Please, as a community member, as a member of the state who's watched so much happen, we ask for our little city to have a voice, some reasoning that makes sense, because this is such a tough time in life. And to take our little happy village and break it in half, I say to you, how dare you? How dare you do that to my family? I have a 1-year-old child living on this street. I have an 8-year-old child living up. This is the legacy of San Clemente. Please honor this special Spanish village and change this to the way it should be, the way it always should have been, as you all know. And please honor map 120 and take away map 11. Of all things right now, Mr. Mayor, this could be your impact to set the precedence of this new beginning. You want to be bold? You want to show us what you got? Be the lion that we need. Thank you.
Candace Lazar, followed by Kathy Thompson, followed by Jack Overman.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Candace Lazar, and I live in Southwest San Clemente, and I'm a member of the Southwest San Clemente Alliance, and I ask that you rethink the districting and oppose map 111 and accept map 120. Thank you.
Kathy Thompson, followed by Jack Overman, followed by Kathy Ward.
Good evening. I'm Kathy Thompson. I'm a teacher in this area. I've taught for more than 30 years at San Clemente Presbyterian Church Preschool. I live in Southwest San Clemente. I'm part of the Southwest Alliance. I live on San Antonio. Lived there for over 30 years. We raised our children there. We still know a lot of the children that are on that block. Some of them have even been in my class. So I am vehemently opposed to 111 because it splits two communities, not just one. It splits two of us. And that seems quite unfair. I support 120, and as public servants, your duty is to protect and preserve the welfare, safety, and interests of the public, not your own interests. So please oppose 111 and vote for 120. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Jack Overman, followed by Kathy Ward, followed by Bruce Jameson.
Hello, council members. My name is Jack Overman. I'm a member of the Southwest San Clemente Alliance living on San Antonio. I want to echo my fellow community members in opposing MAP 111. I won't speak to the division of the communities as many people have already outlined. I want to point out as a reminder the growing discontent across the country with our elected officials on both sides of the aisle. Much of this is driven by the feeling that many of the decisions made by our elected officials did not in fact have our public interest at heart. What MAP 120 does is continue the trend of gerrymandering with voting maps that do not represent the communities we all live in. Please reconsider MAP 120 and keep logical maps representing our communities in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Ward, followed by Bruce Jamison, followed by Brett Lawrence.
Good evening, council. It's nice to see you. Obviously, I'm not going to be for this map, but what I wanted to say is that I applauded you for the first meeting that you did this. You did the right thing. Every single one of you. 2 of you didn't want 109, which is now 120, but the majority council picked it. Mayor, you picked it. And I was proud of all of you because you did it for the residents. You didn't pick it for any personal interest. Very disappointed to hear Talega didn't want to be part of Rancho San Clemente. Rancho San Clemente is a wonderful community. Rancho San Clemente and Talega are almost exactly alike. They are unlike any other place in San Clemente. But what you've done with 111, I have to say, between that meeting where you were supposed to just come back and fix the Pier Bowl area, you came back and completely changed it. It smacks and looks like a quid pro quo agreement. It does. It's the first thing I thought of. These people people that couldn't be here tonight actually think that that's what you did. If they don't think you're representing them now, they're not going to vote for you again. In fact, they might get you out over this. If it does look like a quid pro quo, which is a violation of ethics, if any of you know that it was quid pro quo, you shouldn't be remaining silent. You should do something about it, but there will be a complaint on that because reaching down, so Talega is not part of Rancho San Clemente. Talega is willing to reach over and grab part of Forester Ranch across La Pata and over a canyon or a ridge line to get that, to bring it in, and then take Rancho San Clemente, split that up, and then swallow half of Southwest San Clemente. I have lived in Southwest since 2009. Mayor twice. I was on the council for 8 years. When you get on the council, it is no longer about what you want. You didn't like the other 2 maps and all these comments about Talega. It's no longer about what you want, it's about the residents and the people. Hearing that Rancho San Clemente Business Park, there's some of the parcels out of it, that should tell you right now, 111's not any good. 100 emails, you should not be doing this. Southwest San Clemente was formed in the 20s, subdivided, all of our lots are there. We all live in very small houses normally, kind of funky. We don't ask for a lot. And it's actually, South San Clemente is supposed to be the next focus area next to North Beach, and we've worked very hard to get North Beach up and going, very hard. Don't do this. Get it on the right track, but fix it. It's not too late to do it, the right thing.
Bruce Jamison, followed by Brett Lawrence, followed by Sandra Hill.
Good evening, council members. My name is Bruce Jamison. I've been a resident of Forester Ranch for 19 years, and I'm sure you recognize me. I've been speaking in front of you regarding these district maps since before the maps were presented. Me as well as friends of mine from Talega and Forester Ranch, in collaboration, we came up with a map that actually kept historic San Clemente, the entire portion, in a single district. But we made the mistake of dividing an HOA. But it takes hours to do this map, and it's great to see all these people coming here and being enthusiastic about the district maps finally. But we have to, I've already explained what I think is the reasons why map 111 should be adopted, and that's because it is taking, Talega needs other communities to be whole because it's not large enough population. So I think that the areas of Forester Ranch that are newer and much more expensive homes belong with Talega and not the densely populated multifamily houses in Rancho San Clemente. And finally, I'd like to ask you, nobody has mentioned who made these maps. Map 111 was made by an independent, professional consultant that the city of San Clemente paid $65,000 for. And this person was not from San Clemente, and he wasn't thinking of any partisan issues, and he created a map from his expertise that would be best for the rules of the constraints of the map making. So who made map 109, which was morphed into 120? It was MapBot. Who is MapBot? Can you raise your hand if you're MapBot? Zenwu is MapBot. Well, he's a person who ran for city council and lost, and now he's running for city council again. And I think that map 109, 120 is a partisan map, and the citizens of San Clemente, for generations to come, are owed a map that is not partisan and not gerrymandering. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brett Lawrence, followed by Sandra Hill, followed by Pete Van Nuys, followed by Amanda Q.
Thank you for the time this evening. My name is Brett Lawrence. I'm a member of the Southwest San Clemente Alliance. I'm a lifelong San Clemente resident. I grew up on the 15th hole of the Muni, went to San Clemente High School, and am now raising my family on San Antonio. I oppose map 111. I support map 120 for all the same reasons the other speakers have articulated tonight. In preparing for tonight's meeting, I referred back to the December 28th San Clemente Times article covering the original vote on December 5th. 2 points of reference that I think are super important. Sarah already articulated them, but I think it's really important to review them again. And that's the number of emails that were received by the council members regarding this issue. We went through a public records request and captured 126 different emails. 109 of those emails, or 87%, supported map 120 and opposed map 111. 17 emails, or 13%, supported map 111. So based on these numbers, it doesn't feel like there's the overwhelming support in favor of map 111 that Councilmember Enmeier referred to and said he would hope to do his best to represent these constituents, the 87% of us who are in favor of map 120. Second, in that same article, Mayor Cabral stated he would be open to whichever map residents preferred. Mr. Mayor, 87% of your residents who care enough to take the time to analyze, process, and contact you regarding the maps clearly support map 120. And I think about 18 or so far of the 20 speakers tonight have also articulated that view, so that's upwards of 90%. Like you, we all want what's best for San Clemente, but we are most directly affected by the issues that are facing our specific neighborhoods. We should have the opportunity to elect a representative from our neighborhood that understands and will represent our concerns. This should be an easy one. Please approve map 120 so we can all redirect our energy toward issues like sober living that truly challenge us. And one last thing, I see the words on the wall there behind you guys. In God we trust. And in you five we trust. We, all of these residents out here, and we trust and ask you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Sandra Hill, followed by Pete Van Nuys. I think she's right.
Hi, how are you?
Followed by Amanda Q.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. My name's Sandra Hill, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. And I've spent 2010 through 2020 in Forester Ranch, and 2020 to now today in Southwest San Clemente. So I've been in both of those communities, and just taking a look at the map 111, you pointed out that you want Talega and the rich part of Forester Ranch to be with Talega. Well, Portico del Norte are the mansions on the hill that are part of Forester Ranch. So maybe you want those people to go with you in Talega and the other rich houses in San Clemente. That's a really weak argument. You also talked about the person that you hired at $65,000. For $65,000?
Can you address the council?
Oh, I'm sorry, my first time. $65,000 were spent on from a consultant to come. Well, that's unfortunate because he clearly was breaking the laws. Someone was talking about all the laws that have to be in place. Well, there were a couple laws that have already been broken by choosing District 111. So my hope is that you rethink this District 111 and you go with District 120. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I know it's not easy to sit up there. I appreciate the work that you do. I've watched this process on and off since about June. I hate the whole idea of district elections. Someone is trying to divide and conquer the cities in the state of California. And if we had the, I have to watch my language here, if we had the courage to oppose that, I would totally support an alliance with other cities to go back to the traditional form of elections that we had. However, you chose to go down this road. Gentlemen, this is a slow motion train wreck here. You have lost the support of the residents of San Clemente, at least those of us who are concerned enough to haul our sorry butts in here tonight to talk to you. It looks like gerrymandering, it smells like gerrymandering. Whether it is or not, doesn't matter in politics, you know. It's perception that is the reality. The best idea I've heard tonight is scrap the whole thing and start over again in a more open and transparent way. Invite the public in to look at the problem from the beginning. And, you know, if you can do it, terrific. If not, you got to go with 120. It's the only thing that returns you a shred of credibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
So as a resident over 50 years, I sure have been active in our community. I spoke at previous hearings about for the best interest of all our residents. There were two deadlines to submit a map, one, and the second was a deadline that ended on December 31st, that the city council could not change the District 3 and District 4 that would be for the 2024 elections. I emailed the city council and spoke with the city manager about that, and it's my understanding that the city attorney and the city manager are going to be addressing that matter. At previous hearings, I presented Bonnie and Tom Barnes maps that was submitted that had 5 district maps. I spoke in opposition of map 109, and the members of the public didn't want map 109. They actually were trying to find a map that was suitable for everybody. And I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Mark Enmeier that was maybe supportive of map 118. However, the council decided to vote for map 109. However, it split the Pier Bowl, and the Pier Bowl was consisted of a specific plan. So map 120 was formed, and so unfortunately, people voted for map 111. However, map 102 and map 111 do favor one of the candidates. Map 102 favored Donna Vidrine as well as map 111. So, of course, map 102 was basically a Xerox copy of the same map, and I think there was over 15 people that submitted that map. So, fortunately, Laura Smith, a resident of Forster Ranch, had reached out to me, and I mentioned her because Kathy Ward's here, and she realized that map 111 split the master HOA for Forster Ranch. So what I did was reached out to Adam Tamian, the city manager, and met with my attorney, and we had a meeting that hopefully that we could have a specific plan for Southwest. And so I'm very glad that there is a Southwest Alliance now, and that they will be representing residents from that area. And it takes a weight off of us because those who fought the TCA, fought the toll roads, fought managed lanes, also have this Southwest Alliance to fight HOA lanes and HOV lanes, so that would be great to hear. But I do not support map 111, I support map 120.
Thank you, Amanda.
No additional comments.
Oh, okay.
Could we take 5 minutes
Yeah.
before the conversation starts?
Yes, let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back at 8:20, yeah. Is it 8:20 or 9:20?
8:21.
8. Started, everyone sit down. No, it's actually on, but.
Yeah, so please take your seats so we can restart again. Thank you very much.
Could we, there we go, now I can, could we have everyone sit down so we could start? We have a busy agenda. But, excuse me, take your seats. If you want to continue talking, can you do it outside the chambers, please? All right. We haven't closed
We left the public
the
hearing.
public.
open.
Hearing open.
Yeah, we did leave the public. Do we have to, where's our council now?
We're fine, we just continue with public comment. Yeah.
We have no more public comments.
We have no more
Oh, that's
public,
right.
so we're gonna,
Yes, so you can close the public
Well-
hearing if you'd like.
we need, we're missing Elizabeth, I didn't realize that.
Oh, she was right, oh, she'll be coming.
Wait,
I
yeah.
hear her, she's coming.
She's coming.
I hear that train a-coming.
All right, we're
I
gonna,
didn't want to be heard.
we've finished public comments, so we're gonna close the public hearing. Is that correct? All right, let's do that. The public hearing is closed, subject to reopening, and we're gonna take this on to discussion and debate. And do we have someone that wants to start?
Well, let me just start by saying during the presentation, there were a number of comments about the change of law that's occurred that might impact our decision this evening. So I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask our city attorney and our city manager to opine on that issue or give us a little update on what the law is and what the effect of our action would be this evening.
If we do that, we would need to open the public hearing again.
Yes.
To hear from the.
Even to ask our city attorney?
Oh, no? I thought you told us if we asked.
Under discussion, we can ask the city attorney.
Ask questions of the city attorney, but not of the city manager.
But not of what?
City manager.
Okay.
Oh, okay, all right. I withdraw my comments about the city manager.
Unless you open the
Sorry,
public
Andy.
hearing. So if you reopen the public hearing, then you can ask questions of staff.
No, my question was just regarding the change in law, Madam City Attorney.
I'm sorry, I had two
I
questions
understand. No,
pending.
my question was simply, the comments were made regarding a change in the elections code and how that might impact our decision-making this evening. So could you perhaps opine on the effect of if we take action this evening or don't take action this evening, what the effect is?
So that would depend on your action. Do you have a specific question?
Okay, question, if we were to, let's say, approve this matter, which I'm not in favor of, what would the effect be based on the existing city law, state law that changed as of January 1st?
You're talking, if we approved 111 on the second reading, what would be the
If we
impact?
approved 111, correct.
So the Fair Max Act of 2023 is effective January 1. That's in Election Code Section 21605A. It limits a general law's city ability to adopt a new council district boundary before the next census unless there's one of the following 5 things that occur. 1, a court order. 2, the council settling a legal claim. 3, the boundaries of the city changed by addition of the territory, so that would be like a LAFCO action. 4, the number of the council districts, members elected by the districts changes, is increased or decreased. Or 5, an independent redistricting commission is established. So those are the,
So those 5 conditions would have to be in place.
One of the 5. Or
Would.
One of the 5.
One of the 5, and none of them appear to be. So I guess my question is, if we were to rescind or reject staff recommendations 1 and 2, what would the legal effect be?
so staff recommendations 1 and 2 relate to adopting a second reading, which would adopt ordinance number 1770, and introduce for first reading ordinance number 1771. So if those were rejected, that would return to the status quo, which is leaving Ordinance 1762 in place, which would leave the adopted map as map 109.
So if we reject this item this evening, map 109 would still be the city's valid and legal district map.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Duncan?
Okay, yeah, I'll go next. Well, thank you, everybody, for coming and spending some time tonight with us and expressing your opinions. We very much do want that, by the way. I kind of wish we had that the whole process. Actually, throughout the whole process, which was very open, we actually didn't hear much. But it's very important, and we really appreciate and value all of your arguments. I'll just kind of go to my position. It sounds like there's issues with map 111, because you've got communities potentially split, particularly in Southwest, and maybe an HOA in Forester Ranch, which we hadn't heard of before. Sorry, please let me continue. And only so that everybody can kind of hear what I'm saying, and your points are great, but just want to make sure that everybody understands where I'm coming from. Now, 109 has also issues because it splits the Pure Bowl. Map 120 was spoken in favor of, but again, we've heard that there are some issues around map 120 now that we're sort of past the first of the year. And so I want to let my other council members discuss, but I think it sounds like the safest course is actually to do one of the options that we are allowed to do under the new law. So we have the provision of sort of following the new law. And I think we have enough time to do this and have an independent commission where you have residents, citizens who are part of this commission who actually get to start the process over and get it right and have that input from the public throughout the whole way. And then you don't have the council members actually being the ones who call the shots, right? So you get to have a process that you don't have us potentially weighing in and bringing in any personal opinions. So I think that may be where I would like to see us headed, and I think given all of the information that we have today, which would all be part of that process, you could potentially get to a map there that would satisfy all of these concerns, actually, and have a lot more sort of public buy-in and feeling, which I think is what you're looking for, that you get to participate and get to have a real say in the process. At this point, it seems like we're kind of wading into difficult waters with any of these maps, to be honest with you, in terms of our legal position. So that's kind of where I would like to see. I don't want to see Southwest split. I don't want to see any HOAs split. I don't want to see the Pure Bowl split, and I don't think we have that with any of the maps right now, where we'd be able to do that without running afoul potentially of the law. So that's kind of where I'm prepared to make a motion, but I'd like to have my fellow council members weigh in first.
Rick?
So for clarification, then you're saying that it's a commission made up of the residents of San Clemente that would decide what?
Well, I'm not sure exactly how the commission would be made up. I don't think the law is actually specific about that, but the important thing is it wouldn't be us.
Yeah, it's an independent redistricting commission that's established pursuant to section 2303, and they would adopt council districts.
No,
Yeah.
and who makes up that commission?
It would not be appointed by the city council, it would be appointed by,
I believe.
by either
Judge.
city manager or judge, yeah.
By a judge?
Yep.
And there's no criteria? It could be residents, it could be residents of Arizona? I mean,
No, it would be residents of San
it
Clemente.
had to be residents of San Clemente?
But we would have no say in who, and we would have no influence, which,
Mr. Mayor, if I could just interject,
Yes.
it would not be a judge that would appoint the independent commission. What would happen is the city council would establish it, set an application process maybe, and then somebody outside of elected officials would actually appoint that commission.
Okay.
So that's why it's called independent. No elected official.
Did everybody hear that?
And who would be
Okay,
making these appointments?
hold on, let's do this in an orderly fashion. Are you done with your question?
I don't know that I trust that process. I don't have any fight in this game. I'm not running when my term is up. My district has kind of remained the same under all the maps. So I just looked at it I looked at the map originally, all the maps, and I thought that map 109 best established under all the criteria that we were supposed to look at. I wasn't looking at whether I could win or lose another election. That didn't come into it. If that came into somebody else's, that's wrong, because that's not one of the statutes you're supposed to look at. So I've been for 109 from the beginning. I'm not going to change my mind. I would support 109, and that's where I'm at.
All right.
I just want to address a couple things. First off, I do want to thank all of you for coming out tonight and speaking. This is what makes a strong democracy, hearing what you have to say, hearing your points of view. This is really, really important for this process. I would like to echo Mr. Duncan saying, would have loved to hear these comments way back in October, but hey, that's neither here nor there. Now, that being said, I have been in support of MAP 111. I have my reasons for it. I have expressed those reasons. I expressed them back in October. I expressed them throughout this process. I do hear what you're saying about the Southwest, and that is an issue that I think should be addressed. Because of that, I don't know that our council up here can make a decision outright without it appearing that we are taking some position politically for some benefit or not. So I would encourage this council to make a decision to create an independent redistricting committee that is separate from this, that can create a map that has more of your input as we go forward. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Did you want?
Just a quick comment. We started this process 6 months ago. We looked at over a dozen maps that were submitted by our citizens and by our paid consultant. I think the suggestions of political motivation are kind of silly. The District 109 that I supported from day one because it was a logical, clean, clear, it applied all the rules properly. The boundaries were major arterial highways, the freeway or major canyons. It made absolute pristine sense to me. I could never understand why the other maps were being considered. But it's not partisan. They have reasonable boundaries. And I think to start this process all over and to say that we're not able to make a decision without appearing political, I guess you could say every decision we ever make could to somebody appear political. I think the citizens have elected us to do a job. This was on our plate. We did the job. And I don't support creating a commission, which Lord knows who's going to appoint who to make the decision, how long it'll take, or what they'll come up with. Someone suggested they could take the city and do parallel lines and give every district member an equal share of the beach. I don't know. No one knows. I think MAP 109 is reasonable. 120 was a slight tweaking of that, which made sense, but under the current law, it looks like 109 would be the result if we don't approve these items this evening. I'm not in favor of approving them, and I hope this council will decide to vote no on items 1 and 2 and leave MAP 109, which is identical practically to 120, in place.
It's identical except for one major issue is the Pure Bowl. And that Pure Bowl that's a major constituency there that is, you're dividing a light community there, which is why I think we do need to go back to the drawing board on this.
It's not, one comment in response, it's not a major issue. It involves two neighborhoods, and we'd love to have them together, but to go through this entire process, I don't think we should spend the time, energy, or money to do that.
I just wanted to ask the city attorney a question. So if, let's say it comes out that we're starting from square one again and going to that relieves us of all exposure to any litigation, is that correct?
I don't think it's proper to address exposure to litigation in open session.
Okay.
Trust me.
Let me.
One final comment before you go, just to point out a couple things on that, because it was mentioned. One, we did not want to do this. None of the 5 of us wanted to do this. This is a legal obligation under the California Voter Rights Act, which I think we all pretty much disagree with. We did not go down this road by choice. We do believe that we would have preferred for the city to stay at large. And that would have been the best way to keep the city together and have all of the, so just to put that out for folks who haven't been here the whole time, this was not something we came up with. This is something that was in response to a lawsuit filed under the California Voter Rights Act. And also, just to point out to my neighbor, Mr. Perry over there, if he's still here, we also don't want to split up the business part, right? So we want to make sure that there aren't these splits, and I do think that the independent commission is the best way to take all that into account. And by the way, Councilmember Murlock, it can't split it, as you said, because it still has to follow those same rules, right? So just like we've been talking about community interest and things like that, any independent commission would have to follow those very same rules as they set out those districts. Thank you, Mayor, appreciate it.
Thank you. There was a wrench thrown in this. I agree with my colleague. We never wanted to do this. We never wanted to split up the districts. The state of California forced us to. There's people in the state that are adamant about dividing all of us into communities, mostly minority communities if they can, diversity communities. Unfortunately, it didn't work so well in San Clemente. We all resisted that, but it was either that or subject ourselves to millions of dollars of lawsuits, so we went down the road of redistricting. Right now, we're at the point, in my view, and I want to pull up the law that went into effect on the first of the year, which is the real wrench in this process. I don't know if we can pull that up. This is what the law says effective the first. That after redistricting or districting, which is what we did in creating map 109, a council shall not adopt a new council district boundaries until after the federal census, except under the following circumstances. So in its face, a plain reading says, we're not permitted to change the maps. That is, we're not permitted to approve 111. We're not permitted to move and adopt 120. We approved in last year 109. So that's where that's what the law says, and it gives several exemptions. A court order, the council is settling a legal claim, which we're not, and we haven't been ordered by the court. The boundaries of the city changed by the addition of territory pursuant to section 21603, and that really talks to a specific issue which does not govern us. The number of council members elected by districts or from districts increased. So if we decided to go to 7 members, we could change the maps. But other than that, other than these conditions, the city can't do it. This city council is prohibited from acting now. So we're, even though we would like to, for example, change the maps, even though I would like to address some of the issues related to map 120 and to the canyon, we're not permitted to, in my view. The only option we have is an independent commission, which would keep it out of our hands, which I'm not ready to do at this point. Which would mean that we would revert essentially to map 109. We could, I think map 109 was our original consensus map, and we could, given the timelines, we could consider something else, but I just think if we want to meet our March deadline, this is really the only option. And if we did decide to go another route by adopting 111 or 120, I guess I can't talk about certain things, but.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to add that 21605 was enrolled in October, so the council was already most of the way through this process when this law was enrolled. Just to add that.
Yes, okay, thank you. I know I had talked to some of you about changing it to the lines. It may be that the best we can do is not doing anything today. We will revert as a result of that to map 109, and we can evaluate later on whether we want to make changes, but it may not be this time around. So
Is that a motion, Mr. Mayor?
I'm not making a motion.
I will move that we vote no on staff recommendations 1 and 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'll create a counter motion that we create an independent redistricting commission.
And I will second that to give the residents a say in how our districts are going to look.
Call for
All
the
right.
question.
The question's been called, so the
Mr.
first...
Mayor, so the substitute motion would be acted upon first. So
Yes.
that would be the motion by Mayor Pro Tem Enmeier and second by Councilmember Duncan to establish an independent commission.
So the motion is to create a
Independent
redistricting commission. So,
Well, I can't in good conscience split the Pure Bowl, and that's something that our former mayor, Wayne Eggleston, has made a significant point about and knows probably as well as anybody, so I'm going to be an aye for our redistricting commission.
For the same reason, there's no guarantee that whatever that commission or committee is, whatever, doesn't split the Pure Bowl or anything else for that matter, so I'm going to be a no.
I'm going to vote no because I think we have had public input. We've had it for 6 months. We've had substantial public input this evening. I think the citizens have spoken loudly by over 90% this evening, so I'm a vote no.
I'm going to vote aye on this. I believe that we can find a map that works for everyone, that it is out there, that we can get enough people together to make something that works for everyone.
and I'm a no. So we move on to the...
So that motion fails.
The motion fails. We move
2
on
to
to
3.
the underlying motion you want to restate your...
No, just to, I vote no on staff recommendations 1 and 2. And I'll vote no. I'm sorry, I'll vote yes for my motion.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'm a no for those same reasons about splitting the Pure Bowl, and I don't want any community split, so I want like an independent commission to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and my vote for this, and I respect, there's 5 opinions here, and I don't think there's 5 that agree exactly on any of this, but I think this is the best resolution for that. I vote yes.
Same reasons. I do believe that we need to find that independent committee and address the issues of that split in the Pure Bowl, as well as other issues that have been brought up tonight.
Yeah, and I just don't, I would love to support independent commission. The independent commission would be exactly that, independent. They could decide, they want to split anything in half and wouldn't have to follow any of the guidance or any of the maps that we've so far created. So I'm going to join in voting yes for
The rejection of
Rejection,
staff,
yeah.
staff items 1 and 2.
yes.
So that motion passes 3-2, which means that ordinance number 1762 remains intact, and that's map 109 as the final adopted district map.
Thank you. All right, let's,
Next item.
yeah, let's wait till the room clears out.
Yeah. In honor of your service. Wait a minute, we're not allowed to say that. Are you here for 8C? The tower? Yeah.
All right. Can we get people? Yeah. Could, if you're not staying for the meeting for the next item, 8C, please take your conversations outside. All right. So we have another item, public hearing to consider changing or revoking the conditional use permit 1021. Do we want to read the whole thing?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure, I'll start with the public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per
They can't hear
speaker. Maybe we can get that.
Let's wait until the door is closed.
Yep. I think they're closing the door back there. I think they're closing the door. Okay, this is public hearing item 8C. It's a public hearing to consider changing or revoking conditional permit 1021 voluntary compliance agreement and wireless screening form WMS 23-231 related to the property located at 616 Del Dios, Assessor's parcel number 690-552-05, and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the City Council will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the motion by manner.
All right, we're going to open the public hearing then. First thing we have on the agenda is we each have to make a disclosure of our ex-parte communications. So I'm going to ask each of you to disclose anything. This is a quasi-judicial process, so Councilman Duncan.
Would you like me to start? Yeah.
Yes.
Obviously, we received a lot of emails here, didn't respond to the emails. I did have a discussion with Andrew Mora, are you here? At the gym, I think it was at Lifetime, just saying, hey, we're going to try to, come to a conclusion in this matter involving the tower that does address the concerns of the residents. Did not have any discussions beyond that.
Councilmember Duncan, could you please give the general substance of the emails that you received?
The general substance, and I believe we all received essentially the same emails, lots of emails from residents in the neighborhood, concerns about the tower and a desire to not have the tower there and not have the activity potentially planned at the tower. So that was essentially the substance of the.
And were those emails generally consistent with those that are included in the agenda materials?
Yes, and I believe those materials, my understanding is that all of those materials are already included in the agenda materials. Yep.
Thank you.
All right. Rick?
Yeah, same with me. I'd received numerous emails in opposition of the antenna. I did have a conversation also with Andrew and Courtney Morrow, since I've been friends with them for a while, and they expressed their concern, and I said, yes, this is concerning, then we'll talk about it at the council when it comes up. I was also present November the 8th, I think, at a joint study session with the Planning Commission and concerned residents, and I sat and listened attentively and comments, and didn't really make any comments of my own.
All right.
I think that's it.
Yes, I also received numerous emails. I couldn't tell you how many.
Mike.
Mike.
Oh, my mic, pardon me. I also received numerous emails from people, neighbors in the Rancho San Clemente area, primarily opposed to the cell tower. I don't believe I got any emails in favor of the cell tower. I also attended the November 8th study session, where many people were there. After the meeting, I talked to a number of people. I couldn't tell you who, 3 or 4 people that just, neighbors that I recognized that said hello. The nature of the discussion really didn't involve the issue beyond the information that was presented that evening.
And were the emails you received generally consistent with those included in the agenda materials?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I also received numerous emails that I read through. all the same manner as my colleagues. I also attended the November 8th study session. I think I asked at that session, I asked about children climbing up the fence there. I also had one encounter with Courtney Morrow at a grocery store happenstance, and she expressed her concerns about the cell phone tower that I listened to and didn't make any comments further on it.
So again, the emails you received were generally consistent with those in the agenda materials?
Yes, consistent with those in the agenda material.
Thank you.
City Attorney, could you speak into the mic too? I think the audience maybe, at least in the back, is having trouble
The
with
question was to Mayor Pro
That better?
Tem Enmeier, were the emails you received generally consistent with those included in the agenda materials? In other words, there was nothing additional that wasn't included in the agenda materials?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would state the same, that the emails I received were generally similar to those that are in the package. I received a lot of them. I don't believe I had any discussion with anyone individually about this, but except through emails and those communications. So let's move on.
Okay.
Clerk, City Clerk?
Yes. Communications received after the city council agenda packet was distributed have been provided to council, to the attorney representing ATC, to each council member at the dais, and are available for public inspection at the back of the city council chambers.
All right, let's start with the staff presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Adam Matamian. I'm the Community Development Director. Tonight, my presentation will be a summary of the information provided in the staff report. I will try to make this as short as possible. However, just to ensure that the record is robust, I will cover everything I can in detail. Hey, Megan, I'm having a little trouble with this. Is that, if you want to just forward it? Thank you. All right. At its December 5th, 2023 regular meeting, the City Council adopted Resolution 23-159 to initiate a public hearing to consider changing or revoking Conditional Permit 1021, the Voluntary Compliance Agreement, and the Wireless Screening Form WMS 23-231, and set a hearing date for January 16th, 2024. This is that hearing. The point of the hearing is to review the development, specifically the tower located behind the Rancho San Clemente Harbor View Estates and Harbor Ridge areas. Review that in compliance with San Clemente Municipal Code Section 17.12.175, which provides a process for the city to change or revoke approved applications when conditions of approval are violated, it is necessary to resolve a nuisance, or when applications have contained incorrect, false, or misleading information. In order to change or revoke an entitlement, the City Council must make one or more of the... I will, thank you. In order to change or revoke an entitlement, the City Council must make one or more of the following findings. The first is conditions of approval of the approved applications are being violated or are not being satisfied. 2, the site or land use is being operated in a manner that constitutes a nuisance. Or 3, the application contained incorrect, false, or misleading information. Next slide, please. One thing that is not in the purview of the City Council's determination tonight would be issues related to radio frequency or RF emissions. Federal Communications Commission regulates wireless facilities. They have established RF standards, and the Telecommunications Act of 1996 prohibits cities from evaluating radio frequency. Next slide, please. So for some background, an existing telecommunications tower at the subject site is owned by American Tower Corporation. This facility was approved under conditional permit 1021 in 1962 by the County of Orange. Per the conditional permit, the telecommunications facility was approved for an approximate 28-foot by 58-foot building and 70-foot tall antenna tower. Per owner representatives, the tower component of the telecommunications facility was built to a height of 137.6 feet, but was then further extended to 156 feet when the height is measured, or I should say was measured, to the highest existing appurtenance affixed to the tower. In 2020, the city denied a request for a wireless antenna co-location at this site when it was discovered that the height of the tower was not compliant with the terms of the 1962 conditional permit. After discussions with the city and city staff, the owner ultimately agreed to voluntarily reduce the height of the existing tower to the 70-foot maximum height allowed by the 1962 conditional permit, which was the only violation of the conditional permit that the city was aware of at that time. A voluntary compliance agreement was executed on July 6th, 2023, between the owner and the city to reduce the height of the existing antenna tower to the permitted height of 70 feet. The city then approved a building permit to allow the destacking of the tower to make it 70 feet. Next slide, please. Public comments have been received at a number of meetings. The first was October 17th, 2023, at a city council meeting. The second was on November 8th, 2023, at a joint city council planning commission study session. And most recently at the December 5th, 2023 city council meeting. During testimony at public meetings, specifically in November and December, members of the public asserted that the facility was abandoned and non-operational for more than 1 year, that the facility has not been maintained in accordance with the conditions of approval included with conditional permit 1021, and the site has been operated in a manner that constitutes a public nuisance. Some of the most notable comments from the public made about the nuisances occurring at the site indicate that on regular occasions, the tower is not secure and neighborhood children who find access to the site through a dilapidated fence climb the tower and throw items off of the tower. This is not the case with other telecommunications facilities in the city that have different designs. Additional comments from the public indicate an existing issue stemming from the owner and applicant's access through the Harborview Estates neighborhood to deliver equipment to the site, and the neighboring homeowners associations contending that the owner and applicant do not have the legal right to access the site in that manner and have been violating the conditions of conditional permit 1021 by doing so. The owner has also reported to the city that trespass onto the site has been occurring, repairs to the site fence have been damaged, and that there have been instances of vandalism and damage to vehicles left on site. Next slide, please. Subsequent to some of these public meetings, city staff was working with the owner and to address a few things. The first one is the history of leases that would establish a continuing use of the site. And the other one is about that site access coming off of Del Dios. The owner commissioned a survey, which is included as attachment 5, which identified their easement rights. The survey indicates that the owner does not have access rights to their property via Del Dios, but rather the owner and their tenants should be accessing the site by the 20-foot easement that links the Salvador Water Tower site to this subject site, which is approximately 2 miles south. City staff also requested that the owner provide verification of continued operation of the site. The owner provided a lease history, which is attachment 6, which details the various tenants and the dates of their license agreements. The owner also indicates that there was never an intention on American Tower Corporation's part to abandon the use. Staff has reviewed the redacted leases and believes that the evidence provided by American Tower Corporation is sufficient for the City Council to find that American Tower Corporation has met its burden to prove that the use may continue and was not abandoned, consistent with San Clemente Municipal Code Section 1772-060. Next slide, please. Staff also researched the Orange County Sheriff's Department's calls for service and our City Code Compliance Division's case and complaint records on this property. The Code Compliance Division had 5 cases related to securing of the site and graffiti since 2012. The Code Compliance Division also received 3 complaints in 2023 related to construction and site access at the property. Police service records indicate that they had received 18 calls for service between 2019 and December 14th of 2023 regarding juveniles accessing the site. Additionally, 4 calls for service were submitted to the Orange County Sheriff's Department for between November 9th and 10th of 2023, and that was regarding a dispute between residents and the contractors working on the property, all of which were related to trespassing. Next slide, please. As indicated in the staff report, there are some laws related to public nuisances that are applicable in this situation. Government Code Section 38771 states that cities are free to declare by ordinance what constitutes a nuisance. This Municipal Code, Section 852.030, identifies what nuisances are. There specifically, our municipal code identifies that it is a violation to maintain premises in such condition as to be detrimental to public health, safety, or general welfare, or in such a manner as to constitute a public nuisance defined by the Civil Code, Section 3479. Additionally, any building or structure which has any of the following defects, conditions or defects would also be a violation. The first under W8 is the building or structure or any portion thereof is manifestly unsafe for the purpose for which it is used. And item 11, whenever the building or structure has become so dilapidated or deteriorated as to become an attractive nuisance to children who might play therein, or to their danger, or as to afford a harbor for vagrants, criminals, or immoral persons, or as to enable persons to resort thereto for the purpose of committing nuisance and unlawful or immoral acts. And then finally, it is a violation according to the section of our municipal code that a structure, improvement, property, and or land use not in compliance with terms and or conditions of any City of San Clemente issued permit or approval would be a violation. Staff believes that recent trespasses onto the site via the dilapidated fence, climbing on and throwing objects from the tower, and public health and safety concerns are sufficient for the City Council to find a public nuisance occurring at the site within the meaning of San Clemente Municipal Code Section 852.030. While the owner disagrees that there is a nuisance, it has indicated that it would voluntarily agree to implement some additional measures to address site security concerns resulting from the trespassing and vandalization activities at the site. Their correspondence on that matter is Attachment 9. Additionally, some of the measures that the owner has indicated they would be amenable to are included in the draft resolution. Next slide, please. So staff's recommendation is that the City Council adopt Resolution number 24-09, which would find the project categorically exempt under classes 1, 2, and 3 of the CEQA guidelines, and would make public nuisance findings and would modify the entitlement conditional permit 1021 issued by the county in 1962 to incorporate the following conditions of approval. The first would be that the owner, its tenants, any and all contractors shall access the property only by means of Avenida Salvador easement unless they can demonstrate easement rights via Del Dios. Next slide. The second recommended condition is that the owner, their tenants, and any contractor shall require escorted access for any vehicles other than light-duty pickup trucks. Any damage to the ridgeline trail observed by city staff to have occurred as a result of access by the owner, their tenants, and any contractor shall be repaired by a contractor of the city's choosing within 1 month of notice damage. 3, that the owner and/or their tenants shall permanently solve ongoing safety issues at the site by preventing persons from climbing the tower, which may be accomplished by replacing the latter tower with a new monopole tower, meeting the general design goals of the city's wireless master plan or other feasible solution approved by the city. Next slide, please. The 4th, that the owner and/or its tenants shall repair and/or replace the fence with a material and style supported by the city's code compliance manager and the city's police services captain or designee for the purpose of mitigating the issues of ongoing trespass. 5, the owner and/or its tenants shall install security cameras on the property to alert the owner of trespass and safety issues, and the owner shall take proactive responsibility for mitigating and preventing the issues of ongoing trespass. 6, the owner and its tenants shall operate and maintain the site in a manner that complies with all applicable laws and regulations. And the 7th is an abridged version of what is contained in the resolution, but ultimately it's that the owner shall defend and indemnify the city. And that, you can go to the next slide. That concludes staff's presentation on this item. I and Jonathan Lightfoot, our city planner, are available for any questions.
Is it appropriate at this point, or should we move on to, if members have questions?
It's the council's pleasure whether you ask staff questions now or later.
Does anybody have any questions now?
Yeah, these recommendations here are based on staff's observations of what could be considered a nuisance under San Clemente's laws. Is that the basis for these recommendations?
That is correct. And, staff's position is that these conditions of approval would address the concerns of trespass and some of the other ongoing non-compliance nuisance issues.
Okay. I'd also like to point out, this is a little diversion, but we have Jonathan Lightfoot here, and I speak as a father of 3 myself, who's a new father. So congratulations, Jonathan. And you know, we had an earlier point about our staff and sometimes the council commending staff for a great job. And Jonathan's coming here on his paternity leave, right? He's that kind of dedicated employee. That's what we see up and down our staff. We have 3 public safety representatives, Rod, Shane, and our captain, Jay Christian, my neighbor, who are here tonight, late into the night. So I actually couldn't disagree more with the previous comment, and I think we should actually commend our staff because they do a great job more often than not, and when they do, they should be recognized. So I just wanted to make that point.
I agree. We'll probably hold those comments off till the end of the...
Okay, well, I wanted to make that point.
I know you do, but this is a public hearing that we're holding right now, and we have...
Well, that's the only questions I have right now. I think we may have to ask more questions as we get into it and hear more from the public.
All right, let's have American Tower Corporation make their presentations. Thank you for being here also. And I think you're being given 10 minutes, and let us know if that's sufficient.
Yes, thank you. I think that should be sufficient. I do have a slide deck, short one.
What was your name again, Counselor?
My name is Emily Murray. I'm with law firm of Allen Matkins, and I'm appearing here tonight as counsel for American Tower. I would like to thank staff for their presentation and thank Jonathan for being here on his paternity leave. So can I go to slide 2, please? So we submitted a letter in response to the staff report on Friday, which is in the packet, which you all should have received of late submitted material. As set forth in that letter, I'm going to explain tonight that there is not an evidentiary or legal basis for the city to make the findings that would support the amendment of the CUP as proposed. As further set forth in our letter, those findings and proposed amendment would violate the voluntary compliance agreement that the city entered into with American Tower in July of 2023. As staff mentioned, American Tower is nevertheless willing, on a voluntary basis, and without amendment of the CUP, to undertake additional measures at the site intended to address the acts of trespass and vandalism that have occurred there. As staff mentioned, in order to modify or revoke the CUP, the city must make the findings that are supported by substantial evidence. There are two proposed findings in the staff report. The first is that conditions of approval of the approved application or the CUP are being violated or are not being satisfied. And the second is that the site or land use is being operated in a manner that constitutes a nuisance. These proposed findings are not supported by facts, they're not supported by substantial evidence, and there is therefore no legal basis to amend or to revoke the CUP. Next slide, please. The alleged CUP violation, and again, the CUP was issued by Orange County in 1962. The CUP only has 3 conditions of approval: that the site be fenced, that the fenced-in area be covered with crushed rock, and that the access road be oil surfaced and treated to eliminate dust. There's no evidence whatsoever of a violation of any of these 3 conditions. The only actual alleged violation of the CUP itself, not the conditions of approval that existed, has been cured. So first, the height was reduced on a voluntary basis to 70 feet. The building permit was issued in August of 2023. That work was done. The building permit was closed out in October of 2023. Second, as staff mentioned, historically, AT&T, up until the year 2000 when American Tower acquired the site, and subsequently American Tower, have accessed the site via Del Dios. When it was recently alleged by the HOA that this was not the correct access point, American Tower had a survey prepared. It's in your materials. The survey showed that the access easement, in fact, connects down to Avenida Salvador. American Tower received that survey on November 13th, 2023, and immediately took steps to make sure that all of American Tower's contractors and employees and tenants access the site via Avenida Salvador and no longer via Del Dios. So the American Tower got access to the gated entry to Avenida Salvador. It took its lock off of Del Dios. American Tower representatives have not accessed the site via Del Dios since November 13th, and indeed they could not because they no longer have access to that gate. So therefore, there's no current violation of the CUP itself or of any of the CUP conditions. Next slide, please. So the alleged nuisance is essentially that the site is, the nuisance is basically that people come to the site, cut the fence with bolt cutters, climb the tower, and spray paint the building and throw rocks off of the tower. American Tower has maintained the site. It repeatedly repairs the fencing. It removes the graffiti. It annually conducts brush clearance to the satisfaction of the fire department. We submitted records showing, just as examples, contracts for graffiti abatement and fence repair in June of 2020, September of 2021, August of 2022, August of 2023. In December of 2019, American Tower spent a significant amount to have a contractor remove non-structural steel on the tower up to 30 feet to reduce the climbing of the unauthorized trespassing and climbing of the tower. In 2020, American Tower added razor wire to the top of the fence by the entry gates. And in 2022, American Tower installed 3 strands of galvanized barbed wire on the top of the fence around the entire compound, resecured the gates, welded the gate hinge post, and all of these actions at considerable expense have been taken regularly to address the repeated acts of criminal trespassing and vandalism that have gone on at this site. The evidence cited by staff is all evidence of folks' criminal activity at the site, essentially people trespassing onto the site, engaging in acts of vandalism. The sheriff's been called out, and if someone came to your home and cut through your fence and broke your window and spray painted your wall, that person is a criminal who is trespassing and committing acts of vandalism on your property. Your house is not a nuisance. The actions of the criminals who are perpetuating these activities are illegal, and they're destroying American Tower's property. And American Tower has repeatedly and over taken steps to secure the site and prevent this activity from happening. The California case law, which is cited in my letter from Friday as well as our letter back in December, is very clear that the lowest duty of care is owed to trespassers. It's a duty not to refrain from acting willfully or maliciously towards those trespassers. And American Tower has more than carried that burden by repairing the fence, otherwise securing the site, and doing everything it can to reduce this criminal activity that has occurred at the site. I would also point out that there are other wireless towers. We submitted some pictures today in the city with dilapidated fencing, graffiti on the compound, and we're not aware of any similar enforcement activity or public hearings such as this one, which is suggestive of a discriminatory enforcement pattern which would violate the Federal Telecom Act. So in conclusion, there's just not substantial evidence in the record to support these nuisance findings, and on that basis, therefore no basis to amend the CUP. Next slide, please. I see I have 3 minutes left, so I'm going to pick up my pace. On the voluntary compliance agreement, and this is covered at length in my letter, so I won't spend a lot of time with it, but the city represented in the VCA that based on the best of the city's information and knowledge, the only known violation of law was the height of the tower. All of these alleged, nuisance calls date back to 2019, 2012. So essentially all of the information in the staff report that the city now cites in support of a nuisance was known to the city before the voluntary compliance agreement. So the city, with that knowledge, asserted that there was no violation other than the height and affirmatively agreed to that in the voluntary compliance agreement. American Tower relied on that agreement, incurred substantial costs in reliance on the agreement, took down the tower, and now the city appears to be reversing position and alleging a violation that was pre-existing and using that as the basis to compel an amendment of the conditional use permit. Slide 6, please. Next slide. So this is set forth in detail in my letter, but several of the conditions, in addition to not being supported by substantial evidence, are problematic from American Tower's perspective. 4B about the escort just doesn't really make much practical sense. Who's going to escort American Tower? What about cars? Do they require escorts? Where is the Ridgeline Trail? Trying to hire a city contractor would result in a lot of delay because that would have to be pre-approved by American Tower. So there's just a lot there that's very difficult to work through. On the monopole suggestion, that's not something that can be required at this site. American Tower has a vested right to the continued operation of this facility, and views this as an option that American Tower in its sole discretion could consider and reject, and which cannot be mandated. The proposed indemnity is really just unacceptable to American Tower in this setting. American Tower provided an indemnity in the voluntary compliance agreement. That was a negotiated contract, and California law requires that an indemnity be signed by both parties and entered into voluntarily. It cannot be unilaterally imposed in this manner in the enforcement setting. Next slide, please. So I come back to American Tower does want to solve this problem, the problem of vandalism and trespassing that's ongoing. We've proposed these items, some of which were incorporated in the staff report, others not. Motion sensor lighting, video monitoring, replacement of the chain link fence with expanded metal fencing, which is difficult to or impossible to cut with bolt cutters or spray paint. Fencing of American Tower's entire 1 acre parcel. These are all measures that American Tower proposes as a compromise without amendment of the CUP, but stands by and is willing to do. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time this evening. Nope, I think my last slide is just me saying thank you. So, thank you.
All right. We'll now move to public comments.
Okay, we have 23 speaker cards, so I will call three at a time. Vonnie Barnes, Amanda Quintanilla, followed by, I believe it's Susanna Conatori.
We have slides. Mayor, Council. Slide one, I'm Vonnie Barnes, RRCCA Board President. Slide one, American Tower has been non-compliant with the 1962 county permit and voluntary agreement effective July 6th, 2023. Permit access to the towers from the city reservoir, not from Del Dios. American Tower failed to use the permitted access before and after July 6th. Slide two. This is the permit access along the Ridgeline Trail that they had from the beginning. The reservoir is blue, the tower is yellow, and the access is the Ridgeline Utility Road. It says, access to the site will be via the existing private road running northeasterly approximately 2 miles from the city of San Clemente Reservoir site. It has no access from Del Dios. Slide three. This is the gate to the Ridgeline Utility Road that American Tower did not use. Slide four. With no advance notice, courtesy notice to residents, American Tower used Del Dios to access the tower. It was shorter and easier for them. And although Harborview residents are fined for overnight parking, American Tower parked big rigs and trailers overnight for up to 10 days. Slide five. This city map identifies Del Dios as a private trail, but it didn't stop American Tower from soliciting police to get escorts up the unpermitted Del Dios. Slide six. American Tower even attached a lock to the private entry without permission from Harborview Estates or the Master Association. Slide seven. Wouldn't it have been wise to review a survey before starting the work instead of after the work was all done? American Tower had this survey done on November 1st, 2023. And the permitted Ridgeline utility access is exactly the same as the one on the 1962 county permit, which they had from the beginning. As you can see, access along Del Dios is not permitted. Slide 8. So on November 29th, after commercial vehicles were long gone, American Tower promised that going forward, they would put a lock on the Salvador gate and tell contractors and customers not to use Del Dios anymore. Really? This after already promising to comply with the permit on July 6th? Slide 9. After vehicular access to the tower was no longer needed, American Tower removed the padlock from Del Dios and attached to the reservoir gate. Slide 10. When American Tower took off the lock at Del Dios, they left the gate wide open so that all unpermitted vehicles could use the private trail. No courtesy call to the HOA or to the city. Slide 11. American Tower did not provide a list of contractors.
Expired.
Time
Thank
up.
you.
Amanda will complete. Starting from slide 10, you'll see what went up unpermitted.
Thank you.
Okay.
Slide 11, American Tower did not provide a list of contractors who drove up and down Del Dios. Here is just a few of many vehicles using private trail. Okay, how will, okay, well, I only have 3 minutes, so how can, keep going? Can you start my time? I'm so sorry. She interrupted me, so.
Well, we'll restart your time.
Thank you. American Tower did not provide a list of contractors who drove up and down Del Dios. Here are just a few of many vehicles using private trail after the July 6 voluntary agreement. First, an American Tower truck driving over the curb of the private trail on July 12th. Slide 12. Next is Sololex contracting in September. Next slide, please. Bob's Crane Service in September, and please focus on also the dates of on the photos. Next slide, please. Bob's Crane Service in September as well, parked on Del Dios, and this is a big crane. Next slide, please. Here's Bob's Crane big rig carrier in September. Next slide, please. Next is an industrial forklift working in the site in September. Next slide, please. This is a telehandler forklift that also drove up to the tower site in September. Next slide. Here are both forklifts at the tower, again in September. Next slide, please. This is a backhoe loader. Next slide, please. The long bed pickup trailer. This was a long bed pickup trailer that went up and down Del Dios Trail up to 5 times a day for 4 days in September. Next slide, please. And this is a big rig trailer with sections of the tower parts on it. This big rig trailer was parked overnight on the private street. Next slide, please. This is a big rig forklift and truck parked on Del Dios. The truck is blocking the 5 hydrant. The driveway at 615 Del Dios is blocked. There was no courtesy notice to homeowners, so they should have been cited for that. Next slide, please. In this slide, 2 big rigs block the fire hydrant. Again, trail entry and driveways of 612 and 615 Del Dios. Again, there was no courtesy notice to homeowners. Next slide, please. The fire hydrant is blocked by the big rig trailer as well as the private trail entry. Next slide, please. The big rig trailer couldn't make the sharp turn at the top of the Del Dios Trail and made a 3-point turn driving off the trail and damaging the curbs. The existing truck had to make a 3-point turn too. Next slide, please. This big rig blocked access in and out of the cul-de-sac. Again, there was no courtesy notice to the homeowners or Harbor View Estates Association. Next slide, please. This contractor was coming down the trail, barely missing and hitting the gate post. Next slide, please. American Tower trucks on the trail blocked the master landscaping truck and crew from performing scheduled maintenance on RCCA property.
You're almost
Oh, can I do
finished?
2 more slides? Next slide, please.
How many more slides?
Just 2.
Okay.
Oversized, this is an oversized scrap bins were also dragged up and down the Del Dios private trail. Next slide. Here is the last slide that comes from American Tower's voluntary agreement effective July 6, 2023, which promised to comply with the 1960 county permit to ensure continual compliance. Thank you,
Thank
Mayor
you.
Cabral.
Yeah, and thank you for slowing down your presentation to accommodate the court reporter.
Okay, next speaker, Susanna Cornatori. We have Bonnie Barnes again, but she's already spoken. We have Amanda Q again, she's already spoken. Carla Dack, followed by Lindy O'Toole, followed by Joel Rummerman.
Can I?
Go ahead. You can.
Hello, everyone. I appreciate the findings and the report from the city staff representative. We also heard the representative of American Cell Tower. That's all fine. But both missed to even mention something. There is a big pink elephant in this room, and that is the harmful effects on human health that will ensue due to the placement of wireless cell tower at the end of Del Dios due to significant electromagnetic radiation associated with it. Next slide, please. Electromagnetic radiation has well-documented harmful effects on human health. Wide range of serious medical conditions, cancer and damage of genetic material, one of the most serious, and children are particularly sensitive to these effects. These effects, it's important to note, increase significantly with increasing time of exposure to particular type and intensity of this type of radiation. Next slide, please. The risks and hazard to human health due to this type of radiation are recognized as valid in the court of law, and not only hazardous effects on the human health, but also significant effects on environment. In 2021, FCC was found liable in the court that failed to recognize substantial evidence of potential environmental harms and to take that into consideration to modify and put their own standards up to the contemporary scientific evidence. So hiding behind FCC in the court of law, I don't think that's the strongest argument for anyone. Next slide, please. Harmful effects of electromagnetic radiation and radiofrequency are also medically recognized diagnoses. Electromagnetic sensitivity is federally recognized condition protected under the Americans with Disability Act. And there are several medical codes for billing due to this diagnosis and treatment. Next slide, please. Wireless service providers will not accommodate willingly for disability due to this type of radiation emitted by cell phone towers. They're hiding behind the claim that federal disability laws do not apply to their tower operations because they do not meet the criteria for a place of public accommodation. Well, our question is, if this is the case, who will be then legally responsible for professional, occupational, but more importantly, personal disability due to the radiation of your cell phone towers? Next slide, please. Because of that,
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
I have only one slide.
No, no,
I've been, others
gotta-
were allowed time. I really need to say
I'm sorry,
this.
we accommodate the last because she spoke as fast as she could, but we have to move on.
I have just the two
No,
sentences to
I
say.
apologize, I really do apologize, but we have a lot of speakers tonight, and we...
Neglecting health issues will fire back to all of us.
I
Us
appreciate
as a
your comments.
community, you can't neglect it, and you cannot make decisions unless you take our health risks into consideration. That is not a good record for you, city representatives, nor good record for the industry.
So, who is next speaker?
Carla Dack, followed by Lindy O'Toole, followed by Joel Rummerman, followed by Perry Foskett.
There should be some slides up. This is the fence, if that helps.
Can we move? Can we move on to the next speaker where we find this?
Together, they're together.
You're together. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, I'm Carla Dack. I live at 816 El Barro, right underneath the tower. I want to say hi and thank you to all the members here. For slide one, I have the American Tower appears to be non-compliant with the 1962 county permit, as well as the voluntary agreement effective March 6 of 2023. The permit says the structure will be enclosed with a 6-foot chain link fence and locked gate. And the voluntary agreement for the ATC will comply with the 1962 CUP to ensure continual compliance. So on this slide, slide 2, December 5th of 2023, American Towers went further to say that they had taken aggressive steps to secure the site, including repairing the fence, painting over the graffiti, and remedying the vandalism. American Towers also said that placing barbed wire and a warning sign would sufficient to meet the landowner's standards of care. Next slide. Although American Towers claims to have ratified all county permit violations after the July 6 voluntary agreement, in December, the chain link fence still appears to be less than 6 feet tall. Next slide. American Tower relies on the court findings that a warning sign is sufficient to meet the standards of care, but no warning sign has been posted on the December 10th, 19, as of December 10th, 2023. Slide 5. This is American Tower's diagram showing where proposed dish antennas will be installed on platform 3. Slide 6. After the July 6th voluntary agreement, vandals easily got up inside the fenced area and painted graffiti on the building. Climbing the antennas on platforms will be easy to do. And we've noticed that there are bricks that are underneath the fence, so it's easy to climb. And since I live right underneath that tower, I've seen, so I haven't reported every time somebody's been up there, because I would be calling at least a couple times a month. So even when they lowered the tower, I sent in a picture and took a picture of some people that were up on the tower, and I don't know if they would have repercussions. They know where I live if I'm taking a picture up there, so I quickly did it, you know, so that I wouldn't be noticed. But yeah, people are up there all the time still. So, and we've had fireworks go off there, we've had people throwing things, people yelling, people talking, so it is a big nuisance. So I just want to say thank you again for having me.
Thank you for your comments.
Lindy O'Toole, followed by Joel Rummerman, followed by Perry Foskett.
Hi, I'm Lindy O'Toole. I've seen a lot of you before, and you've seen my front yard. You've seen all the vehicles. You've seen all the vehicles in my front yard, so I feel like you probably know me better than you think you do. So I'm continuing with slide 6, please. Slide 7. So when she referenced that we find people up there all the time, this was a fortunate time when it was during the day. Most of it occurs at night when we can't see and we can't photograph. But in December, visitors were photographed on the top of the tower by means of built-in ladders that go all the way from the ground up to the top of the tower. Slide 8, please. Here we are, the same visitors on one of the platform sites for the proposed antennas. Slide 9, please. A week later, visitors are again enjoying ocean views from the top of the tower. In addition to safety issues, Dish customers and stockholders should be aware that Dish antennas could be subject to vandalism and damages due to American Tower's limited security. Slide 10, please. County laws require wireless towers to be designed to prevent climbing within the first 12 feet from the ground, but American Tower has a number of built-in ladders that do, which provides easy access to platforms as well as antennas. And if you can see here, the yellow, that's just one of the 4 on each side. There is a ladder that goes all the way to the ground, not in compliance. Slide 11. Barbed wire on top of chain link does not appear to deter access, especially when a flexible chain link is not anchored to a bottom rail. Just lift along the bottom and enter. Slide 12. This is the rusty fence on the east side, which has no bottom rail. In fact, there are no bottom rails anywhere on the chain link fence. Slide 13, please. Many fence companies show beginners how to secure the base of a chain link fence with a bottom rail. Slide 14, please. In fact, many how-to manuals also install bottom rails that are readily available online. Easy fix. Slide 15, please. According to fencing companies, the life expectancy of a well-maintained chain link fence is 20 to 30 years old. Does this look like a well-maintained fence? I really appreciate your time. I appreciate taking emergency calls for me when I was threatened, so thank you, and that did not go unnoticed. And I am here to tell you that American Tower has been much less than a good neighbor to us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, I had one more slide. My time wasn't up. American Tower, this was your quote. American Tower has taken aggressive steps to secure the site, includes repairing the fence, painting over graffiti, and remedying the vandalism. I would say not enough.
Thank you for your comment.
Joel Rummerman, followed by Perry Foskett, followed by Beth Foskett.
Do we have a presentation?
I think we're good, thank you.
Okay.
Excellent, thanks for finding us so quickly. Thank you, everybody, for having us this evening, Mayor, council members, city manager, and staff. I am Joel Rummerman. I'm a resident of Harbor Ridge. So in slide 1, American Tower appears to be non-compliant with the 1962 county permit as well as the voluntary agreement effective July 6th of 2023. The county permit says the entire fenced-in area shall be covered with crushed rock. That's right, I'm going to talk about crushed rock. And the voluntary agreement effective July 6th says ATC will comply with the 1962 CUP to ensure continual compliance. Next slide, please. There are many benefits to crushed rock, such as drainage, stability, weed control, pest control, durability, and low cost. Next slide, please. This is American Tower's survey dated November 1st, 2023. The compound details indicated that there is no crushed rock in the fenced area. Next slide. The north side is devoid of crushed rock. Soil along the bottom of the fence can trap runoff, causing rust and erosion, and water that pools on the ground is a haven for pests such as mosquitoes. Next slide. Another view of the north side shows the soil slanting upward towards the hill. The angled ground surface makes it easier for runoff from the hill to enter into the fenced area. Next slide. This shows deep footprints in the soil inside the fenced area. Next slide. This shows a larger area that is again devoid of crushed rock. Next slide. Here's another view of the sand instead of crushed rock inside the fenced area. The outer grounds does not appear to be maintained to prevent runoff from entering into the fenced area. Next slide. The west side is also devoid of crushed rock, and weeds are growing in the soil. Next slide. Here, the north side is pervaded with sand where crushed rock should be. Final slide. All of the photos were taken after July 6, 2023, after the voluntary compliance agreement. American Tower does not appear to have complied with either the 1962 permit nor the voluntary agreement of July 6. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Perry Foskett, followed by Beth Foskett, followed by Christy Newhausen, followed by Courtney Morrow.
Hello, I'm Perry Foskett. I'm a 26-year resident of Harborview Estates. I'll be presenting the facts on how American Tower, for a for-profit Fortune 500 company, is not only non-compliant with the 1962 county permit, but also non-compliant and in violation with the voluntary agreement effective July 6. I've got some slides that will dispute the earlier statements that they weren't compliant. Slide 2, please. Detailed site plan shows access road on the property that American Tower is responsible for, maintaining along with the private trail that connects Del Dios to the HOA, of which American Tower had no permitted access to use. It is ATC's survey dated November 1st, 2023. The survey legend for details makes it appear that the access road is a solid asphalt. In reality, it is not. It seems that American Tower has never treated or repaired the surface of the roadway at all. In fact, they have caused damage to what little remains of the decomposed legacy asphaltic road and left the whole site in dire need of maintenance and repair. Next slide, please. Half the asphalt is gone, as you can see on the left side. ATC heavy equipment made deep tracks in the mud and caused further erosion. Next slide. This picture shows proof of more damage, failed asphalt, and lack of maintenance. Next slide. This slide shows a 4-inch depth of the deep ruts caused by ATC maintenance and equipment. Next slide, please. Here's another view of the asphalt in need of repair. Next slide, please. Yet, here is another picture proving and providing proof of the road damage done by ATC. Next slide, please. This shows the sharp and impossible turn angle that oversized vehicles would have had to make when accessing the tower from Del Dios. Unable to make the turn, equipment drove over curbs outside the easement. American Tower should have used the Ridgeline Trail as pointed out previously. Next slide, please. Here's close-ups of the ruts and damage caused by ATC's heavy equipment on the curb. Next slide, please. Here are examples of more ruts created by ATC. Next slide, please. This is a picture of commercial vehicles. We've seen that one. Next slide, please. Another commercial vehicle. We've seen that slide too, please. Next. Proof of broken and damaged curbage. Next slide, please. Additional damage. Last slide, please. All the photos and slides were taken after July 6, 2023.
Thank you for your presentation.
Absolutely.
Beth Foskett.
Hi, I'm Beth Foskett, and I live in Harborview as well. I've been on the board in Harborview for many years, and I'll just complete his presentation that it appears that it's obvious that American Tower has no regard for the laws, the permitting process, city council, or citizens of San Clemente. I'm not against cellular service or cell towers per se, but I do expect that for-profit outside companies and contractors comply with our city laws and permitting. I also expect that the city council stand up for and protect the citizens of the city and hold outside third parties accountable for their actions, require them to not only follow all rules, but also act as contributing good neighbors for the betterment and protection of the city and its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Christy Newhausen, followed by Courtney Morrow, followed by David Armstrong.
Do you have a presentation?
I do. I'm waiting for the slide.
Yeah. You're waiting for the slides.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Good evening, council members. This monstrosity has hovered over Rancho San Clemente for over 60 years. Next slide, please. American Tower has been an attractive nuisance for decades. It has captivating panoramic views of the hills, the ocean, Catalina, and San Clemente Islands, and American Tower has no staff on site to secure these premises. There is no, next slide, please. There is no lock or gate on the entrance to the property, which invites youth visitors, hiking, biking, climbing, vandalism, drugs, smoking, and other activities. Next slide, please. Here are some kids on e-bikes that entered this site during destacking of the tower. Dirt bikes also enjoy the use of this route because it has paths on the west side that connect to Ridgeline Trail above Harbor View. Next slide, please. Entry under or through holes in the old fence allows for vandalism such as graffiti on the building inside. Next slide, please. The structure is an eyesore and attracts negative and dangerous activity. The size of the structure is unnecessary and excessive. No other cell tower in town is of this size, and there is no screening at this location or concealment. The community is demanding the demolition of this outdated nuisance. An ATC should reapply for new CUP that meets the requirements of today's standards. Next slide, please. Visitors climbing onto the tower platforms face the risk of injuries, and antennas installed on platforms have the risk of being damaged or vandalized. Smoking increases the risk of fire. Next slide, please. Unsafe conditions increase the risk of liabilities to all parties. These pictures were taken on December 15th after American Tower claimed to have safely secured this site. Next slide, please. This picture was taken after the reduction of the height of the illegal height, and yet kids can still easily access and climb the tower. Next slide, please. This is a shed adjacent to the south side of the American Tower lot. It was removed because it was an attractive nuisance that harbored vandalism, drug use, camping, and the high threat of fire. Removal of the shed ended the unlawful and unsafe activities. Next slide, please. The OCFA required American Tower to remove a rigorous amount of combustible overgrowth of acacia shrubs to achieve fire zone code to compliance. It took 4 days and dozens of truckloads to remove the hazardous vegetation, apparently due to a lack of maintenance. Next slide, please. This is the Pendleton fire on October 31st, 2023, as seen from the animal shelter. Pendleton fires routinely threaten the Ridgeline Trail. It is a good thing that OCFA had American Tower clear the fire zones by the time of this fire. Next slide, please. Today, many of the towers are in disrepair or have been taken down entirely. Obsolete in today's world of fiber optics, satellites, and wireless internet, many of the tower have been taken down or swapped out. Please start
Thank
the
you.
process over. Please vote to revoke the voluntary compliance agreement.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Good evening, Courtney Morrow, resident at 615 Del Dios, next to 616 Del Dios, the tower location. Here are the facts. ATC, the County of Orange, nor the City of San Clemente are able to produce the building permit and certificate of occupancy. Oh, okay. Can you start over my time, please?
We'll start over. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Here are the facts. ATC, the County of Orange, nor the City of San Clemente are able to produce the building permit and certificate of occupancy for the original construction of the AT&T Tower back in 1962. Both of these were requirements of the Orange County zoning code at that time. Proof of vesting does not exist. ATC has been violating their CUP for years, a 150-foot eyesore with no regard for adjacent neighborhoods and community at large. The tower was only approved for A1 agricultural zoning at a height of 35 feet with a maximum variance for the antenna of up to 70 feet. Yet it was built to over 150 feet, remained that way for 60 years. The surrounding area has since been rezoned, and the impact of the use should be examined based on today's standards. Pursuant to the original CUP, ATC is required to access the site from Salvador entrance of the Ridgeline Trail, maintain a 6-foot locked fence. The entire fenced-in area shall be covered in crushed rock, and the access road leading to the site shall be oil surface or treated so as to eliminate to dust. To date, ATC is in violation of all of these conditions. While ATC wants to claim continuous use by providing heavily redacted lease agreements and termination agreements of those leases, a lease does not constitute use. Where is evidence of a final signed building permit for these applications or leases? Show us the final stamped electrical plans for power that would be required to use a tower here. They do not exist. Furthermore, there is no power at this site that could sustain the operation of such cellular antennas, and ATC is lying about the continued use of the site, knowing very well those leases were terminated because the lessees were unable to obtain approval for the use at that site. The tower has been an attractive nuisance for nearly 30 years. Residents have gone on record at city council meetings asking for the nuisance to be addressed and have the abandoned tower that poses a danger to the community taken down. The city failed to take action. There are limitations on conditional use permits established by case law. The tower does not meet the general welfare standard, that's Hawkins versus County of Marin, 1976, or the nuisance standard, Snow versus the City of Garden Grove, 1961. Many of the abandoned AT&T towers have been dismantled. You can see the staff report citing that article. Titled Vintage Skynet, AT&T's abandoned long-line microwave tower network. Why are we allowing this one to remain? ATC does not need this massive of a structure or a nuisance to achieve their goal of leasing out to telecom providers. The community is asking for this attractive nuisance to be addressed, for transparency in the process, and for the city to demand that ATC remove the tower and start the process over. Please represent the community and its best interests and engage in the proper process. Anything short of this would set a terrible precedent and encourage more bad behavior from bad actors like American Tower.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
David Armstrong, followed by Steve Lawson, followed by Bert Levesque.
I just have one slide. Yeah. So I will be brief. This is my fourth time up here talking to the council. And again, thank you to the Planning Commission especially for all the work you've done. I live on 707 Loma Adria, part of the board of directors for Harbor Ridge. And I just want to really say and repeat an encounter I had in regards to this idea that this has been in continual use, this project. How can a project be in continual use without power? How is that possible? There's no electric box there, as you can see. There's no meter on site as well. So lease agreements don't constitute active use. You need to have power to do that. So that's my question. And on the 7th of November, before our last hearing or last meeting, I had an encounter with an American Tower employee, which I did send in record on. I've been in records talking about this. And the employee basically told me he was the first person on site after the tower was taken down by 30 or 40 feet, and there's no evidence he found of power on the site or meter. So I have that basically in writing as well as on video, which I've sent in, stating what we're all claiming tonight. So my question is simple. I'll be brief. How is there continual use without power? How can we claim that? I've been there, living in this neighborhood for 14 years, and I believe there's never once been any active use up there. So that is my question tonight for the council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Lawson, followed by Bert Levesque, followed by Marty Dack.
Good evening. I've been here a few times. I was here October 17th, November 8th, December 5th. And I'm an electrician by trade. I've been in the business, the electrical contracting business, for 45 years, my entire life, basically, out of high school. I agree with what Dave is saying, and I don't believe that they have done their due diligence in providing the proper information that they have had power at that site. The method that we use, when I say we, electrical contractors, to determine if power has been provided would be go to SDG&E, have them provide the correct backup with all of the meter readings for the previous years. The lease itself doesn't constitute anything. They haven't had anybody in there. That's pretty much all I have to say this time around, and I hope you guys please consider, because it's a big deal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Bert Levesque, Harborview Board President. Been here a couple times. I'm really here just to summarize what's been said. And first of all, I'd like to thank the staff for being here, especially Jonathan. I heard about that, so congrats. And I know you guys are working hard for us, and I appreciate the time you're spending with us. I really do. I think the facts that we've said, the facts that have been presented, the pictures, the statements, you know, we've asked simple questions as to why the few things that American Tower was supposed to do haven't been done. They claim that we have no evidence. Well, there's been evidence provided. They haven't maintained that road. It's broken up. It's dirt. It's busted up. The fence is not 6 feet. Everything I hate to use the word lie, but it's certainly not true that they've maintained that property. All the work that they've done to date has been done in the last couple months. The last 30, 40 years, it's been nothing. Absolutely nothing. There's no antenna. If they wanted to show continuous use, why didn't they show a picture of an antenna? Why don't they show pictures of a solar panel providing power? Why don't they provide power records? They paid a bill. If they have been maintaining the fence, American Tower would have to hire somebody to do that. Why don't they show proof that they've hired someone to go out there and do it? This is simple stuff. They didn't. After all this time, they've just made statements. There's no evidence that they've done any of those things they claim they did. So it's very frustrating, and they knew that they weren't going to access off of Salvador. If you've ever been up there on El Salvador, that road is about 35 degrees. I'm in the construction development business. Good luck getting that equipment up that road. They accessed that road on purpose because they knew there was no other way. I challenge anybody to walk up. There's 3 entrances to that road. They're like this, and they're about this narrow. You're not getting up there. So they purposely did that and bullied our residents and called the police on them. So that's American Tower. So I am asking that you guys reject the voluntary agreement. I don't know why the advice was even given to do it. There's some simple due diligence that needed to be done, and it wasn't. So if I have time, I'm going to read a letter that was provided to me by one of our consultants, Mike Blackwell. I know you guys know him. Option 1, the city is in defensible position to revoke the original CUP and offer an opportunity for the property owner to reestablish its intended use for today's standards. This is the most reasonable action, will not deprive the property owner or properly developing the property. In fact, it will give the owner to develop the property with a solid foundation rather than vague, non-compliant, illegal foundation that exists now. This is the right thing to do. If option 1 is not taken by council, the city council should continue this item to date certain, so further information can be provided, which I've noted, proof of continuous use, which I don't believe they have done. Again, sorry, it was my time, but a lease does not constitute use. A heavily redacted one at that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Marty Dack, followed by Norm Peterson, followed by Mark Moran.
Oh, I thought I was going to get to be the last one, sorry. I'm Martin Dack. My wife spoke a bit ago, Carla. I do not have slides, and she does, and I don't know how she got those. But in any event, we have the most exposure to this tower. We're right below the tower at 816 El Barro, and I've looked at that for 27 years. We moved in when that complex was built. And it's, attractive nuisance, I understand the legal doctrine, but it's an unattractive nuisance. It's the ugliest thing I've ever seen. It's horrible. And there's no reason why they can't put this on a single pole. With the 4G and the 5G technology, the boxes, the antennas they use are really small. They just don't want to spend the money. They could take that ugly steel thing down, put up a pole, they could put up a fake tree, camouflage it. There's a lot of things they can do to hide the ugliness of it. So that's one aspect of it. They don't want to take the tower down because they don't want to spend the money. Those things are obsolete at this point. They're not needed. You can put the 4G and 5G antennas on a utility pole now, which is what they're doing. So take that thing down. It's been abandoned. Council's letter that was in the packet, the Alan Matkins January 12th letter, has a couple of exhibits B and C, which are actually helpful to our argument. They're showing this place looking like a pristine, like it's in pristine condition. It's not. It never has been. I hiked that area so many times. It was covered with shrubs on one side of it. That fence has been dilapidated from day one. They're doing all these improvements now to try to impress you. But as a 27-year resident who's been up there quite a bit, it looked like crap for years. Until now, when they're cleaning it up and they're trying to, sell this. They should have their permit revoked, which really shouldn't even be in place anymore, and start from scratch. Take the ugly metal thing down, start the application process from the beginning, and if it's approved, they can move forward with just a utility pole type thing. They don't need that big tower. The only use that's been that tower has been used for is by the high school kids, and I know that because they're out there every night screaming and yelling. Summer times it's every night, and so if there was actually a use of that tower, they should have done a better job to protect the equipment that was up there. There was never any equipment up there. The graffiti shows, they put zero effort into protecting that tower for 27 years. And that's why the kids are all up there. And they will continue to go up there because of their neglect, it has now become the rite of passage for San Clemente kids. So there's no way it's ever going to stop. They're going to be climbing that tower, but they won't be able to shimmy up a single pole, and they won't do it. So that's what I think they need to do. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Norm Peterson, followed by Mark Moran, followed by, looks like Jim Shaw.
Good evening, everybody. Marty kind of stole my thunder, but I just wanted to reiterate his points and say that American Tower has essentially been acting in bad faith. I think that just on that issue alone, they're not credible in any part of this at all. And so I think that the CUP should be revoked. Starting over is fine, but I don't think you can trust American Tower. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mark Moran. I've lived in the Harborview Estates neighborhood for 28 years since it was built. I'm here tonight to address my concerns regarding the tower. This tower's been out of use the whole 28 years I've been up there. Like the other gentleman said, I mean, we hike up there all the time. It's been in disarray. The fences are can't even call them a fence. From my understanding is what they are calling a wireless communication facility has been abandoned and non-operating for more than 1 year, which obviously it has. Then that makes the 1962 conditional use permit null and void. This means that in order for this facility to become operational, the owners would have to submit a brand-new conditional use permit. This would need to include a complete environmental review, I believe that making this facility operational will have a substantial adverse environmental impact. Over the last 28 years, this structure has been nothing but an attractive nuisance. Kids and teens climb up there all the time. It is a towering structure, but there are several ladders going to the top that provide easy access if you dare. The younger kids treat it as a rite of passage, while the teens use it as a place to party. Over the years, kids have been seen throwing stuff off the top, including lit cigarettes, bottles, concrete cinder blocks, and plenty of fireworks. I want to remind you, this tower sits in an extreme fire danger area. Fences will not keep kids off of the platform. As long as the tower is there, kids will find a way up. This tower should be demolished. In closing, I want to say that eventually one of these kids is going to fall off of this tower and get seriously hurt or killed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jim Shaw, followed by Tina Johnson, followed by Andrew Morrow, followed by Kathy Ward. Jim Shaw.
Is Jim here? No.
Jim had to leave.
Next.
Tina Johnson,
Next.
Andrew Morrow. Okay.
Next.
Kathy Ward, I see Kathy. And after Kathy Ward is David Schick, followed by Shelley Moore.
First of all, I'm not attending here for this item. I was here for item 8A, and I'm here again. I want to talk about SB 1 and make a comment on that. So I'm just here. I'm not here for this hearing at all, except that I'm here, and I would like to add what I know a little bit about. As a council member from 2014 to 2018, I was aware of the tower not being operational, no one using it, nothing on it. I think after 2018, my second time on council, we had an update to our wireless, the cell towers. We redid our ordinances on that, and staff worked very hard on that. Dan Bain was the mayor at the time, and he took Rancho San Clemente, and I took, I think, the Reserve. And we met privately with the associations, with many, many residents that attended. It was quite vocal, took hours. It was mentioned about this. We were trying to negotiate how the new cell towers would look and the shrouding and all of that, and we were so careful with that, and we adopted that. And they've been successful in going in, and they seem to be, they look okay. But it was mentioned by the residents, this ugly, horrible tower that it was abandoned, that's just sitting there from a long time ago. The infrastructure looked quite different in 1962 than it does now. The county issuing a permit is problematic. Our road stopped at Albertsons on Pico, and it was a dirt road after that. So this tower wasn't really visible that I know of. But once Rancho San Clemente was developed and more of Salvador, this should have been fixed. And especially now that there is new technology. I'm not even sure that this tower is still viable. It's sitting in a city that's a beach city with salt air. I think that you guys should make that. I'm not even sure the CEP is viable, in my opinion, because the city has. We've done it before. If uses go away and they're not being used, we take them. We stop that use or we take it down. And I know I just want to talk tonight that the residents have asked for that tower to be removed. And they have talked about the problems with it. So this isn't anything new. It's something that we knew about. All the monitoring and all that, no matter which way you guys go, you've got to make it where it's safe for the residents of San Clemente, and it really should meet current standards. And I'm not seeing continued use because I took a tour of the Ridge Route Trail and went all through with Rancho San Clemente. They actively monitor and take care of their developments. I was being told it wasn't being used. So that was prior to 2020, definitely.
Thank you, Kathy.
You're welcome.
David Schick, followed by Shelley Moore, followed by Henry Libdall.
Good evening, Mayor Cabral and City Council. My name is David Schick, a concerned homeowner in the area of the tower. And I'd like to go on record in opposition to the city staff's recommendation for permitting the cell tower modifications and ask for the city's help by revoking the current permits. First, the permits are being streamlined based on unsubstantiated claims of continuous operation, as has been stated. I brought up at the December meeting whether or not the power records had been investigated, a simple check to see whether something was being used that had wires connected to it, like an antenna. I'd like to know whether that was followed up on. And I was really disappointed to hear that the tower representative could just manage to show us or tell us that leases had been offered for that time as backup, as evidence of continuous operation. So second, I think there's solid justification for revoking these permits. And finally, I think that revoking the permits would resolve this contentious issue. Because anything less than that is just kicking the can down the road. Because this community in the near area of this tower is not willing to accept this massive cell station that's planned for that site. And it's an abandoned site, and it's been abandoned for many, many years. So there's an off-ramp, and I urge City Council to take it. Mayor, this concludes my comments.
Thank you very much.
I'm surprised the caring part of the city all went home. Guess this is important. I'm here really to talk about, if any of you have ever been up on the trail up there, there's always a breeze. It blows at our house. I mean, it blows umbrellas off of our patio. Fire insurance is an issue. None of us can get it. A University of Wisconsin study just said that cell phone towers are considered extremely high fire hazard. Just in 2019, they had cell phone fires in Chula Vista, Ohio, Virginia, New Jersey, Maryland, Washington, San Bernardino, Alabama. Since then, it's been Vegas, Chula Vista again, Hanover, Chula Vista again, 2 in Malibu, 1 in Brooklyn, Sacramento. So this is something that's happening everywhere. And here we can't get fire insurance. You're going to allow them, even though I think this group has overly proved that this has never been in use. It is not something that has ever been working up here. I myself had walked that tower for the last 30 years, and I have never seen anything but graffiti and kids up there. So the fact that you're willing to do this when, I mean, we don't want to burn. A little bit of a spark and it will fly right across and will take us out so fast. The last fire we had about, 5-6 years ago, it was 2 streets above me. I went out and I asked one of the firemen while it was going on, do I need to pack up? What's going on? He goes, you won't get out anyways. 5,000 people are not getting off this hill if the fire jumps our line. Well, we got 2 ways in and out, and the state just decided to make 2 of our lanes bike lanes, so that we're not double decking. It's single file out of this Rancho San Clemente, and it's single file in. So this is just idiotic if you guys were to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
And the final speaker is Henry Libdall.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Henry Lobdell. I'm a 24-year resident of San Clemente. I actually moved to San Clemente from Hawaii to be an in-house counsel for a design-build company for cell towers. And when I first moved in, I saw the tower. It had the antennas on it. It was a part of the backbone for a microwave station. And I was kind of concerned about it. But when they provided me the paperwork, it said in there that the cell tower was that backbone station was no longer viable, was not working. So if there was a conditional use, it was abandoned back earlier than 1999. So I'd ask you guys to consider that. Also, obviously, I have some bias because I did work for the cell phone industry. I worked for the cell tower industry. And if any of you have ever done that or have been involved in that industry, I would ask you either to recuse yourself or at least set that bias aside and side with the people that you represent here in the city of San Clemente. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. You need a break?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about a 2-hour thing again?
Well, I know. We're going to, now public comments, we're going to have time for council for ATC to rebut, but we're going to take a short break, 5 minutes, and then we'll be back.
So 10:20, or close to there, right, Mayor?
Sure. Well, you can give them one for your wife. Exactly. What? For our wives, yeah. Yeah.
Haley would look at those and go, these are what you're giving?
Yeah, exactly. Better to not.
It's not like, it doesn't come in a bathtub?
Let me try and, are we all here? Yeah, let's try and get them. Can we, I know you guys want to get home, so let's start up again, so you can all get home to family. All right. Counselor, you have time for addressing us as rebuttal or discussion, however you see fit.
Thank you. I believe I have 5 minutes. I'm going to try to keep it to that and maybe just a hair over.
Yeah, if you, there was a lot of comments, so I know you want to address them. You have, if you need more time, we're fine.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As I mentioned earlier, this is a quasi-judicial proceeding in which the City Council must make findings that are supported by substantial evidence in order to amend or to revoke American Tower's conditional use permit. American Tower appreciates the community's engagement and always works to resolve problems, but the information presented by the community this evening is not quote-unquote substantial evidence that the City Council can rely upon to make the findings to amend or to revoke the CUP. And I would direct the council and city attorney to the Roddenberry versus Roddenberry case and Beck Development Company versus South Pacific Transportation. There's specifically case law holding that hearsay and conclusory testimony are not substantial evidence. That's the Gregory versus State Board of Control case. Furthermore, unsworn statements that are unsubstantiated by other evidence are not substantial evidence. That's the Barba versus California Sprayers case and Leonoff versus Monterey County. The majority of the statements made here tonight are not supported by any evidence at all, are not sworn, and are not corroborated. None of them have been independently verified by the city. Many of the photographs presented appear to have been manually dated with no verification that the annotated date is correct. This cannot be accepted as evidence on that basis. In addition, many of the photographs presented here tonight are taken from or actively depict people criminally trespassing on American Tower's property, including photographs that appear or are alleged to have been taken very recently. We would encourage the police to review the photographs and enforce the law with respect to this criminal activity. I would like to respond to a few specific points. First, the date-stamped photographs provided by American Tower clearly show that the interior of the fenced area is covered with gravel in satisfaction of the CUP condition. Second, the CUP does not require that the access road be paved, only that it be oil surfaced or treated to eliminate dust. It's not clear when or where the photographs the community showed were taken, but they show a partially paved surface and no evidence of dust issues. Furthermore, the site is double fenced. There's an interior fence and an exterior fence. Several of the photographs shown claiming to display issues with the fence are misleadingly showing a portion only of the outer fence and not the inner fence. Furthermore, none of the photographs show American Tower or its contractors accessing the site via Del Dios after November 13th. As I explained in my presentation, American Tower removed its lock from Del Dios and no longer accesses the site from that location after that date. The Federal Telecom Act preempts state or local regulation of wireless facilities on the basis of electro EMF or radiation, so responding to that speaker. Furthermore, the alleged claims of damage to Del Dios and or the access road don't provide any evidence that American Tower caused any damage. They're not date stamped, they don't show the before condition, they're not indicating where the alleged damage occurred, and there's no photograph of American Tower causing any damage. With respect to brush clearance, and this was referenced in my December letter, the fire department signed off in writing that American Tower had completed brush clearance on its property to the satisfaction of the fire department. It appears that the adjacent property owner, which may be the HOA, has not conducted brush clearance on their property, but that is not American Tower's obligation. With regard to the allegations regarding power to the facility, first of all, I don't think that has relevance, but the tenants at the site contract for their own power. SCE had their own power pole adjacent to the site with a drop line to the pole through 2021. The power meters are located inside of the building. So you have continuous example of power from those tenants through 2021, 2022. That concludes my response to the community members' presentations. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council may have this evening. Thank you.
Is there any questions?
I got just a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Councilor Murray, I appreciate the fact that you're not using Del Dios after November. I don't know why you're using it before, since there was a designated place up by the water tower to enter, but it's good that you corrected that issue. I was wondering also that this is just for my own clarification, you said that, anybody entering that property is doing criminal activity. And you alluded to a house. If somebody breaks into your house, well, that's not a house. I do believe that if you have a construction site, you don't secure it, and somebody enters that construction site and becomes injured due to your negligence, you could be in violation. There's OSHA and our own local. So you might take that along with you, is you just can't use the fact that somebody's a criminal doing criminal activity, might not release you of liability. And the other part of this is, and I'm not clear on this, I'm still not clear, is would it be more accurate to say instead of continuous use, you've had a continuous lease? I mean, that's 100% accurate, right?
So, American Tower purchased this, AT&T constructed the site in the 1960s, right? And they had their equipment plus SCE's equipment. I don't have the tenant history in front of me, but AT&T plus SCE plus others on the site. American Tower acquired it from AT&T in 2000. AT&T remained on the site. SCE remained on the site. At least those two tenants until 2021 were continuous tenants of AT&T with active equipment on the tower. SCE terminated, if I remember correctly, in about 2021. AT&T's equipment remained on the tower. When American Tower reduced, AT&T also submitted an application to put additional equipment on the tower in about 2020, which I believe the city rejected on the basis of the height of the tower. American Tower reduced the height of the tower in 2023. AT&T's equipment was located on the top part of the tower and was removed when the top part of the tower was taken down, and AT&T is now on the queue to locate their new equipment on the tower. So I think it is fair to say that the site has been under continuous lease arrangements since American Tower acquired it in 2020, but also on continuous use since its construction in the 1960s.
Okay.
I'm just asking a question for clarification.
Let her answer the question.
And what was the date that American Tower actually became the leasee?
The owner of the tower.
Oh,
in 2000.
In 2000.
Yes.
Do you remember what month about that you?
I do not.
Okay, in 2000. All right. Thank you.
I have a couple questions. You mentioned the new fencing system. It seems like even with this double fencing system, that people are still able to access this tower. Is there any plans to change this fencing further? Could you comment on that?
Yes. So the existing fencing is essentially 2 layers of chain link fencing. The fencing that American Tower is proposing to install voluntarily is something called expanded metal fencing. So it you can see through it, but it's not chain link. It's like I enclosed some pictures of it with my with my letter, but you essentially can't cut it with bolt cutters, and you can't graffiti on it or spray paint on it in a manner that's visible. So American Tower is proposing to replace the fencing with that expanded metal fencing to prevent the repeated, what I think is happening is people are using bolt cutters to cut the chain link, and this would prevent that activity. The other thing American Tower has proposed is the American Tower owns an acre, is fencing the entire acre so that people wouldn't be able to go up on top of the hill at all.
Just a follow-up question on that. In fencing the entire acre, is that going to block the trail path at all?
It would only block the path that goes up onto American Tower's property, or the private path.
Another question for you. I do appreciate that you are making these improvements now. Why hasn't American Tower been maintaining or creating these improvements since they purchased the tower way back in 2000?
So I believe we've actually presented substantial evidence that American Tower has been doing so. We submitted the receipts showing the repair of the fence. We submitted the receipts showing the additional improvements made to remove the graffiti. We showed the new strand, the galvanized barbed wire in 2020. So I think that all these allegations of disrepair are not substantiated by evidence. The only actual evidence before the council is the evidence that we put forward of ongoing and active repair of this facility.
All right, is there any other questions?
Yeah, a few questions. The photographic evidence that was shown to us showed the fence being substantially less than 6 feet. What were your thoughts on that? You indicated that it was, and clearly, I think it was Tom Barnes was standing there, I recognized him with a stick.
On our property.
And yeah, I know he's not 6 foot tall. And what are your thoughts on that and why?
So first of all, that individual was trespassing on American Tower's property, purporting to take pictures, right, and make representations about the
Let's just
height. So
let her answer. I mean, we can disagree, or we're here to hear both sides, and this is her opportunity to comment. So let's just try and be respectful. Thank you.
So I can't speak to that individual's height or the purported evidence or where he took that photo or what it is of.
So your contention is that the fence was indeed 6 feet high?
My understanding is the fence is 6 feet high, correct.
Okay. I just want to say, you mentioned earlier that the evidence that was presented isn't credible because it's not properly sequenced and dated, but it is testimony that we can consider because it does show photographs and they are dated, and rather than them having to prove that that's an accurate date, I guess you'd maybe need to demonstrate that it's not an accurate date. So I find that evidence was fairly credible. Also, even the road, you mentioned the road doesn't need to be paved but oiled, but clearly the photographs from what appeared to be a recent date, dated recently, showed mud tracks and road that was not oiled. So these are technical violations. I wonder if you want to respond to that.
Sure. Can I respond to both points on?
Sure.
So the cases that I just cited to you belie the fact that you can take as credible evidence something that has a hand-annotated date stamp on it. So I don't believe the burden is on American Tower to dispute or to refute the accuracy of those unsworn statements. I would point you to the Barber versus California Agri-Sprayers case for that statement.
We can't have comments right now.
The requirement for the road in the actual language, if I have it, from the CUP, is not that the road be paved, but that the road be sprayed or maintained to reduce dust. So there's no evidence in this record before you that the road has not, that the road is dusty or that it's not been
It looked like dirt, and dirt generally generates dust if you drive on it or walk on it or ride a bike on it without oil or some surface condition. I just wanted to hear your response on that. So you're just saying there's no evidence that there was actually dust?
I'm saying there's no evidence that the condition of approval has been violated.
Okay, and one concern regarding your thoughts on the nuisance factor regarding what appears to be almost constant access, even to this month, of people accessing the property and climbing up on those high towers. That's, to to me, that sounds like a very dangerous situation. And what are your thoughts on how that's not happening now or in the future?
So, first of all, we've proposed additional measures to further cut back. These are acts of criminal trespass and vandalism. It's private property. So someone is going up there with intent, with bolt cutters, cutting through the fence, tagging the building, climbing the structure. American Tower had not had any reports of climbing made to American Tower since 2019. These photos suggest that folks have been climbing the tower much more recently, which was not reported to us. But we're proposing these additional measures, these voluntary measures, to essentially further prevent this type of criminal activity from going on at this site.
Okay, but you're not contending that property that your client owns and maintains, that if it's not maintained or guarded or protected in a way that protects the public, that you're not completely without responsibility?
So what I'm saying is that American Tower is maintaining the site, and vandals are breaking into the site, trespassing, and cutting through the fence in order to climb. So I think American Tower's responsibility, and this is under the case law, is not to act willfully and maliciously towards the public. American Tower is in no way doing that. They're continually repairing the site after the public damages it. So I believe that the evidence does not support that American Tower has maintained a nuisance, but in fact that American Tower has gone above and beyond in attempting to curtail criminal activity at their site.
How recent has ATM been there doing these remedial works that you're talking about?
So we submitted receipts with my letter on Friday from, let's see, June of 2020, September 2021, August 2022, August 2023, December 2019, and I believe American Tower has also done some recent work, so recent work repairing the fence after it was cut again.
So recent being in the last...
5 months.
Thank you, I don't have any more questions.
All right, thank you. Okay.
Thank you, council, for coming in a difficult environment here. I've been there. I've got to say, though, that, well, first of all, let me ask you this. What were the requirements for the initial conditional use permit? Remind us again of that.
Let me just consult my notes. That the site be fenced, that the fenced-in area be covered with crushed rock, and that the access road be oil surfaced or treated to eliminate dust.
Yeah, and your contention today on behalf of American Tower is that all of those conditions have continuously been met through till today?
The site be fenced, the fenced-in area, yes, correct.
Okay.
Well, so, yes, that those are the conditions that are placed on the original CUP, and that American Tower is in compliance with them.
Is in compliance and has been in compliance with that, including the road?
Including the continuous, I mean, I can't tell you what condition the road was in the year 2019.
Right, okay. Now, when the city engaged in the voluntary agreement, didn't American Tower aver as part of that there had been a continuous use of wireless services for the entire time?
No, I wasn't part of the,
That statement wasn't made?
not in the voluntary compliance agreement or otherwise, but in fact, the tower has been in continuous use, and
No, I'm saying, didn't American Tower state that the tower had been in continuous use, wireless use through the entire time period?
I don't believe that was ever raised during the negotiation of the voluntary compliance agreement, but it would have been a true statement had it been made.
If I could follow up on that, Chris, just a quick question, because on November 8th, I think it was... Oh.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, I was going to ask, at the public workshop, didn't you testify that it had been in continuous use? Because I think I asked you that question, and you said it has definitely been in continuous use.
Yes. That was
Use,
in-
not just a lease is in existence, but actual telecommunication waves coming into that tower and leaving that tower, continuous use.
Yes, that was in
That's what I
December.
thought- That's what I thought you testified, yeah.
It was a different question than what he had asked
I
about
thought
the-
that's what he asked.
That's basically what I asked, that it's been continuously used for wireless transmission of telephone services over the entire time period, at least at American Tower, has been there?
So I just went through the timing. I can go through the timing again, right? So
I remember that, but your timing made it seem like there was a time period where there wasn't any wireless transmission.
So the only time period where there has not been wireless transmission is since we destacked the tower and took AT&T's equipment down.
Prior to that, when the AT&T equipment was at the top, you're saying that there still was wireless transmissions going on through that AT&T equipment?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. All right. I guess maybe my last question is sort of a simple one is I think, frankly, the city was giving American Tower a little bit of the benefit of the doubt with the voluntary compliance agreement. The focus was on the height, which had always been the problem, right? These submissions have been made. Nope, you can't get that because you're out of compliance with the height. Okay, we're going to lower it. Great. Okay, you are permitted to lower it. But now that we've gotten all this evidence about other issues at the site, why would it not be proper for the city to revoke that compliance agreement and wait until American Tower can establish that all of these nuisances have been abated and that the other issues have been addressed?
So to begin with, I'm not conceding that there's any nuisance maintained by American Tower. Second, to the extent that the city is now claiming that's a nuisance, that's knowledge that the city had in 2023 when the city averred in the voluntary compliance agreement that there was no violation. So these alleged, phone calls and nuisance claims go back to 2012, and in 2023, with full knowledge of that, the city contracted with American Tower and represented there was no violation. The city represented that. So, to the extent that the city now wants to sort of retrade that agreement after American Tower relied on it to its detriment, incurred substantial cost in reducing the tower, I would say that is a breach of the voluntary compliance agreement on the city's part.
What happens in a contract if one of the parties is, through no fault of its own or even through fault of its own, relies on a mistake of fact? Isn't that invalidate the agreement?
So in this case, the city didn't rely on them. There was no mistake of fact. The city had the facts and made the representation. There's no new facts presented here.
What would happen if one of the facts that was averred by the opposing party ended up not being true, and the city relied on that fact? Would that invalidate the agreement?
It would depend on the nature of the agreement and the fact.
If it was material?
It's a hypothetical that I'm not going to answer. You would have to provide me with exactly what legal argument the city is relying upon to
I'll add
say
to the hypothetical. What if, in fact, there wasn't continuous wireless services, and that was something that the city had been told was going on, but in fact wasn't true?
So, for starters, the threshold is not continuous use, but intent to abandon. So there's California Supreme Court case law to that effect. So even if that fact were true, which I do not concede, it would be immaterial to this contract because it has no legal bearing on the continued right to operate under the CUP.
Okay. Thank you.
One real quick follow-up, and this is a letter I received, Alan Matkins,
That's
you sent this, right? And there's a photo that you submitted here, and it's got a date of 11/16/23. I don't know if I should believe that, but for the sake of argument, I'll believe that's when it was taken. And you took it, and there's dirt, and there's no crushed rock. I just go back to the simplest thing. It just seems like there's a lot of things you just didn't do that was in your agreement to do. It's like, people are breaking in. Unless people broke in and stole all that crushed rock.
So, sir, the responsibility for the crushed rock is within the fenced-in area.
This is your photo.
And there's gravel inside the fenced-in area.
Really? Looks like dirt to me. I don't know. I'm just saying, it just seems you pass over the stuff so easily. The fence isn't, I don't know, maybe that guy's 9 feet tall, maybe that fence is 6 feet tall. Maybe this, maybe, it just seems like you're very cavalier, and it's not your fault, you're not out there doing this work, but you're talking about residents that are really concerned here, and this is their future here, and it just seems like you kind of shrugging it off, and when somebody breaks into your property, well, that's their fault. When you don't comply with what you're supposed to do, we'll just go up Del Dios. We're not supposed to, but we'll just do it. That's trespassing, just like you blame, Mr. Barnes for doing. But it's okay. It's okay if you do it. But no, he's a criminal. I just find it interesting. Somebody wants to come in and be a good neighbor. Well, I'm not getting that feeling at all. No matter what happens here, you get your tower or not, you're not being a good neighbor, and it doesn't look like you have any desire to be. Just a thought.
Clarify, it's your client.
I know. No, I'm sorry, American Antenna doesn't have any desire to be.
All right. Any other questions?
Just one more on fire mitigation. You are maintaining now that you are creating a zone around where you're cutting back the brush. Has this happened, or is this going to happen? Where are you at in fire mitigation?
So the date is in my December 5th letter. American Tower did an inspection at the site, as they're required to do annually, with the Orange County Fire Department, who certified in writing that the site was compliant with their brush mitigation requirements.
I've been a resident here for my whole life. I've walked that ridge trail many times, all the way back from 2000 earlier. That seems like a recent development to me, of maintaining that as a fire-safe area. It would appear to me that over the last 20 or so years, that hasn't been the case. Do you have anything to say to that?
So I would have to ask the fire department for their records. My understanding from American Tower is that those inspections are annual, when the fire department goes out there and inspects the site and either certifies that it's compliant or requires additional brushwork. So my understanding is that it's ongoing and annual and under the purview and inspection of the fire department.
All right. Well, I think all the questions have been answered, and all my questions were asked, so I'm not going to ask you any questions. And so we will close the public hearing. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, before you do that, you might want to ask your fellow council members if they have any other questions for staff.
Any questions of staff? Thank you, Counselor. Any questions of staff?
I just have one question for our city attorney. It's, my understanding is that the FCC rules don't give the city the jurisdiction to opine or rule on microwave technology issues. And my question to you, Madam City Attorney, is there was some testimony that was given about the health issues, and there were some cases cited from, I think, the Ninth Circuit. Did anything in that presentation change your thoughts on the jurisdictional issues relating to the health?
So you're correct that the federal law prohibits the city council from taking health effects into consideration if the federal regulations are met. So nothing in that presentation would change my opinion on that matter.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff?
Just for sort of wondering, and staff, and thank you both for being here again. And this is, I guess, for Adam and Jonathan. In making the staff recommendation today, did you consider the evidence that's been submitted by the residents before, actually it would be before today, because you had the recommendation. Did you consider that evidence that we'd received from the public over the last few months, I guess, in making this recommendation, or was it just things that staff had observed?
Staff has taken into consideration the public's comments at all of the City Council and Joint Planning Commission City Council meetings, as well as all of the independent communications from the public that the city's received. We simply vet the information that is provided and recommend a path forward that we feel is legally defensible.
Okay, and you'd taken American Tower's evidence into consideration as well, that's been presented?
Yes.
And
Yes.
you weighed the evidence and you found that more likely than not, or whatever, it established whatever the findings that you have recommended here?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right. Is there anything else, based on the comments that the counselor had made, that you want to comment on, either of you? That will clarify or?
I don't have the date of the letter in front of me, but I can tell you that when prior to the voluntary compliance agreement, there were discussions about the ongoing use of the property, and that was a statement made by Ms. Murray in a letter challenging the city's declining to approve a requested wireless facility installation. And this was, I want to say, back in 2020 or so, 2021 maybe. That statement was reviewed by staff, and because the voluntary compliance agreement was geared at addressing an identified violation of permits, it's a code enforcement action, and in that respect, the city has the burden of proof to show that the property was not in compliance. So that statement sufficed for staff's purposes as far as the voluntary compliance agreement goes. After that, they were still relying on these that statement through subsequent applications, specifically the wireless permit. And it was after that, it was for this action that we requested additional information, and American Tower simply provided that in redacted form to substantiate previous claims. But there was a consideration about the continual use of the property prior to the voluntary compliance agreement.
All right, thank you for this. So without any...
One other question. Adam, I understand that the Harborview Estates Homeowners Association's filed a lawsuit against the American Tower Management Company. And I guess my question is, would you see this action having any impact necessarily on the city's actions going forward?
That's a difficult question for me.
Maybe I should have asked the city attorney that question.
I don't have enough information.
Just the significance of the Harborview lawsuit.
The Harborview Estates HOA has filed a lawsuit against the city. That lawsuit challenges, at a fundamental level, the CUP and the voluntary compliance agreement. So it places before the court, at least on some level, some of the issues that are before the council today. So I can't opine on how that would turn out, but it is in the court system now.
Yeah, I guess one thing that just crosses my mind is my experience has been in 50 years of being a lawyer that oftentimes when actions begin, solutions are found by the parties. I'm just wondering if in this case, and I appreciate the comments that the council for the tower company is the efforts that they've made to kind of try to address some of these issues, and I'm just wondering if rather than deciding this evening, if we postpone this matter for a while to see if any positive actions can come.
Why don't we close the hearing and then in discussion and, yes?
I would just say, before closing the public hearing, if you have no more questions for staff, it would be appropriate to ask American Tower whether they have any additional comments that respond to what staff just said.
We will give you that opportunity if you want to take that.
Give a lawyer another opportunity, of course.
Oh, yes, this is it's a quasi judicial process, and we want to be fair to every side.
I don't have anything further to add. I haven't reviewed the correspondence that staff referred to, but I'm not sure it's material to this discussion. So thank you for the opportunity to respond.
All right, thank you. All right, so we will now close the public hearing. The public hearing is closed, and we will begin our deliberations. And Steve, I'm going to kick it over to you because I think you raised a point.
I'm just looking at this, and I don't know, and I haven't thoroughly digested the litigation that's pending, but I'm just wondering if there's some opportunity for the defendant, we're a defendant in that lawsuit, the city is, and as is the tower company, and I'm just wondering if, and I know that some of the concerns that the residents have expressed have been, in my opinion, it sounds like potentially partially addressed, maybe not completely, but partially addressed by our co-defendant in that action. And I'm just wondering if maybe we, rather than deciding tonight, we pause and just see if there's any possible solution that might lend itself to resolution. Again, my experience has been that when parties have disagreements like they clearly do here, that given time and the venue to negotiate those things, results tend to sometimes happen that nobody, is not a win on one side and loss on the other, but maybe a compromise that maybe presents a solution.
And hopefully it will. Mr. Duncan?
Generally agree with that principle, but I got to say that in this case, we've got pretty compelling evidence from the residents, in my opinion, that the tower has not been in compliance with the CUP. I don't think regarding the crushed rock, it's been in compliance. I don't think regarding the paved oiled road, it's been in compliance, and I don't think regarding the fence, it's in compliance, because the fence has had continuous holes, as I think has been demonstrated. We can criticize the value, or, the way that the evidence is presented, but we can consider evidence and give it the appropriate weight. I think it's compelling. And then I think also that the city I'm convinced that the city entered into the compliance agreement under what ended up being untrue circumstances, that there was continuous wireless use at this site. I would love for the parties to have the opportunity to come to an amicable solution, but I'm at a difficult point because I generally feel like we actually do have the evidence to take action on the CUP and potentially the compliance agreement tonight. So that's kind of where I am right now. I'm interested in what our fellow council members think.
Mayor, may I interrupt just for one moment? It's 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
We just need to vote to continue.
I'll move
the
we
meeting
continue
to-
the meeting to 11:30.
Is there a second?
That's not even close.
We have other matters on our
If you want
agenda.
to do it again, I
11:15?
think we might as well do midnight, because we're going to, come on, we got all the rest of the agenda.
Midnight, is that your?
Yeah,
I think we're going to.
Okay, we'll continue it till.
Is there a
whenever.
second on that?
Second.
All right.
Second
All
is
in
Rick. Rick's the second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, it's unanimous. All right, let's
Thank you,
keep
Laura.
going. Rick, do you want
Actually, let's see, I've kind of heard from Steve. I'd kind of like to hear from you, Victor.
to? Okay, well.
To tell you the truth.
Well, let me let you guys
After
talk.
Mark, I'd like to.
I got to say that the evidence that the residents put forward is very compelling. It's unfortunate to me that the council for ATM has essentially called them liars, and I don't appreciate that, calling our residents as liars based on the evidence given. It makes me feel like ATM isn't acting in good faith. I would like to see them change that and to start acting with the residents in mind going forward. I believe there is a solution that can provide that, and I hope that the parties can get together to find that solution. I think there are very concrete ways to make that solution happen, some of these being listed here. So I'll stop there.
Yeah. I would agree with the comments of my colleagues. It is, I think there was progress being made, as evidenced by the voluntary agreements that were reached into after the voluntary compliance agreement. The litigation throws a wrench into it a little bit because it makes it difficult for us to make a decision on this that's now before the courts in a second proceeding. I was of the opinion, and still am of the opinion, that there is a remedy, that there is a solution that will make us all happy. I just don't know how we get there from where we are right now. My initial impressions are, if we do some of the stuff that's been asked, it won't help us reach that point of resolution. It may make it more difficult, because then we become, more involved in the litigation as opposed to trying to find a solution. And I really do believe there is a solution in this that we can all find. Maybe not, but I think there is. I litigated for many years, and I can tell you that litigation, it's a lose-lose proposition in my view. Nobody wins, even if you prevail. It's a lose-lose proposition. But that's my personal view as a litigator. The only ones that won were the attorneys that were on both sides. But I'm not sure that I've made up my mind, but I'd like to hear from the rest of the council.
Well, you're running out of the rest of the council.
Yeah, I guess the rest of the
That's
council.
you.
I kind of agree with Chris, and I'm not an attorney. That's why I wanted to hear from you first. And the fact is, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, and there's been plenty of things that brought up that I don't think American Antennas has complied with or even attempted to comply. This agenda, it's interesting. It would have been interesting, I should have said, if this agenda's been out for a while, and if American Antenna was up there getting in on the proper road, fixing that fence, painting that place up, throwing some rock down in the last week or so, at least that would have looked good, It would have looked like you're making an attempt, but it just seems to me, and again, I'm not an attorney, that they've taken the position that legally we can just do it, and that's the way it is. We don't have to really comply. We've got the feds on our side, and we're going to do it. I would have liked to see a little bit more, on their part.
I agree.
I look at, the conditions here that the city's set up, and I look at half of them, and I don't think that they've complied so far, and I don't even see any reason why they will, particularly. Again, that's my opinion, but I really agree with Steve, because he's I know what he's saying. You get sued, all of a sudden there's two people in a lawsuit, and boy, sometimes you're scrambling to figure out how to get this done. And I'd like to think that would happen, but I just don't know. But the facts in front of me tell me that American Antenna has not complied with their conditional use permit, and they should go through the process again.
Question for the city attorney, Mayor.
Well, you want to ask who the
City attorney.
city attorney?
Yeah.
Is that
So we don't have to.
permissible at this point in time? or do we-
So, city attorney, just, I guess a hypothetical here. If the council determined that there had been violations of the conditions of the conditional use permit such that a revocation is warranted, is there an option to kind of continue that for a date certain in the future in order to facilitate some amicable resolution prior to that? Or is it kind of like we've got to make the decision or not make the decision? Does that make sense?
Continuing this item either to a date certain or an unknown time is always a council option. So,
Yeah, but continuing, making a finding, basically, that we think that the evidence demonstrates sufficiently to warrant a revocation, but we're not going to impose that yet. We're going to give American Tower maybe one last chance to come to some resolution that's acceptable, and then then if that doesn't happen by that date certain, then we'll move forward with our action. I'm just wondering if that's I'm not saying I want to do that, I'm just saying if is that a possibility?
Yeah, that's a
Because that seems to
possibility.
address a little bit of what Steve was
That's a possibility.
Okay.
You can make factual findings and then hold the
Hold it in abeyance.
effectiveness in them in abeyance until a continued date, absolutely.
Okay.
Any other discussion, or someone want to make a?
Well, I'll just say one more thing. Another major concern is the tower itself. I'm a high school teacher. I know my high school students, when there's a will, there's a way, and I wish they had more of a will to do their homework than to climb towers, but they want to get find anything that they can get up to. And that piece of property there is prime location. No matter what fencing you put up, the tower itself is going to be a very large temptation. And I don't see a way to stop that temptation in that nuisance category.
The action that's been filed by our citizens here and their association, their representatives, they've sort of, in a way, kind of chosen the venue where they'd like to see this go. So my inclination is, and I agree with the comments that have been made about the findings of fact. I'm troubled by them and think that they haven't been complied with. So I guess my thinking is, I'm not sure if it's appropriate how I should make this motion, but I'd like to give the association, their representatives, an opportunity to meet with the tower people, and I'm not sure how long that's going to take. I don't know if there's been an answer filed, but I'd like to table this till we hear back a status, at least, from the parties in the lawsuit to see how they're going forward.
Is there a second?
Well, I don't exactly
Okay.
understand the motion. So we're not making a decision and we're tabling the decision, or are we making a decision and continuing to a certain point?
You got to speak into the.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I just don't understand the motion, in that, are we still making a finding?
Well, we have it, I guess we've had the evidence. We can always come back and have the findings. We need to make the findings this evening.
It's at the council's pleasure. You can make the findings tonight. You could hold and continue. and
I
make
understand,
findings later.
yeah. I guess my thinking would be to simply, until the parties have had an opportunity to get together on their lawsuit and report back to us, the city manager and the mayor can schedule this next week, next month, 3 months from now, whatever, once we hear back from the parties to this lawsuit to see how things are working out.
That's the motion. My understanding, or my issue with the motion is, I think that might be appropriate if we hadn't gotten so much compelling evidence of violations of the CUP tonight, right? Then it could be, okay, look, we sort of don't have enough here to make a decision, so let's let the litigation play out and kind of see where we are and see how these voluntary actions from American Tower work out. But I got to tell you, I mean, I'm convinced that that actually all three of the very basic conditions of the conditional use permit were not complied with continuously.
Want to make a?
So I guess my substitute motion would be that we make findings that the tower is not in compliance with, and has not be continually in compliance with the 1962 continuous use permit, and such that the evidence warrants revocation, but that we hold that revocation action in abeyance for some period of time, and I don't know how to come up with that, frankly, right now, but I don't know.
I guess you could table it for a time uncertain until the parties report back on where they are on the.
Yeah,
Probably gotta
I'd
have
like to have a
some kind of-
date
some kind of date.
certain, because then it's sort of like, it's uncertain what would warrant
Yeah,
further
I
action by
understand.
us.
I understand.
We could revisit it and say, city manager, do you have, or do I have, or city attorney, do you have any suggestion on a date range there that might be appropriate for? I'm hoping that this will jumpstart further discussions with American
If
Tower.
the council was looking for a continuance date, I would think they would want to allow some kind of time for something to happen, right? So What are you looking to happen?
Well, looking to see how the litigation develops with the HOA, because that could actually, that could sort of
Go quick.
alleviate the need to take action, and it could be quick. Or for, for discussions to occur with the city separately from that litigation that might address the concerns of all parties.
You talking like meeting after next or something? Or you think?
Yeah, that maybe, I mean, is a month too short?
I would say it would have to be at least 30 days if that's what you're looking for.
You have to answer the complaint, they have to cross-complain a month or two.
Three meetings from now?
Maybe 3 months.
Or maybe 90 days? Oh,
Maybe report back in
Okay.
no later
No later than 90 days.
Yeah.
No later, well, yeah, and the city's a party to that litigation, so of course, we will be part of those discussions as well. I want to make sure that there's an opportunity for those discussions to potentially resolve the situation instead of litigation. I agree 100% with Mayor Cabral there, that litigation is not the best way to resolve a dispute. So I guess I want to make sure there's enough time. So I'm comfortable, why don't we do 60 days? That doesn't mean we have to take action in 60 days. That just means we're going to bring it back 60 days. We'll see where we are. We'll see if we want to fulfill the action there with the revocation action, or if we want to continue to push it out. So that would be my motion.
Substitute motion.
Is that appropriate? I just want to make sure. City Attorney, is that appropriate in terms of the legal standards or the findings we would need to make to take?
Sure, I'll just repeat the motion since
Sure.
there's a lot of discussion in there. It sounds like we have a motion
Okay.
from Councilmember Duncan to make findings that there's been a continuous non-compliance with the CUP conditions. And
Can
that
everybody hear
evidence
this?
Warrants
Listen,
revocation.
can you speak in the microphone?
I'll start again. Sorry, it's hard to, I can't hear myself talk. So the motion by Councilmember Duncan is to have the council make findings that American Tower Corporation has not been in continuous compliance with the CUP conditions, all three of them, and that such evidence warrants revocation, but to hold the revocation in abeyance for up to 60 days.
That's,
Is that accurate?
yes.
So that would be the substitute motion.
I'll second that.
All right. Any
Mr.
further-
Mayor, I do not believe there was
A second on the first.
original motion by Councilmember Noblock.
Okay, so, then
You want to
just-
constitute a
you
friendly,
just
well,
Want to withdraw that, or,
I'll withdraw the motion if that's on the floor. I'll withdraw my motion.
and then we just have your.
Right, okay.
And I second it.
And it's seconded. So is there any further discussion?
Call for the question.
Okay, the question's been called for.
I'm an aye.
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 Aye. So it's unanimous.
I don't think they know what happened.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Next item.
Next item on the agenda.
Moving on to consent.
Hey, we're getting to
We can-
consent.
We can give, would you like to give a moment just for the room to clear, or would you like me to move forward with consent?
No, we can move on to consent, because.
Okay. We have 4 items on consent that the public would like to speak on.
Wonder which one.
Okay.
Item F as in Frank. F as in Frank, G as in George, I as in Ida, and J as in John have been pulled by the public.
I didn't
for
hear the
consent.
last one. F, G, I as.
J.
J.
J, yeah. All right.
Can we pull K?
You want to pull K too?
Yeah, it's confusing.
All right.
Maybe we can clarify that.
Anything, is there a motion then on the remainder of the consent item?
Move the balance?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. The motion is Loeffler,
Second was no.
second is no block,
Did you
okay.
get that,
thank you.
Loeffler? Okay,
Okay.
so let's move on then to item F.
Lois McNichol, item F on the consent calendar.
Item F.
Okay. I will let our audio team know that you're having a hard time hearing in the back.
You're on
Item
item
F?
F, speaking on item F.
Item F under consent?
Under consent, okay. Let me just look at it for a second. I've been so busy with this.
Can you text Kate and let them?
Tower thing. I forgot about everything else.
All right, so just step up to the microphone and you can start speaking.
Okay.
All right.
We'll go ahead and start your time. Item 7F.
7F, okay. Is this the contract award?
Yes.
Yes.
So, I was very, I'm concerned about anything that I don't understand. So when so when I read this and it does not make complete sense to me. Plus, I know that we're talking here about putting in more pay stations, so people have to pay for more parking. Is this what we're talking about here? Because if we are, in San Clemente, we do have quite a bit of paid parking already. In fact, you can barely park down by the beach unless you pay for it, unless you live there. So that's why, and the amount of money that we seem to be paying them is $120,000. That seems to be very expensive. And I focus on funding because it's always said when we're coming up here and we're saying, well, we want you to give this to us or provide that to us, the funding is never there. But all of a sudden, there's 120 grand to put in paid parking.
Thank you for your comments. Any more comments on that item?
No more comments on 7F.
Move the item.
Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Next item.
Item G, contract award as needed building plan review services, Lois McNichol.
And this is about the audible fencing, right?
No, this is item G.
Oh, gee. Okay. Again, something else that I don't completely understand. As needed plan review services. I don't even know what that means. And they've already decided that we are going to pay $85,000 for this on an annual basis? And what kind of plan are we reviewing? Are we reviewing the North Beach plan where we were going to put in a skating rink and all of that? Or is this some other plan that we have that we were going to be reviewing? Because $85,000, and again, I focus on money, $85,000, and that's not just one time, that's annually. What are we doing with this?
Any other comments on this item?
No additional comments.
Do we have a motion?
I will move to adopt resolution number 2404.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Loeffler. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Next item, I.
Item I, construction and rehabilitation of beach trail fencing and appropriation of funding in the amount of $250,000 to continue pedestrian audible warning system and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Class 1. Lois McNichol has pulled this item.
I live by the beach. I have not seen any audible beach fencing, none. So I want to know why where we are continuing this from. And what does that mean exactly? Audible beach fencing, does that mean that fencing, if you get too close to it, it talks to you? Because that's what this means. I mean, that's what it's written. What it's written, that's what it's saying to me. And again, I ask when I don't understand things. Audible fencing, that's what it means to me. The fencing is talking to you.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion?
I'll just make a quick comment to that. The audible fencing is where the train tracks are to go past them, that there's sound coming in, that trains are coming instead of the trains using their horn. It has saved my family numerous times, knowing that crossing is there. So with that, I will move to adopt resolution number 2405.
Second. Okay, motion's been made to approve and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's passed unanimously. Next item
J.
J.
Consideration of approving a project fee grant submittal to the Orange County Transportation Authority for the continuation of trolley services and SC rides. And this item was pulled by Mickey Rathman.
Hello, Mickey Rathman, local resident and local business owner, and tremendous fan of the San Clemente Trolley. It is good for our residents, and it is also good for business. I really appreciated the city doing the trial run of the Green Line, and I jokingly kind of called it a dodgy white van that we had that wasn't the pretty red trolley. But even with that white van, people still rode it in rainy weather. So can you imagine when we have a test or have it during sunny times and have the beautiful open air trolley, how much ridership that we will have from our tourist servicing areas in South San Clemente of State Beach and our hotels and motels and the folks living in South San Clemente. So I'm in support of you guys asking for more money. In addition to the trolleys, there are some funding requests for the NEV circulators, which is great, for the SC Rides program. That this grant that the city staff has put together asks for more than just for things for the trolley, that it's great for our multimodal transportation needs and really good for our city. And I know it's in the consent calendar, which likely means that it'll just get voted in. But I just really felt it was important that you know that we notice how wonderful it is, the business owners and the residents, and we're really in support of it. So thank you so much for using city funds and for looking for creative ways to continue these kind of programs and for looking for ways to purchase additional trolleys. I think it may take 5 trolleys to continue that Green Line and then maybe even do a trial run for, I think, maybe a yellow line that goes to Talega. So this is a great program, and thank you so much for your continued support of it.
Thank you.
Fun fact before I move this is that years ago, when they first wanted to extend the trolley past the summer months and into some other months, they didn't have the money to do it. It was the Friends of San Clemente Foundation that funded that expansion. Just a fun fact. I moved.
Who's in charge of that place?
Move item 2406.
I will second the matter that keeps a smile on the face of San Clemente.
And I'll just add this, I believe that there is more funding available that we're searching for to expand that beyond. So it is coming down the pipeline, but I won't say more on that.
Yeah, it's an ongoing effort.
All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next item, last item, K.
Okay, and I apologize, I should have clarified this before this meeting, but I totally forgot. And what this, basically, concerned, we changed, we altered when the mayor's term ended officially last time. And I want to make sure that whatever we do, that Victor's term ends up going to January 1st, because otherwise he loses out on a Christmas time during his term. And I'm not sure that we ever addressed that after we altered it this last time.
No, he became mayor on December 5th, so he had Christmas this year.
Yeah, the motion was, the mayorship of Chris would end at the end of that meeting.
Right.
And Victor would become the mayor.
So he was the.
Okay, so
yeah.
I become the mayor, yeah.
So we,
Okay.
so we just want to make sure that we have that one meeting in December, and then
okay.
Victor will remain the mayor through that meeting, and then whoever is the new mayor will start immediately after the end of that meeting.
Well,
Yes.
That's what we.
There will be, well, there's.
that's what we did.
That's what we did
Last
this,
month.
yeah.
To my concern, and it was not a problem because you're going to be the mayor going forward. My concern with this is the first meeting in December, when someone's term ends, whoever's mayor that year, their term may be up, and now they're mayor when they're not an elected official, they're still acting mayor for the 3 weeks into December. So historically, it's never been a problem. So I'm sort of the opinion, if it's not broken, don't fix it. I'm not quite sure we did that last month, but we did. But I don't know that we need a permanent change. That's my thinking on it.
Well, I mean, I just give the example of, I became mayor, didn't know that was going to happen, didn't have my wife there, didn't have my family there. I wasn't able to do what Victor did today, which was kind of cool, of having his mother and his wife here for his first meeting, and that was kind of the reason that we
Doesn't it
did
make more sense to elect the mayor in December and then actually be seated in January when you can?
Or the second meeting in December.
Or the second.
Or if there is one,
Yeah,
yeah, definitely in the second meeting, if there is one.
That would be fine too, but that was I think that was the reason, just to help improve the continuity of that meeting, and then make sure that if family wants to come and celebrate that first meeting as mayor, they're able to do that.
I guess, again, with 100 years' history in this city, we've never done that. We can always, this is the first time in my experience that we've had spouses come in and so forth, which is nice, but we could do that anyway. We could do that at the next regular meeting.
Right.
I guess Chris, at the last meeting, Chris's concern was, I don't have to get out of my chair and move the seat, because that's awkward.
Well, and he had done the agenda and knew.
Not that, I mean, I
the
prepared for the
presentations
agenda.
and all the other stuff.
Well, there were a lot of
There
presentations.
was, and
so
that, well, we can look at this sometime down the future. We thought about
I
it
think
more.
this will change in 2026 anyway.
It will
So
definitely change in
this is just
2026.
for a couple years, and
But it's just
then we're
for
good.
one more,
Would be 2 more cycles?
It would be two more.
Two more.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well,
All right, so-
Before council makes a vote, I do want to let you know we have speaker cards.
Oh,
Yes.
great. Let's
Call them
hear
now.
from the speakers.
Tony Rubolino, followed by Amanda Q, followed by Kathy Ward.
Okay, guys, this has never been an issue. Historically, what happens is it's the first meeting in December, there's a Christmas pageant that happens, the singers, the whole bit, and every meeting that I've been that's post an election season, now granted, we're waiting for the register of voters to finalize and confirm who is the official elected. I've always seen family there, ready to go, snap photos, do the whole hoopla on the shebang. It's never been an issue, so I don't understand why we're trying to change what historically was unbroken. Now, here is, I think, the bigger issue is that, now Chris, this is a big debate that was going on, is that we were trying to figure out, when is Chris going to change his city council mayor title on his Facebook page? Now, I had picked today before the meeting that he would switch back. I was wrong, I was off by 1 day. Chris actually changed it yesterday. So Chris was no longer mayor at the end of that meeting, which would change to Mayor Cabral, but yet he maintained the title on his social media all the way through December, all the way through the holidays, into New Year's, on through January, up until yesterday. That is bogus and ridiculous. We were reading articles and they were referencing Duncan, and we were seeing newspaper articles in the San Clemente Times. They were referencing Mayor Cabral, and people kept asking, who's the mayor? Do we have two mayors right now? Now, Chris knew exactly what he was doing. This is all part of his assembly campaign. We all know that. He's politicizing the issue. Now, what you guys need to do is make sure that does not happen again. Historically, it's never been an issue, but with Chris, he likes to go ahead and push the agenda and then, oh, I didn't know, and nobody told me, and, and kind of feign ignorance and that whole shtick. It's getting tired. Chris has lost support from previous people that were supporting him. Chris, it's over. You guys need to address this tonight, right now.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next.
Amanda Q, followed by Kathy Ward.
So, originally I wasn't going to speak on this matter, but it's come to my attention that on the ballot, we're going to have two mayors in San Clemente. It's on the ballot for, of course, Chris Duncan's State Assembly, but also for the 74th Republican Central Committee, where it says Mayor of San Clemente for Victor Cabral. So I'm really concerned about that, because here we are with two council members claiming both mayor, and they both did it within a certain amount of time, which was all appropriate. However, the appearance of having two mayors on the ballot, it says Mayor of San Clemente, doesn't look right. So I'm concerned about this policy change, because it does go with what previous resident mentioned, that it goes when the Orange County Voters or Registrar's Office validate, certify, yes, this is when, this is the city council member. And then there's going to be a period of time when we're not going to know who's going to be the city council member. So it's been done every time, the first meeting in December, families here, Mayor Victor Cabral, or at the time, City Council Member Victor Cabral had his mother and his wife here. So there was plenty of time to do pictures and all that. So I think this is a situation where it's just really about appearances, about what is going to be on the ballot agenda or the ballot measure for the election. But I really think that we should just stay with the normal process of what has been consistent for years, to elect or to select a mayor the first week of December, and just keep it that way for 2024, 25, and it's going to change in 2026. And it should be service above self and not selfish measures. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Amanda. Any other comments?
Kathy Ward.
Why not?
Why not?
Okay, so there is no need to keep changing the procedures of the city council that have worked for generations, for decades. I've had no issue, I've seen no other city council member have an issue. You get voted in mayor, the city clerk moves out of that seat because she's running that vote. You sit down, you are now the mayor, officially. I heard there was talk of, this is uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to change seats and all that. It's not uncomfortable. It's just a change of seat. You become the mayor, you get ready to go. It's like, saddle up, you're it. And I understand, I think, Victor, you were against that and you were ready to go. You should have taken control of that meeting as the mayor. Unfortunately, you were not recognized. I think if Steve Knobloch had been the mayor, I'm not sure he would have said, no, let's do it different. So trying to keep changing things is adding a lot of work to the city, a lot of work to the staff, and a lot of unsurety in the residents of what is going on. If I can't follow it, they can't follow it. There's just so much going on, and we're not following policies and adapted practices that the city has done. There was no reason this last meeting to not have everyone change, and Victor, you should have been running the meeting from the get-go. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Is there any other comments?
No further comments.
All right, so
Well,
there
if we just move item K, it stays the way it is anyway. Isn't this mostly about the elected mayor? I mean, the vote-in mayor?
No, this modifies the policy to do exactly.
This changes it. If you look on page 5, it changes it to reflect that the policy that we initiated, or that there was 4 members initiated last time. Or we could revert back to the old policy.
You could not vote in favor of this item and it wouldn't change.
If you vote no, it stays how it's always been. If you vote yes, it's how we did it last meeting, where the mayor, Victor, would continue that one meeting until the end. That's all it is.
Absolutely.
All right, is there?
Which one are you?
Is there
It's
a
your
motion?
item, right? Didn't you move this?
Right, well, yeah, let's, I move that we vote on the item, right? Do I make a motion that we vote no on this item? I mean,
You can.
okay, I'll move that we vote, on the.
Is there a second?
Second, I'll second.
Oh, there's a second this time. All right. Is there any further discussion?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, this would benefit you, Victor. It sounds like you're maybe not in favor of it, so if you're not in favor of it, then I got no reason to push it. I was just trying to make sure that the meeting runs smoothly. If it's not a big deal.
On the day my term ends.
Yeah, I got no problem with keeping it.
On the day my term ends, I will happily move seats.
Great. Okay, all right. Then I'm a no, I guess, yeah.
No.
Or, wait a minute.
Yeah, we're.
Or no, yeah.
No on this.
No.
Yeah, no.
The motion was to vote no,
No, his motion was
Well,
to,
just a vote on the.
to not vote on the ordinance.
Mr.
To rescind-
Mayor,
No, no,
What was the motion?
I would just want to clarify one thing procedurally. So at the last city council meeting,
we did,
you changed the policy. What's before you is memorializing the policy change. So I would recommend that you consider revising your motion to not amend the policy and to
Not amend the
reverse
policy.
what you did at the last meeting so that you stick with the current policy.
is that your motion?
I think so.
I'll second that, I think so.
Okay, so that would mean that a yes vote on the motion
Right.
means that
Right.
the policy as written stays in place.
The policy as it exists.
exists.
As it exists today, unrevised.
Unrevised, yes. That's the motion.
Be a yes vote.
I move that the existing policy on this matter remains unrevised.
Second.
Aye.
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 And the existing policy is a policy that existed before we amended
For the last
it in
100 years.
December
Correct.
meeting. All right. All right, just clarifying. All right, we'll move on to, we're done with,
Done with consent. So let me catch up here, back to public hearings. We are on public hearing item B, item 8B, introduction of commercial and recreational vehicle parking ordinance and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act.
all right.
Open the public hearing?
Is that a public hearing? Yes,
It is
it
a
is.
public hearing, yes.
Any regard?
On this item?
Yeah, we
Okay.
can talk on this item.
Let's,
We have another speaker in front of you, so you
Okay, that's fine.
let's open the public hearing on this item.
Good evening again, Mayor and members of the City Council. Adam Atamian, Community Development Director. In the interest of time, I will keep this short, and also this is a project that the City Council has been presented with a few times over the last year, so I believe that there's quite a bit of familiarity with the proposal. Just quickly, though, back in February of 2023, the City Council, in response to multiple complaints about long-term parking of recreational vehicles, directed the Public Safety Committee to review the city's existing parking regulations, which they did. Also in February of 2023, the staff report provides a a breakdown of the most significant changes being proposed. Parking for commercial vehicles is lightly expanded in terms of hours when commercial vehicles are prohibited from parking overnight. Recreational vehicle parking shall require a city-issued permit for any parking over 4 hours. The permit process for this remains generally the same with our current code. Recreational vehicles would be prohibited from parking between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. on the western portion of the city's municipal golf course property. That's along the alley that runs behind like the OC Tavern in that area. And then we are also recommending that the council delete in its entirety Municipal Code Section 1028-150 because that will become duplicitous with duplicative of what we're proposing at this time. Wide vehicles are currently not regulated by the San Clemente Municipal Code, and they will be with this ordinance, and new definitions have been added. Staff recommends that the council introduce ordinance 1763 and find that the ordinance is not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. And I'll end my presentation with that. I'm available for any questions.
All right. Is there any
Like to hear public comments?
public comments?
Amanda Quintanilla, followed by George Gregory.
I'll make this very quick. Basically, ordinance number 1763, page 2, it says held a duly noticed public hearing, just a small typo. I think it's held a duly noticed public hearing. Also, on page 3, there is no definition of business activity. I think that was brought up at a meeting with the city manager and Mr. Adam Matamian and my legal counsel and I. I think if everything looks, if we have reviewed it, and I think that's just the minor changes, and that is that. I know page 7 does mention business license and regulations of this code under Title 5, but there's no definition of business activities. And it does say pursuant to subsection D. So I think that is it. That's it. Thank you. So I hope this gets accepted just with typos. Thank you.
George Gregory?
Wish I knew how to use my phone that well. My internet broke down and stuff just as I started to get into the reading the whole thing. So correct me if I'm wrong or something. I do appreciate you allowing me to keep my ladder on my vehicle overnight because it's ridiculous me loading it and unloading it at weird hours. My neighbors want to kill me. This would also go true for a poor little Mexican gardener or a Japanese arborist or whatever you happen to have who has similar equipment that sticks above the bed of his truck. That seems to be a little capricious and selfish. If you just have a wheelbarrow, the tire's going to stick above the truck. If you have a full tool bucket and the last thing you put in there is your hammer handle sticking above the bed of the truck. To make that a violation is just ridiculous. And it gives another opportunity for people to harass their neighbors, hardworking neighbors. We're all not professionals. We all don't drive Porsches to court with a briefcase. How would you like me to make a law that says you can't put your briefcase in your Porsche, but you can put a blonde in the Porsche? So let's change that. In other words, Porsches are made for blondes and not for briefcases, okay? Pickup trucks are made for hauling things. And some of these things are not practical to unload and load every day. You know, if you got a pallet of brick that's going to be installed tomorrow, and your pallet of brick is in your truck overnight, I don't think you should get a ticket. If you're going to get a ticket, I think you should be able to pick that brick up and throw it through that person's window that gave you the ticket. So, to persecute us for content of our vehicle is silly and mean. So, I hate to ask you to amend it again, but you really discuss it. Content shouldn't matter, unless it's illegal or it's odorous or something strange like that. Just because it's a tool? Gosh darn. Thanks, guys.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any other public comments?
No additional comments.
So let's,
Question,
Yeah, we're gonna-
question if I could.
we're going to ask a question.
Adam, the definition that the last gentleman was speaking, is that on page 9, the D, is he referring to the commercial vehicle definition, or where is that rule that he's referring to?
Yes. It is on page 7 of the packet, item B5, commercial vehicle, and this
there
has
it
been
is.
updated to reflect the amendment to this particular definition that occurred a few months ago. It's the last item under 3. It basically says pickup truck, as that term is defined in the California Vehicle Code, shall be considered a commercial vehicle unless, I'm going to jump to item 3, the vehicle has been modified to include a rack extending over the length of the vehicle's bed, which currently has goods or wares of a commercial nature. The added language is here, with the exception of ladders that do not extend beyond the horizontal limits of the vehicle stored thereon. So the council amended that section to include with the exception of ladders that do not extend beyond the horizontal limits of the vehicle a few months ago.
Any other questions?
No, I guess I'm trying to understand, I understand we modified this for the ladders, but the content issue, where's that? Is that?
I believe what Mr. Gregory is getting at is that the definition would still prohibit somebody from putting a pallet of bricks in the back of their work truck.
Under number 3 that you're talking about?
Yes.
Because it says the vehicle has been modified to include a rack extending over, well, no, I'm asking about a specific, you go back to number 1?
Part 1 of those 3.
Okay, it's number 1.
Goods,
It's number
wares, or
1 that he's
property,
referring
okay,
to.
property, commercial nature, that extend above the manufacturer's box. Oh, the box.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so above the manufacturer's box would be the truck bed. So if you store things in the bed and they don't extend over the height of the truck bed, then they're okay. That's the first item. The third item gets to things that are actually attached to the
So
to a
item
rack.
1, if it's visible above the height of the truck bed, you're in violation of this ordinance, correct?
That's the way.
That would be, yes, that would be my reading.
All right.
All right, questions, Mr. Enmeier, Councilman Duncan,
No questions.
Rick?
I'm just trying to picture a pickup truck with, with a low bed and something that's a foot above it.
Yeah.
Or 2
Still-
inches above it.
Yeah, 2 inches above it, that's still below the cab, I mean, that's probably something that's pretty common, or could be pretty common.
The manufacturer's box is not the cab, it's the back.
It's the bed, yeah, it's
It's the
not.
bed.
Right, that's what I was thinking, at first it's the manufacturer's box, but the box is the cargo compartment of a pickup truck, is not what box is referring to here?
That's how I would read
I don't know
that.
why would they call it box? Why wouldn't they call it the bed of the car or the truck?
So let me ask you this, if there's a cover, I mean, some of these pickups have built-in covers, I mean, anything, those would be above the bed, but it's true. It being.
Yeah, like a
if somebody-
camper shell, you mean?
Yeah, if somebody had a camper shell, a few things on that. They, depending on the definitions and the use of the vehicle, camper shells may be trucks with camper shells may be covered by other aspects of this ordinance.
Okay.
If we're talking about just a camper shell that's just covering the bed of a truck, if it's loaded with items, I would have to defer to OCSD on how they would handle this, but my thought would be that they would consider that within the manufacturer's box.
Okay. Any other questions? Go ahead.
I'm just going to say, I'll make a motion to introduce ordinance, no, sorry. Go ahead.
Do we have to close the public hearing first? If there's no other questions, we'll close the public hearing, and then we'll allow for motions. Okay, we'll close the public hearing. All right, go ahead.
All right, I'll make a motion to introduce ordinance number 1763, and Ms. Campanella, will you read the rest of it?
Sure. 1763, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, amending chapters 10.04 and 10.28 of Title 10 Vehicles and Traffic of the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to parking of commercial, recreational, and wide vehicles and trailers on public property, and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act.
Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Second by Rick Loeffler. Discussion?
Yeah, I'm troubled by this. I'm thinking about the minutia of this. In my neighborhood, there's probably 3 or 4 trucks, and they from time to time have stuff in their back. They're not commercial vehicles, but they're just pickup trucks. And I just cringe a little bit about this. When we were considering the length of the ladder, when this was amended last time, I didn't focus on this first item. I appreciate it being brought to our attention. You know, I'm just a little troubled that we're really putting a headache on our citizens that happen to drive trucks that might have who knows what, camping gear, firewood, you name it, anything, and I'm just a little troubled. So I guess, I don't know, I'd like to see some language that allowed normal use without hammering people that simply have something in the back of their truck. I know there's a motion on the floor, but for a substitute motion, would there be some language that would kind of,
Well,
or maybe a friendly amendment? I'm just thinking out loud here.
Let me just say this, we've been here a long time. It's almost, we're almost running out of time. Maybe this isn't, the best time to come up with a fix, but it's up to.
Can I ask a question? Was this ordinance drawn on its practices in other cities that have the same language, or is San Clemente the only one that has this kind of language?
Do we need to reopen the public hearing?
Yeah, well, actually, we do have to reopen the public hearing if we're going to have, and we are reopening it.
Thank you. And quickly, this definition is the California Vehicle Code definition of commercial vehicle. Many cities, in fact, I'll say most of the cities that we reviewed as part of this item also used the California Vehicle Code definition, including the city of Dana Point, whose ordinance we modeled this one off of.
And that's also material extending above the bed of the truck? I mean.
Yes. Yeah, the ladder was the thing that we added.
Here's the,
other than that,
the thing about, I think this.
Do you have any more questions of?
No, I'm sorry, I don't.
We're going to close the public hearing.
On discussion now?
Now on to discussion, yeah.
I think this is, I doubt that Orange County sheriffs have ever written a ticket for this, or in Dana Point, unless it was some kind of strange case where you had somebody parking a commercial vehicle for days and days and days, and they needed to use it for a tool. I just don't think that this is something that's going to be enforced if somebody has something sticking up a little bit above their bed and they happen to, move the car the next day in normal course of work. I just.
It probably wouldn't be enforced unless your neighbor was upset with you and he said, hey, he's got something in his truck. Sheriff, would you get down here and ticket this guy? How about if we just say, with this definition, have whatever extends above the bed covered, so that the neighbor doesn't have to look at an extra cinder block or an extra bicycle or.
Well, we have a motion and a second, so.
Well, we want to do it right, though.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Could we ask the staff to maybe work on language that's less draconian and allows normal use with maybe a cover or something to, I don't know, I'm troubled by it, that's all.
I can see that. Chris, did you?
Especially the Japanese arborist that lives in my.
I'm prepared to support the motion. I think we just move on.
All right, okay.
So we have a motion and a second.
If it becomes a problem, we can go back and maybe do something
We have a
about
motion.
it later. At a later date, we can modify it.
That's correct. We have a motion and a second. Does someone want to call the question?
I'll call for the question.
Okay.
Aye.
So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No, okay, I'm an aye. Next item on the agenda.
Next item is public hearing item 8D. It is 11:58. Would you
Okay,
like to?
so I guess we're going to have to extend it.
You want to take a vote to extend
Move we
before?
extend the meeting until we're done, or until we decide.
Let's go at 12:30.
12:30? Okay, and it looks like we want to take a 5-minute break, though. so-
I'm fine. I just need to stretch my legs.
Okay.
You guys thought it was a good idea, council, all these meetings, huh? Sure sounded good at the time, huh?
It really did. Okay, so is there a second to the?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous. All right, let's move on.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing, introduction, first reading of zoning text amendment to San Clemente Municipal Code, Section 17.28.206, temporary parklet dining, consideration of a resolution continuing the participation fee and finding the actions exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act.
All right. This public hearing, too?
Yes, it is.
All right, so we're going to open up the public hearing. Is there a staff report, a brief staff report?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Cabral and Council. I will be brief, especially this is an item that you're very familiar with. So Council initiated consideration of an extension of our existing Parklet program previously, and then staff took that item in front of the Planning Commission back on December 6th. The Planning Commission reviewed the program and recommended no changes to the existing program and recommended that the Council approve an extension of that. And so the resolution or the ordinance in front of you would do just that, to extend the program in accordance with the state legislation, that's AB 1217, and that would run through July 1 of 2026. So with that, I'll conclude my presentation and I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Do we have any public comments?
We do. We have 3 public comments. Adriano Piazza. Is Adriano here? Mickey Rathman. Mickey's back there, okay. And followed by Kathy Ward. So Mickey Rathman, followed by Kathy Ward.
Good evening. Parklet program. It has served a really good purpose in 2020 when our restaurants were closed and we were in a pandemic and people couldn't eat inside. They became very popular, as I know you well know, and many of us as residents do enjoy sitting outside and dining. 2026 is a really long way away. That we've sort of made these accommodations to have these decks that are blocking public parking that sometimes don't always look great. Some restaurants take great pride in their parklets and make sure that they look good, are well kept, and that their landscaping in the pots look good. Other restaurants don't take as much pride, and so that it causes our downtown to not look as great. So that in looking at just adopting the program that we have had and allowing that to run for another, 2.5 years, may be foolish. That there perhaps needs to be some changes in landscaping requirements, the type of pots that we use. I know that we're going to be starting the electrical upgrades along Del Mar, and people are going to have to take their parklets down. How is that going to affect? And then, putting them back up and the storage and this, there's lots of things that have sort of been discussed about this over the last couple of years. And I guess I would just hope that there would be a little bit more attention paid to how it affects other businesses and affects the downtown as a whole. Parking is of a big concern. You see me being a really big cheerleader for the trolley, and one of the reasons is because parking is so tough downtown, and the trolleys help alleviate that. I know that the extension of the Parklet program in the past, the funding has helped fund those trolleys. So is that continued? I don't know, just do we need to chat about how that's going to affect what we're going to do in relation to parking downtown? Because I know that it helps the restaurants and that's good for downtown, but then there are other businesses that aren't restaurants that these parklets and the blocking of parking and sort of the vibe of them detracts from other businesses. So I guess I just want to bring it up and have a discussion, and just so that it's, midnight, and sometimes some of us are willing to stay late to be the one to stand in the breach and say, hey, don't just roll this forward, let's talk about it, let's make sure that it works well for everyone. And I love my restaurant neighbors downtown, and I don't want them to think that I don't support their businesses, because I do, but I also support other shop owners as well.
Thank you for your comments.
Kathy Ward?
Kathy?
Council members, this is a vote to extend temporary parklet dining, temporary. This has become anything but temporary. It is becoming so well-known. We set a hard date that this is supposed to end 12/31. Hard date, because our city is not supposed to be closed. We are not in a public health emergency that the state told us we had to do this. But it keeps continuing. And I just heard a comment, we're helping the restaurant owners. They are doing things in lieu of actually helping. No one wants to miss out, because if somebody has an outdoor dining in the parking, they think they have to have it too. Have you ever considered that they don't own those buildings? Those owners, a lot of them are out of town, out of the country, they find out that they have all this extra real estate, you don't think they're going to change their agreement and ask for more money? That has been happening. They've been asking for more money. I tried to go to Avia's, who already has outdoor dining. The whole building was erected and designed so that there'd be an outdoor back patio to Avia's. They didn't want to heat it last week because they're only really using the outside on our public parking. That is not right. Avia's has an outdoor dining, Nick's has an outdoor dining. What is that other one? Brussels Griffon has it, thank you, because I was just going to say the Danish place, I don't know. The place on the corner, the one who, I think he's the president of the DBA. Cotton's. They have outdoor dining. They have already been given a parking waiver. They have more seats than they're supposed to have, and we did that because we gave them their outdoor dining that all opens. That is outdoor dining. We've already given all these restaurants parking waivers. Now you are saying it's okay to take up parking spaces. I just want to tell you that you are harming the downtown. It's becoming where it is not it's not temporary. And we're talking about 2026. There are new businesses that are just moving in, are trying to figure out, because there's no room they can't take up any more parking. They're trying to figure out how to take parking up in the parking lots behind. You are taking away from the residents and other public being able to come to the downtown and enjoy walking the downtown, walking it. Avia's already has posts that come into the center. I don't know if you guys ever try and go and walk. You can't do it with these in front, in there. You can't park for one, so you're trying to find that. You're messing up the circulation of the city because it all backs up. It's not free flowing on Del Mar anymore because everyone's trying to find a parking space, so it's slowed up, and now the parking or the backup goes onto Del Mar.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for your comment.
please open our city. Don't do this anymore.
Any final comments?
Amanda Q.
Okay, Amanda.
So it was, when was it? Was it a month ago or so? It was Mr. Andy Hall, Randy Little, Adam and Tamian and I, and a member of the DBA. And so we walked up and down Del Mar, looking at some planners, looking at, what kind of things we can do to improve that area. And on the corner of Ola Vista and Del Mar, there was, 5 planners, big, huge planners that, from what my understanding, from what I was informed by the city staff, that it was Jonathan Lightfoot that picked them out. Well, these 5 planners are in the red zone, and I thought they were going to be moved up to the old city hall, but they're still there. But when you're going on Del Mar, there's also these big, huge planners taking up space. So you're preventing parking space because you had those big, huge planners that were for outside dining. So my thing is that, this has to stop. This outdoor dining has to stop. And there are certain measures that need to be done by the city. You need to move those planners to have a red zone available for any kind of fire emergencies or anything like that, and then take out those planners to have more parking. So this has to stop. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And I'm on Del Mar 2 or 3 times a week, and the city manager is aware of that. Thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you, Amanda. Any questions of staff?
When's the construction supposed to start, where they've got to move all those anyway? It's dead, I'm sorry. They don't charge mine.
He said, his question was, when does the work on Avenue Del Mar start, such that they'll have to move these parklets anyway to accommodate that work?
My understanding, and apologies, I haven't been in the office for the past week, but is that the work on Del Mar is supposed to start in the next couple of weeks. So our public works team rebid that work, but they're expecting to start here in February. So very shortly, we would be removing, or the businesses would need to remove those parklets for that work.
And what's the length of that project?
We've conservatively told the business community to expect 9 months. We're hoping for it to take much less than that, but that information was pending the means and methods submittal to those bids that Public Works was waiting on. So there'll be 2 processes, so pulling electrical from the alley at the top of Del Mar down, and pulling electrical from Seville up. And so ultimately, it's going to depend on how many, the manpower that contractor is bringing.
I have a follow-up question on that. So certain portions of Del Mar are going to be, they're going to sequence where they are requiring these facilities to move, right? Where they all move off of Del Mar at the same time.
Yes, thank you for clarifying, Mayor. The work won't close down the entire street for that amount of time. The work will be done sequentially in 20 to 30 foot segments. And as they go, yes, the curb will be inaccessible. We probably will be asking all the parklets to be removed at essentially the same time, unless there's a very clear break of block, the 100 block for this period of time, and then the 200 block. We may have more flexibility if that's part of their means and methods approach.
Okay.
By the way, real quick, I have to acknowledge that my wife sits on the Planning Commission. This matter came before the Planning Commission. I haven't discussed this matter with her, and I can be fair and unbiased.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
I I'll speak loudly, my mic's gone.
Cade.
I'll use my teacher voice.
Here, you can.
Oh, thank you. Just looking at the cost per square foot, we're at 2021 cost value there with inflation over the last few years. Is there any plan to relook at this cost in the near future, or would that be up to the council's discretion, or is there any plan on that?
Absolutely up to your discretion if you'd like to make alterations to that. Staff just carried forward what the council adopted last time at that $4 per square foot for public space and $1 per square foot for private.
It's really unfortunate that we're doing this at 12:15 at night, something important like this, where probably we would have a lot more public input here than we're going to get now. I mean, it's just too bad. Yeah, I'm feeling like maybe we should continue this.
We're actually at the point, it's still in the public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Let's, if there's any other questions, we'll close the public hearing.
Question here, Mayor. Jonathan, is this staff recommendation consistent with the Planning Commission's recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Okay. That's the only question I have.
No other questions of staff. We'll close the public hearing and come up discussion now.
Yeah, well, especially about the construction thing. I mean, I'd kind of like to see what they're planning on closing, for how long, when, what segments, to see if some of this is going to be, we tell everybody they can have their, let's say, we told everybody they can have their parkettes, and then now they're going to be closed down for several months, and what do they do? It seems like the mechanism here, we need to put this into the equation on how long we're going.
Well, I think the mechanism is, I think a lot of these folks probably won't put them back in, right? Even if they're allowed to, because of the great expense in taking them out. So I think just like before, when we changed the standards and a lot of them went away, I think it's there's natural attrition that would happen if we did allow them to continue. Folks would decide, hey, look, it's just not worth for me, for my business, to deconstruct and reconstruct it. So I think that's an individual choice that would be up for the businesses. I don't think we need to direct that. They'll know going in that they may be out of service for a good long time.
And I would only add to that all of them have been notified already that it's going to happen, that there's a time frame coming up.
Not a surprise.
So they won't be surprised by this. Any other?
Yeah, my only
discussion?
comment is that we kind of need to decide what kind of a city we want to be. We're creatures of habit, and once something gets started, it takes on a momentum of its own, and it's difficult to change direction. We started, 25, 30 years ago with Farmers Market, where all these parking spaces are taken up with individual vendors people like it, but it's some do and some don't. A lot of issues. I'm inclined to allow people to continue, but I think if it's a larger issue and we need more analysis, we could continue this. We're not discussing it at almost 1 o'clock in the morning. But I'm generally.
Will there be any feeling about maybe doing it for a year instead of 2 years? And maybe, with that.
Well, is there someone that wants to make a motion on how we proceed? I've heard several ideas.
Well, I think there is some time consideration here, right, to take action. I don't want to have to.
Yeah, let's do this.
You want to open back up?
Let's open up the hearing.
Okay.
Can you give us a time constraints that are impacted by?
Yeah, I think, and apologies, my microphone's dead as well, so I'll try to speak up.
Wait, so you have to speak into it, otherwise it can't be
It's dead.
recorded. So,
Use that mic. There you go. Now you're talking.
Can you hear me? Yes, okay. So a few considerations to take into account that were raised at the Planning Commission hearing. So one of them is the cost of construction. So most of the businesses were seeing about $20,000 for the cost of materials, and then For deconstructing, they're paying for just the labor, so in the range of $5,000 or so to remove the material. So we did have some public comment at that meeting to that effect, that the length of time of the approval is significant for them, so that they could take into account the factoring that in over X number of months. As far as moving forward, I think that what we'd be doing if you take an action to extend it, we would need to rework the contract. So each of those businesses currently have an agreement with the city. They'd need to enter into a new agreement because that agreement is terminating. So that new agreement would become effective based off of when the road work is completed. So they would not pay for any time that they're not in operation, would be the thought of getting that going. So I would say there's not an immediate need, but there would be a benefit to staff to having some time before that project concludes so that we can get those agreements in place.
So for this year, I mean, they may be closed down, if we extend it for a year, they may be closed down for a significant portion of that year anyhow, right?
Potentially, yes. I think that we would like to, if this program is continued, if the work is done through their segment, then we'd like to allow them to open up once that work is completed in that area. So I think it might be a little bit of a rolling process with those businesses.
But I mean, are the agreements expired as we speak now?
They're expired, but they had a note within that agreement that they would need to be removed within the month of January. And that needs to happen anyways because of the upcoming work on the road.
Okay.
So there is an urgency to getting this extended or?
I think for a business, they want to know, can they invest in a $20,000 thing if they're going to have it for 2 years? So for me, I'm ready to make a motion to.
We got to close the public.
Any more questions?
Any other questions of staff? Let's close the public hearing.
Go ahead.
You have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion to introduce ordinance number 1772, and I'll go ahead and read it. Ordinance of the City of San Clemente, California, amending section 17.28.206 of the San Clemente Municipal Code, regulating temporary parklet dining, which established standards for outdoor dining areas and sunsets on July 1st, 2026.
Do we have a second?
And that includes the other parts of the staff recommendation as well?
Yes.
Okay, now I'll second.
All right, discussion?
I think we don't have any business owners here that we're going to speak in for. I think Adriana was going to speak in favor of it. But I do think it's been really beneficial to the businesses. I see the other side as well, believe me, but I just think that it's a really nice feature. People love it. We've been given this other 2-year window to kind of close it out, and let's give the businesses the chance to do it, knowing that a good portion of it they won't be able to operate because of the road construction.
And-
So I'd like to leave it up to the business.
And Victor and I actually walked on Del Mar and talked to numerous patrons, and it was overwhelmingly that's one reason that they come to San Clemente. What we can't show quantitatively is what it would look like if we didn't. Would there be as many people around in the summer going to the other businesses?
The businesses appeared to like it.
You can't say so.
So does someone want to call the questions unless you?
I'll just say one last thing. I think the answer to the solution of parking is more public transportation, getting more trolleys out there, focusing in on that is going to be a major solution to this issue.
Okay, we have a motion, you call for the question. Is there-
Aye, I'm an aye.
Okay, aye?
Aye.
Aye, okay, it's unanimous. All right. Next. Where are we at? Item,
Yeah, Mr. 10A?
I think we could move 10A to the next.
Would you mind moving 10A, Steve? to the next?
It's going to be pretty brief, pretty quick. I think we can cover it quickly. It's a simple resolution about Prop 1. A lot of money the state is asking the citizens to vote for mental health facilities, which I think is important. I think is highly needed, and I think will continue. My concern with the proposition is that this is another state cram down where they put in this proposition taking away local zoning control and placing substance abuse and addiction treatment facilities in residential neighborhoods. It's another residential cram down. Our citizens, I'm sure, don't like it and will not like it, and we'll have them up here complaining, why didn't we do something? And we can't do so. That's the state legislature. Chris maybe someday will be making those decisions. I hope he's as conservative as he makes out here, but I think we need to, I just don't think I think we should tell the legislature, not this time, not this proposition, not in our local neighborhoods. Keep up the good work for mental health. That's our homeless problem. 90% of it's mental health and drugs. But the neighborhoods is a problem.
Go ahead.
I would love to have this debate. My fear is that it's 12:20 at night. I have a few things to say on this. This could continue on. I would love to.
Let's say them.
I mean, the rest of the council.
I'm prepared to keep moving if we have to go a little bit later.
Okay. All right. So here's what I would say. This is $1.5 billion to fund more behavioral health, and this is something we absolutely need. And to health beds. This is incredibly important to our state to fight the problems that we have with homelessness. $6.38 billion for 11,000 new treatments and new housing, which is essential for us to combat homelessness. This is also in agreement with Cal Cities. Cal Cities supports this bill. I think we should go along with Cal Cities. It does give more direction and more money straight to our city instead of the county so that we can make the decisions in how we want to address, personally, how we want to address homelessness as opposed to the county telling us how we should do it. I do agree with you that the new amendments that were created at the very end for by right, sober living houses in commercial areas seem to be out of character with the rest of the bill. I wouldn't be opposed to having a letter that specifically addressed that aspect of it, but I don't think, I am in agreement with the rest of Proposition 1.
All right. Mayor?
Yeah.
You need a microphone?
Yeah, I mean, no, I agree with that. I do like the idea of more funding for the city. I know that's problematic. I talked to the city manager about the fact that we don't have a health department to necessarily execute this, but I think the trend in favor of having the money go directly to the city is a beneficial thing. I do think we need resources to address this problem, and I agree with Mayor Pro Tem Enmeier that the sober living home part of it is certainly problematic, and so I think what I would want is a letter expressing those concerns about Proposition 1, that we don't like that the by right sober living homes, we don't want any money to go to sober living homes at all, actually. And so, I think there are other beneficial aspects to Prop 1 that actually do help the city. So that's kind of where I am on that.
All right.
Mayor,
Rick?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, before we go to deliberations,
I'm sorry, I forgot about public comment. We do have let's hear public comment.
Lois McNichol, I don't know if Lois is still here, I don't see her,
She's
no.
here.
Followed by Kathy Ward, followed by Tom Streeter.
Come on, Kathy.
Sorry, what item is this?
This Proposition 1.
Prop 1.
All right. So this is it's a catastrophe that this would go through. It's a catastrophe that millions of people are coming across our border into the United States. We don't know where they are. And the state wants to change all the behavioral health to add thousands of counselors and people to ramp it up, and it's all done by the state. And it says right here, 100,000 new treatment beds and supportive housing. As long as millions of people are coming into the United States and they're being given services and housing and all of that, all of this should stop, because it's a catastrophe. You've all been on here long enough. You know what's going to happen to each and every city with these people that are coming. It's going to be a catastrophe for every single city, just on a personal level. The supportive housing is coming to our neighborhoods. That just brings in grift and a lot of people taking advantage of people because there's a big old money pot there. So that's why we're seeing more sober living homes that are coming, is because HCA, or Health Community Services, they're ramping this up. You guys really do need to take a position on this, and you need to get with all the other mayors of all the other cities, because this is a catastrophe. It really is not going to work, and you need to know that. Just even 10 people that want to come here that need housing, look how hard it is for each and every city. They're talking about trying to do it for hundreds of thousands of people. Our state is in trouble. We had excess, we had surplus. It's all gone. We are now going into a deficit, and now they want more. They're doubling down and they want more, and they're trying to change this quick. I hope the people of the state of California do not vote this in, because it's a catastrophe. Too much, too soon, too fast. Not good plan.
Thank you.
Tom
Next.
Streeter, followed by Tony Rubolino.
I'm Tom Streeter. I live in San Clemente. When the millionaire's tax was put through a couple years ago, they said, we need to tax 1% of all income over $1 million, shovel all this money into handling mentally ill people. I know several mentally ill people. Some of them are homeless. Now it's the guts of Prop 1. You know, we've all danced around the periphery of it. The guts of it is take a third of that money and take it away from mental illness treatment and put it into handling homelessness. You can see what's going to happen. Someone will be taken off the streets, put in a house for 6 months, the money will run out. They'll still be mentally ill when they're kicked out of that house after 6 months. If we keep the money for mental health purposes, then we can actually get these people cured. Once they're cured, then they can get a house. But we have to keep the money for mental health, not for homelessness. That was the reason why the millionaire's tax was passed in the first place. We got to help our mentally ill brothers. And now we're taking money away from our mentally ill brothers and sisters and giving it to the homeless. That's the wrong thing to do. It's a fraud on the original purpose of the tax. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tony?
You can't straddle the line with this Prop 1. You are either writing a letter in support of it or you're against it. That's it. There's no half measures here. So you've got to be declarative in your statements and make sure that you are all on the same page. Now, if Mark wants to go on his diatribe and advocate for more porta potties on every city corner throughout San Clemente, he can do that on his own council page. Chris literally ran on his initial campaign against permanent supportive housing. We know he has done a complete 180 on that, and Chris is like the biggest permanent supportive housing pusher, probably up there on that dais right there. So, council, do the right thing and just strike this down. Thank you. And last thing, in what world are Kathy Ward and I going from police reports and public spats to agreeing on so many things? It's been just very refreshing, so thank you.
All right. So we have to extend the meeting
I
again.
move that we continue to wrap up our agenda.
What, 1 a.m.?
Sure.
1 o'clock, I think we'll get out of here.
Oh, very good. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. All right, let's continue on.
Was there a second on that?
There was.
Leffler? Okay. And just, I think because Councilmember Noblock's mic isn't working, I'll just announce that Councilmember Noblock made a motion to continue the meeting to 1 a.m.
Yes.
Okay. And we're charging the mics.
Okay, good. Any further discussion?
Close the public.
Sure.
No.
Is it closed? I thought you closed it.
Did we close it? If not, it's closed now. It's not a public
hearing.
Okay.
Item 10A is not a public hearing.
Okay, I'll just throw in a couple things that are kind of interesting on Proposition 1. Did a little research and looked at the final vote on this in the legislature and the state senate. You'd think this would be totally a partisan issue, wouldn't you? Well, in the state senate, of course, Democrats all voted for it. And by the way, I'm neither, so I'm just making observations. Republicans, 3 voted for it and 2 against it. 3 didn't vote, they didn't show up, which means they probably supported it but ran. In the Assembly, 5 Republicans voted yes, 8 no, and 5 didn't vote they split too. It's just interesting that there's so much Republican support. And it was interesting also, this bond issue originally faced virtually no opposition, but then drew fierce criticism from peer and disability advocates. Okay, peer and disability advocates, that's who you're lining with if you're against this, because at the last minute amendment said that allowed the money to be used on involuntary treatment facilities. Remember the CARE Act? We passed that? How are we going to get the mentally ill people, homeless, taken off the street? You got to force them to do it. CARE Act passed, we didn't have any beds to do it and didn't have any teeth in it. This is kind of addressing that. I'll also say here's a quote. This is from Kuren Savage Sagwan, Executive Director of the California Pan-Ethnic Health Network. I don't know what that is, but people that are against this proposition, you're aligned with her. People are not progressing with their recovery when it's against their will. That's bullshit. Let me tell you. You know, you force people into treatment, and we will turn some of these people. Period. You don't force them into it, ain't gonna happen. 3/4 of our homeless out here are mentally ill. They can't make decisions for themselves. That's why they're laying in their swaller. So at least this would give some power to try to put those people away. Well, you can shake your heads. You can all shake your heads. I mean, I know you align with the executive director of the California Pan-Ethnic Health Network. With that being said, I don't think we should take a position on this either way. I just think let the voters decide what to do, and it's a bond issue, basically, so when was the last time a bond issue passed? They don't generally. And I just think... Is that a motion? I just don't think we should even take a stand on it.
Second.
Well, the issue is that this is something that the voters will be voting on, but it also has a strong component of local control. This erodes local control, it erodes our zoning authority, it makes us impotent when it comes to what goes into our neighborhoods. I agree with everything that's been said about the need to properly service the mental health and to compel them on a 5150 style access to mental health, but this is a one-way we can't send a letter asking them to modify. It can't be modified. It's on the ballot. Yeah. And it destroys local control, and I think as folks that constantly debate and argue about local control, we need to say no. Saying no to local, to stop them from getting their tentacles deeper into San Clemente doesn't mean that we won't have money for mental health. We will have tons of it.
Steve, I mean, California League of Cities, their number one thing is local control, and they support this because the money goes to the city instead of the county, so the city gets to make the decision.
That's another problem. The city of San Clemente is not in the business of running mental health facilities. That's a county and a state facility.
Well, the language of this bill talks about counties specifically. It doesn't even mention cities in it. So I mean, if you look at the bill, it forces counties. It doesn't even talk about cities whatsoever. That's why.
It emasculates our ability to govern our neighborhoods for the benefit of our citizens.
I'm glad Shane Mall is gone because the California Association of Firefighters.
Hold on.
I think comments or something.
I have some comments.
I just say that hold on. Okay, I'm just saying that there's obviously disagreement. That's why we should probably not take a position.
Well, I think we often have to take positions.
What happened to the volume now?
I don't know what the volume is now. I mean, I support it. I think that we do have to take, is this just echoing? They cranked it up. All right. It's pretty loud. Oh, now it's not loud. Now it's off. How are we doing?
It's off.
It's off now. Let's try it again.
Lights will go out anyway.
Yeah.
Here's one that works.
All right. I think the comments that you made, Steve, it's not an item where we can vote for part of it or agree with part of it and disagree with part of it. It's a proposition, and you're either for it or you're against it, and you have to make that decision. You support it or you disagree with it. You don't get to vote in the voting booth and come in and say, I support this part of the bond, but not this part. you vote yes or no. And I think that's what we have to do with this one. The other thing you got to remember is we had quite a few people here that came in today on another issue, but it essentially, what was added to this bond issue at the end was money for substance abuse and addiction abuse, these sober living homes, and they will get a significant amount of money, and we will see exactly what we're fighting against right now. 3 sober, well, I wouldn't say fighting against, but concerned with. There will be enough money in there to build dozens of these sober living homes in San Clemente, and we'll be on the other side of that, but we will see them, and they will be wherever they want, in whatever neighborhood they want, and for that reason, I support this, because I just don't think that we can have these kind of facilities, even though I agree with the need for that mental health money. That mental health money will still be there no matter what. So
I'll make a motion that we adopt Resolution 24-11.
I'll second it. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just have a hard time siding with the California Pan-Ethnic Health Network.
You're not siding with them, Rick, you're siding with what's right. And preserving to a degree that we can, which isn't much with what Sacramento's doing, but you're siding with the protecting of local control. That you're not like the Pan-American, whatever.
Look, with all due respect, Victor, I mean, I think the reason, it sounds like there are parts of it that some people like, and there's parts of it that some people don't like. We're not voters, actually. We don't have to take a position on this. Because there's some things we like and some things we don't like is exactly why we should not take a position on it, because we can't take a position on part of it, as people have said. So I think, actually, what you said underlies why, and I'll move that we don't take a position on this. So I guess we don't accept the staff recommendation. We just don't take action on it, because there are parts that we like, maybe lesser for some and more for others, but because we have those differences, why would we take a position on something when we don't like the whole proposition or dislike the whole proposition? So I agree with Councilman Loeffler, and I would move that we don't take action on this item.
Can I add on?
And ask for a second.
Please, stop interrupting.
Hold on, let's, is that then, what you're moving for then, is a substitute?
Substitute, yeah, that we, no, I'm just advocating actually that I don't think we need a substitute motion. Right?
Okay.
That I think we should not take action, but yeah.
Okay.
If I could just add on to that really quickly, I see so many of these propositions coming up before council on issues that are divisive, that maybe we as a council shouldn't be taking positions on. It seems like a commonality, and maybe I would just encourage the rest of the dais that we need to think really hard before we just put any proposition in front of us to consider. And I feel like we're doing too many of them and not focusing on the business of the city that we should be focusing on.
Mark, I put a lot of thought into this before I put it on the agenda, and this affects every one of our citizens. And believe me, when those sober living homes start popping up in every neighborhood, our audience is going to be crowding saying, what did you do? What did you do? I know what Chris is going to do when he gets to Sacramento. Question is, what are we going to do for our citizens of Sacramento, or in San Clemente? I'll call for the question.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So-
I'm a no.
Yes.
Yes.
Nope.
Okay.
Well, you take your pick.
Just go ahead. I mean,
So can I look at the letter again?
Sure.
yeah.
It's a resolution. Very, very.
Well, as I've stated before, there's things in that bill, if they would go through and do, I think it would have a huge, huge impact on our mentally disabled homeless. I take the other side of it, though. All of the bills that we've passed so far and spent so much money, and we've had absolutely no effect from them whatsoever. It's sad to say, but I don't have the confidence, if the bill even does pass, that the money will ever get to where it's supposed to go. I don't totally agree with this wording in this. I like the way I would have written it better, but that being said, writing the blank checks anymore without any culpability and having any success, I'm going to vote yes.
The motion carries. Let's see, next item on the agenda.
Mayor and Council, as we transition from at-large election to district elections, it was suggested that perhaps we pass a resolution indicating that even though council members may be elected by district, that you all work together. Definition, but I'm trying to keep
Since it's late in the day.
if there's any questions on it.
And we do have one speaker card. Amanda Q, is Amanda here?
Yeah, yeah, Amanda's here.
Amanda? Oh, okay. Thank you. You were heading back.
Basically, I'll make it very brief because I'm not feeling well. This is a long day, but I know this resolution should mean something, but however, today we noticed that you didn't listen to some of the members of the public regarding map 109, and actually you listened to certain people that just came in out of nowhere and supported, basically you supported map 109. Going back to map 109, where you could have had a district committee, and you could have had Wayne Eggleston on there, you could have had, other people that really have contributed to, very intelligent people who could have contributed to that. And I know this resolution really doesn't really mean anything in a sense, because I've emailed all of you, and I've only heard back from Mayor Pro Tem Mark Enmeier, and I appreciate that. But all of you, I have to copy the city manager just to make sure, hey, this is what I sent to so-and-so, this is what I sent to Chris Duncan, Rick Loeffler, Victor Cabral, or all these council members. And I just think that this really doesn't really do much, because it doesn't have any teeth. Because when it comes down to, do you really listen to the residents? Because certainly, Wayne Eggleston mentioned that map 109 divided the Pier Bowl. And that it was not only it to divide the Pier Bowl, but it's part of a specific plan, the Pier Bowl specific plan. I was asking, I saw that people were really happy back there because map 109 was selected. And I went up to this one person and I said, why are you celebrating? She goes, well, it doesn't split up the Southwest San Clemente. And I said, well, what about the Pier Bowl? And I said, Wayne Eggleston supported, map 120 because it didn't split up the Pier Bowl. And she said, well, let them deal with it. I was stunned, because she was the person that has always said that she always supports every community. And it was so troubling to me that it was so selfish, and I mentioned it to her. I go, that's selfish. I don't support this resolution because it really doesn't mean much.
Thank you, Amanda. Any other comments?
No further comments.
Any discussion?
I'll move the motion if it's, you ready for a motion?
To adopt the resolution.
To adopt the resolution.
Okay, second.
No, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous.
Okay, next item on the agenda. Item 10C, consideration of amending policy 1201-11, City Council meeting and operating procedures concerning allowing public comments on the consent calendar prior to City Council voting on the consent calendar.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The city manager asked me to give a brief report as the city's co-parliamentarian. Staff was asked whether it was proper to allow members of the public to pull items off the consent calendar and separately agendize them. When we researched that issue, case law supports the city council's ability to set and control its own calendar. Therefore, this item has been brought before the city council to review its policy on the consent calendar, and there are 2 policy decisions before you tonight. Next slide, please. The 2 policy decisions are, first, who should have the power to pull the matters from the consent calendar and separately agendize them? And second, how does the city council want to hear public comments on the consent calendar? Next slide, please. So in reaching those 2 policy decisions, you might want to consider the following items. The city council has the power to set its own agenda. It also has the power to delegate certain of its powers away from itself. The consent calendar is one item. It's moved together. And then finally, the Brown Act requires public comment on each agenda item. At a minimum, the council could go beyond the Brown Act and allow more. And that's all I have, unless there's questions.
Is there any questions?
We do have public comments. One comment from Amanda, and then there's another card that is filled out for 10C but with no name. So if there's an individual in here that had brought this card forward, you can speak as well.
You know what, it might have been a duplicate, I don't know. At the coffee chat, recent coffee chat, someone had mentioned to me afterwards that this might be viewed as the Brad and Amanda policy change because we pull consent calendar items. But we really don't do it too much. We really don't. I appreciated the fact that we were able to speak on district elections several times in the past when it was Mayor Chris Duncan, and I hope that in the spirit of supporting free speech, that the public can still pull items. This policy change really prohibits members of the public to pull agenda items. We certainly don't want to modify the agenda per se, but rather have discussion of the item that has been part of the policy for years. The staff report states that the council may wish to change the policy to exercise its sole authority to set its own agenda and allow the public to speak one time on the consent calendar as a whole. However, the staff report does not specify that the consent calendar is actually comprised of the following: the city council meetings, whether the staff recommendation is to either approve or not, also the commissions and committee minutes, where staff recommendations to receive and file the 7 commissions committee minutes, and of all the 7 commission and committee members, meetings, or commission and committees, approval of the warrant register, payroll register, and then also 10 other items. So if you vote yes to approve the changes in section 4.58, you would be voting to take the public's ability to petition the government for redress of grievances, which means that citizens can ask for changes in government. That is a right supported by the United States government, the United States Constitution. These changes suppress free speech, since now members of the public would only be allowed one time to speak on several important agenda items. The majority of the public interpretation of this policy change was taken as restricting free speech rights. However, one person stated this wasn't about restricting public comment, but as trying to have people combine their messages more concisely. The person further added that just because everyone is allowed 3 minutes to speak doesn't mean it has to be filled every time. Can people consolidate some of their thoughts? I wasn't the only person that was stunned by this person's comment, because it seems like it's content-based discrimination that goes against speech based on the substance of what a person communicates. In addition, it seems like it's content-neutral discrimination where the law applies to expression without regard to its substance. It sure seems like a violation of our freedom of expression, because it goes against the matter in which we
Thank you,
speak.
Amanda.
Thank you.
Is that any other?
That's all for comments.
Cards, all right. I'm going to speak to this first because I think there's, I just want to clarify, I think, how I see this. There's two parts to the agenda, and I think the last part are all the items that we have, well, today, hours of discussion and debate, and hundreds of people come and debate and discuss and give their 3 minutes. And we have a full agenda. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and we started it at 4:30 this afternoon. So there is opportunity. And then you have the consent items. The consent items for me, and maybe it doesn't save that much time. So today we had people speak on the consent items, and they essentially said, we don't know what it means. Okay. Well, we on the city council happen to know what it means because we talk to people. People come to us. They write to us. They send us emails. They call us. They text us and say, we saw this on the agenda. Can you help us? Or they reach out to staff. So there is no prohibition or there is no limitation on those 3 minutes. You can talk to staff. You can talk to us. And they do. I probably spent eight hours talking to people about all these items. So it's not a limitation on people's speech. We give more than enough time for people to reach out to us on these consent items. They're out there in the public. The other thing that happens is that we meet with staff for hours before the agenda. We ask the questions. We learn what's happening. We read our memos. We got thick books of thousands of pages, and we do our homework as city council people. And then we come to the city council meeting and we have decided for the most part that these are consent items, and we put them on the consent, and we had all our questions answered to our satisfaction. If we don't like it, we can pull it and ask further questions of staff. Likewise, people can, in their 3 minutes, can say, we think you're making the wrong decision. Will you pull this? And any member, any one of us can just say, yeah, let's have a discussion as a courtesy. And I think many of us would do that. Probably all of us, if someone came up to us and said, I have an issue with this, and this is my issue, and I want further discussion and elaboration. If someone came to me, I would pull it out of a courtesy. So I don't think we're trying to limit the speech. We're trying to expedite the process so that every city council meeting doesn't ending at 1 o'clock in the meeting, and that's just a few items where we can limit, save a few minutes so that we can get out of here before 1 o'clock in the morning on regular meeting. Any other discussion?
I agree with you.
Yep.
All right.
Well said.
Anything else? So we want to make a motion?
Well, I mean, tonight on consent, there was very little time spent, any one person speaking on multiple things. A few people that did speak on consent spoke for 30 seconds. The one person that spoke on several consent items spoke for like 30 seconds. I have no problem with having the council pull items and not the public. Why? Because if anybody contacts me and says, gee, I want item J, would you mind pulling that so we can have a discussion? I'm going to pull it for anybody. So that's kind of a non sequitur. I talked to several people, all sides of the different political spectrum, who don't come to these meetings, and ask them, gee, if there was 3 things that you were really passionate about, and you decided to come to a meeting, would it be okay that you didn't have time to talk on those items? And none of those people said, oh, yeah, it's okay, I wouldn't want time. This might be the only time they ever came. I just don't see the limiting on this. Like I say, the last few meetings, that's not why we're here to 1, by the way. By the way, it's because we skip meetings. And so we don't have 3 or 4 meetings in a row, and now we have this. Let's not have another meeting till March. And you know what will happen? The exact same thing. I just, how you vote, you vote. Like I say, I would strongly support the council pulling items only. I think that might help a little bit, maybe. But as far as speaking on the items, I just don't think that's what takes so long. And again, it might be the only time somebody comes to a meeting, there's 3 things that they're passionate about, whatever that might be, and a minute isn't long enough, so that's my feeling.
I agree with those comments. And I agree that it sounds logical. If someone wants to have an item pulled, they can say, I'd like to discuss it. But here, my only concern with that is that someone that feels passionate about an item and wants to talk on it, if they say, I'd like to talk on it, and we don't pull it, we don't get 2 votes to agendize it, then they're basically being shut down, and they won't be allowed to speak on it, unless they take their 3 minutes of public comments to address the consent calendar item. That's my only concern.
But they will get their 3 minutes on the consent calendar, but just the consent calendar as a whole, not individual items on the consent calendar. So the problem would be if they want to comment on multiple consent calendar items, they're going to have to split it up amongst 3 minutes. And I completely understand that concern. But I actually think this brings us into conformity with what is the standard and what is the best practice.
So you're saying, just let that person speak for 3 minutes, they can address the 3 items, but they have 3 minutes to discuss the 2 items.
I want to pull 7A because of this, 7C because of this, 7D because of this, and 7F because of that. They can always do that. But they don't get 3 minutes per.
Yeah.
They don't get 3 minutes for 7A, 3 minutes for 7B, and all of that.
My only comment is if 2 council members don't say, I agree with you, let's pull it.
No, it only takes 1.
It only takes 1 in this.
Anyone
Anyone,
council member can say it.
You can
Okay.
say it.
But we control the process as council, which is what we should be doing, in terms of setting what the agenda is and what items are.
Is there any other discussion? Someone want to call the question?
I'll call the question.
Second?
I think if
Oh, wait.
if we have a motion pending, I don't think you need a second on the calling the question.
We have a motion.
Somebody make a motion?
Did someone, I didn't hear a motion.
There's no motion.
There is no,
Okay, make the motion to adopt resolution number 2413. Do I need to read the rest of it?
No, it's a resolution.
second?
All right, I'll do a second.
Second, okay. And any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
No.
All right, thank you.
You're in.
1 no, Rick Loeffler. Next item.
And Mayor, before I call this final item, we are at 12:59 a.m. Would you like to make
I
a
I think we continued.
We continued to 1 a.m.
And it's 1 a.m. A second to 1:15.
1:15. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Just writing really quickly here. Okay. Recommendation from the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission to consider allowing dogs on the beach and prioritize funding for off-leash dog parks at San Luis Rey and San Gorgonio parks. And I do have some speaker cards. And Samantha's at the podium.
You want my
You
report
want to make
first?
the presentation, Samantha?
Yep. Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. Samantha Wiley, Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Director. I will be brief. I do have a very brief PowerPoint as well to cover the topics. So we are this evening considering the Commission's recommendation that took up dog access on the beach. If you can go to the next slide, please. I'll first address, there are two parts to this report. There's dog access and then there's off-leash dog parks. So we'll focus on beaches for now. The commission recommendation in summary is on the screen here. Daily access 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., North Beach area only, with off-leash access allowed. They would like to also recommend stipulations limited to San Clemente residents only, and all dogs must be licensed through the animal shelter or CASA. They also wanted to make sure that if this was approved, that adequate signage would be posted and provided for the public. Next slide, please. There's a couple of options council can take with this. We can proceed with the Parks and Rec, the BPR Commission recommendation. I do want to note that there are some areas staff would need to investigate further, including consideration by the California Coastal Commission and any type of environmental impact that might occur with this allowance on the beach. The council could also provide alternate direction using some combination of what the commission has recommended or something else that whether it's moving towards allowing dogs but on leash only, or the council could decide to take no further action. That's the dog side of it. Next slide, please. Or the beach side of it, sorry. It's the dogs and the beach, okay. The next component to the commission's conversation, in the spirit of increasing and enhancing dogs' access across the city, they considered expanding off-leash dog park sites throughout our city, leading into two of the recent 2021 site-specific master plan updates. The first one was San Luis Rey Park. This is what the proposed site plan update looks like. This has not been adopted. The commission reviewed this in December of 2021. It has not come to the council. I want to make sure that's clear. So this plan here in the red circled area, that's actually proposed to be a dog park. And it would be about 9,000 square feet or so, and that would be an off-leash dog park. You can see that it's divided with 4 trees in the middle that allows for a 2-sided dog park. So you have your large dog and your small dog park. Go to the next slide, please. And this is current conditions of the site for some context. The square, red square, is where the proposed dog park would go. And that is currently a red tagged facility. It's our lawn bowling facility that needs to be renovated, and that is the idea behind the dog park. Off-leash dog access came in very importantly at the top of the list for our community members in this side of town. Next slide, please. The other area to consider for off-leash dog access is at San Gorgonio Park. Again, this is a dog park, an off-leash dog park. This is in the proposed 2021 master plan update against just behind the baseball field. And this would be roughly, I want to say about 18,000 square foot facility. Again, it would allow for a large and small side. I want to note on the next slide, there is some feedback from the community that this is actually a preferred location in the red circled area for San Gorgonio Park. It's farther against the freeway wall, and some of our community members would prefer this site as well.
Is that in center field?
No, it's actually in that kind of gray shaded area. It's shaded because it's not intended to be updated, if you will. There's no changes, but there is space. There's open turf area that could be converted. I'd like to also point out that should the council go forward with any of these recommendations this evening with off-leash dog access, we would be looking for direction to consider funding through our regular CIP program in the upcoming budget year. And staff are prepared to make those recommendations at that time. And we, again, would need to go through all of the environmental and those findings as well for any of these elements. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Just a quick question in terms of dogs on the beaches. You mentioned we have to possibly look environmental impacts on that.
Yes, we would need to certainly consider environmental impacts as well as a conversation with the California Coastal Commission on what their recommendation would be as well.
Any other questions? All right, we have.
Public comments, yes. Rob Firestein. Not here. Amanda Q, followed by Tom Streeter, followed by Deborah Party.
So I'm in opposition to dog access options on beaches. That includes off-leash dog access at beaches and to limiting dog access on beaches to only San Clemente residents. Restricting access to people is problematic. When this matter came up at the BPNR Commission meeting, I spoke about the inability of restricting coastal access to people. The mission of the California Coastal Commission's enforcement program is to uphold the requirements of the California Coastal Act and the Act's mandate to protect coastal resources, including coastal habitats, coastal public access, and recreation, and other coastal resources. Furthermore, the Commission also has the ability to seek judicial penalties and in cases involving coastal public access. The Commission can impose penalties itself administratively. California Coastal Commission Enforcement Program. I would not want there to be any potential litigation in regards to restricting or limiting access, since this only it only allows people from the residents of San Clemente. So this is what was on Channel 5 News this morning.
The idea that was voted down in 2021, the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Commission is recommending the city allow dogs off-leash at North Beach from 6 to 8 a.m. The city council is expected to review that report during its meeting later today. Dog access on the beach would require an analysis of any environmental impacts as well as coastal commission consideration. I was thinking the environmental impacts. Is that just the dogs walking around or doing what other parks do?
I don't know.
Yeah.
What about surfing dogs, as we were showing there? Is that
acceptable? Yeah. You could carry your dog across the beach onto your surfboard.
I don't know.
But you can't deliver stuff on the beach. And the timing is really specific, 6 to 8 a.m. So at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, we're not allowed basically. Yeah. So morning walks will rule the day, which seems nice. Yeah, it seems reasonable. Totally. Yeah. As long as people clean up after their dogs. Right. Which that's the biggest thing. Yeah. Less responsible dog owners. Yes. Speaking of nuggets, we're doing it again. Speaking of nuggets, just kidding. I'm talking about news nuggets. Oh, okay.
So that is a concern regarding the nuggets that would be left behind, and it would have to be the responsible owners to pick up. As we know, this is not, there's no enforcement of this, and we're going to have some concerns regarding that. And in the past, this has been this issue has come up various times from back to 1989, and Samantha Wiley did a great job in her staff report at the BPNR Commission meeting. And one of the things that was said in 2016, that the beaches are narrow, there's liability issues, and of course, tonight, Dr. Susie Whitelaw showed a picture of North Beach, and we don't have a beach. So I am in strong opposition to this. Thank you.
Amanda.
Tom Streeter, followed by Deborah Party, followed by Louis D'Angelo.
I'm Tom Streeter. I live in San Clemente, and I live just a little bit north of North Beach. I don't know about dogs in dog parks. Fine, I am neither a surfer nor a dog owner, but surfing is the lifeblood of this community. If we have dogs on the beach, whether on leash or off leash, they're going to poop. That poop is going to get into the ocean, and the state health department will quite justly come by and take samples and say, you got a pretty high bacteria load here, we're closing the beach. Away go the surfers, and also away go the swimmers, but away go the surfers. Before you approve this proposal, I urge you to reach out to the Surfrider Foundation and say, hey guys, do you have any scientific literature on how bad dog poop is and how bad it can contaminate the water? Because if it's going to be a contamination issue, we are shooting ourselves in the pocketbook. And I don't want to do that because surfers bring in a lot of money. And the state is doing the right thing by saying, this water is healthy, this water is not. Let's make it healthy. And that means that if we're going to pass this thing, let's see how often the beaches get shut down. and let's revisit this in 6 months or a year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Party, you're here. Followed by Louis D'Angelo, followed by Bill Hopkins.
Hello, I'm Deborah Pardee. I'm a San Clemente resident. Thank you very much for extending this meeting. I would have not been happy if I'd have waited all this long without a chance to talk. I am a dog owner, and I am really excited about being able to bring my dog on the beach. As somebody else mentioned, we've been asking for this many times over the years. Us dog owners really want to be able to share beautiful beaches and have our dogs take the ball, throw it out there, and it sounds just awesome. I know that the concern about the dog poop, I think that that's a wonderful idea about limiting the hours to just 2 hours, because it's less chance of people doing it, and there's a set time. And those of us who realize that it's a privilege, I think we're going to take the time to take a look and see what the not-so-good owners did. Plus, it gets people out of their homes at 8 o'clock. Well, the other thing I was kind of hoping to see is if you could move it from 6 to 8 to maybe 8 to 10, or compromise, 7 to 9, something a little bit later. But keeping it 2 hours, I think, is great. But it gets people out of their homes. We can, visit the coffee shops, some of the local businesses, get together, because that's what people will do. We'll meet each other, and then we'll go someplace to continue talking. And I would actually recommend, even though I'm a San Clemente resident, to not limit it to San Clemente residents. Why would we not want to be able to share our beach with anybody that wants to come? Somebody might just decide that they want to come to San Clemente with their dog so that they can go on the beach. I think that that would be a great, and with those hours, I don't think you're going to get a whole bunch of people. I think it's going to be limited to, people that really want to be out there with their dogs, and I think that it would be more people to come and visit our coffee shops and donut shops, Rose's Cafe, things like that. So that's my recommendation. I thank you very much for allowing me to talk, and I hope that this passes, and the other dog off-leash parks would also be wonderful. We need more of those. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Louis D'Angelo, followed by Bill Hopkins.
Thank you for being here so late.
Good evening, or good morning, Council.
Last call.
For real. I too am grateful that we didn't call it at 1 o'clock, just to get this topic on. I'm also a dog owner. I'm also very excited for the possibility. With some of the more legal topics, I saw you guys looking to neighboring cities and kind of seeing what they're doing, what's working. I'm not sure the exact hours at Laguna. I remembered them at about 9:30, but I forgot them since then. But I want to say it's before 10 and after 6, and anywhere in Laguna Beach is dog friendly. And they never close their beaches for poo. In Laguna Beach, in fact, they're very well known for how clean their water is in Laguna Beach. Additionally, and I'm down there all the time, San Onofre has Dog Patch on the southern side, where dogs are allowed any time of day, and there are always dogs down there, as well as Trail 1 and Trail 6, just to the south, which is where I have to take our dogs, our dog. Those beaches are never closed. There are always plenty of surfers waiting in line to get into Sano. There's no risk of any surfers being like, no, maybe a Doheny. But that's the human poo, not the dog poo that they're worried about. I had more to say, but it's a little late. Let's see. Where was it in there? Well, I think that this, I don't know if it's the city doing it, but the way that it handles blackballing the beach in the summer is perhaps something to look at. With the dog beach, during the summer, you're not allowed to surf in certain areas. There's restrictions. I would think there'd be a similar way to approach this with the dogs. Hours before 10 a.m., after 6 p.m., you can have dogs. Certain areas, definitely anywhere between Linda Lane and T Street, there should never be any dog at any time. But living and going to the beach most days of the week, there's hardly anyone ever north of Linda Lane or south of T Street is pretty much empty beaches in the morning and in the evening. So I think the responsible citizens of San Clemente deserve to prove that they can handle the rules and clean up after their pets. And to Amanda's point, I think it's probably not legal to limit it to residents, as much as that would be nice to keep it a quiet little secret. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Make a motion, we're at 1:15, I make a motion, we go to 1:30?
I'll second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous.
Next
All
week.
right.
Bill Hopkins, is Bill Hopkins still here? No. Brett Frolick, Brett is here.
Thanks for extending it. Would have been crazy if you guys had closed it right there. So I'm Brett Frolick. I'm a 40-year San Clemente resident. I live on Sierra, over by the Boys and Girls Club. And I've addressed the city council 3 or 4 times, all for off-leash, parks, and dog beach access. And I think it's a big thing for our city. You know, we have a lot of dog lovers, and we have a lot of dog people. We have a lot of people like myself who have houses downtown where we don't have big yards, and we don't have places for our dogs to run. And I walk my dogs a lot, but, you know, I have a new puppy. He wants to chase stuff and run. And, you know, we can't use the Boys and Girls Club, or you get ticketed. You can't get a San Gorgonio, or you get ticketed. And so we need some places for the dogs to run. And so I'm just advocating and asking for you guys to consider the off-leash dog parks for start. And then second, let's talk a little bit about, you know, an off-leash beach. I think it would be a great thing for our residents to have. And I agree we probably couldn't limit it to our residents, but, you know, it would be a jewel for us. We have miles and miles and miles of beach, right? To say that we couldn't afford a couple hours at North Beach, you know, I think that, you know, we should consider that use is valuable to our residents. You know, you walk down in Del Mar, they have little bowls out for the dogs. You could take your dog to the restaurants, you know, but you can't take them to the beach. You can't take them to the park. So it's kind of crazy. So that's what I'm recommending. And, you know, as far as water quality and all that, I'm a surfer. You know, I don't want a bunch of poo on the ground. And I think we can handle that. I think the residents would handle that. You know, when we go walk on Los Rambos Trail, we pick up all the little poop bags. You know, people kind of watch out after each other. And the other cities that have done it, as they noted, Del Mar, Ocean Beach, Huntington Beach, Laguna Beach, they're not having massive trouble with it. It's not a problem for them. So probably wouldn't be a problem for us. So I would just ask you to consider that on behalf of our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is that the last comment?
Final card is M. Aguilar.
Okay.
Good morning, Council. Again, thank you very much for extending the evening. I'm here to request that you consider expanding both beach access for dogs, as well as to look further into expanding park access for dogs. As a citizen with a couple of dogs, I'm really surprised how very constricted and limited that we have, and the rules that we do have for our public spaces, particularly parks and especially the beach, for our dogs. I too have to go outside of this city, put my dogs in a car and have to drive them so that I can take advantage of some of the freer spaces on the beach and at parks. Off-Leash provides very unique training and training opportunities and exercise opportunities that keeping them on leash doesn't, and that's why having it at parks and some beach access is important. I think everybody has indicated we do need to look at beach access within legal limits, which includes not making it San Clemente resident only, and furthermore, a couple of hours early morning is an important thing to have, or in the evening. There is no one. I walk my dog between 6 and 8 a.m. every single day, and there is literally no one. There's a lot of open beach and also open park space that is unusable to those of us who are walking early or in the evening with our dogs. And it would be really nice to be able to make use of that space as taxpayers. And enforcement is the way to handle the bad actors. We shouldn't poop the party over some bad actors when we have enforcement available to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. And thank you all for being here so late. You're welcome. And you too, Rick. Okay. So let's have discussion on this item.
Should we break it into two parts, parks and beaches?
Yeah, I guess we could if that's what you see fit.
Start on the park part of it. Probably could use another dog park. That's probably a reasonable, I don't know if we need two parks, necessarily to start with, but maybe we could, I'd be in support of an additional dog park.
I would agree with you. I mean, Andy and I have gone out to Sanji and looked at the other location closer to but there's a second location. I mean, people have been talking about a dog park, and I think it's about time. So I do support what the question is where and how, and maybe we could have Samantha, in the end, determine which of those two locations is better along with the committees. But I like the idea.
Yeah, I love the idea of having dog parks. I think two of them are necessary, especially for how large our city is. And the dog parks that are out here by Steed Park are harder to access for all of the community of San Clemente. I think it'd be a great thing to expand these dog parks. I do like the idea of the circled area. I think that'll be a better spot, considering the other alternative is right next to a baseball field, and spectators of those baseball games are going to have a tougher time enjoying that if there's dogs barking behind them. So I do like the idea right by the red circle area, and I like the idea of the dog park down at the south side at San Luis Rey.
I'm in favor of the concept. I recommended 2 years ago that we set a 6-month pilot program to allow dogs on the beach. It wasn't approved by the council, but I think it's an idea that's time has come. We have 16,000 dog owners in San Clemente. That's a lot of people that love their dogs and would like to get outdoors with them a little more. And I think providing some access like that, I think, is beneficial. We have to be careful where we do it, how we do it. I'm a little concerned about the off-leash issue on the beach. But, I think we ought to ask the Parks Commission to take a look at it and come up with some reasonable boundaries.
Yeah, I think we're looking first at the dog parks off leash.
The concept, well, I agree with that.
The concept,
definitely agree
that
with that.
first, and then we'll talk about
I definitely agree with that.
the beach.
Should we make a motion really quickly just on the parks part? Unless, sorry.
Unless you wanted to comment. No, okay, well, let's make the motion.
All right, I'll make the motion that we direct BPNR to create 2 new dog parks. Look into what that takes. If you need to bring anything back to council, go for it. But to give you direction to create those 2 new dog parks, one at San Luis Rey and one at Sanji.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I just might add, what staff is looking for is direction to take next steps, because there's,
Budget.
there's
Budget.
environmental
Not in the budget.
review that needs to take place.
I'll make the motion that we direct BPNR to take next steps.
Second.
And friendly amendment.
Relative to the dog parks.
And friendly amendment that we defer to staff to determine the best spot at San Gorgonio Park. Does that sound good?
That's fine.
As part of that?
Yes, I can accept.
All right.
Is that enough direction? Is that enough direction? So we're talking about the off-leash dog parks at the two park locations. All right.
So I'm the second.
You're the, and
Enmeier was,
do we want to vote on this?
I already seconded it.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? Okay, so then I'm just the friendly amendment. Okay, yeah, we should vote on it.
We should separate.
Do you want to separate the beach and?
Yeah.
We can divide them up that way. Yeah, we'll do that. So we're going to take the issue of, that's been moved, and someone call for the question.
Call for the question.
All right, so
Aye.
all those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay. Next, the issue of dogs on the beach.
I would make the motion that we direct the Beaches and Parks Commission to look at possible location and timing for dogs on the beach, and also consider, this recommendation here is off-leash, but I just asked them to consider both options in their analysis.
Is there a second?
This is a motion to just start the process of,
Yeah, the recommended action is to give the direction to the city manager or Beaches and Parks Restoration regarding whether to take the next steps and what those next steps would be. I think we ought to take the next steps. I'm sorry, I should put my microphone on.
this is just trying to clarify the motion. The motion is to take next steps towards creating an area that could be a dog beach, whether on leash or off leash, and sort of bring back to us a more specific option at a later point.
Yes, and with some flexibility in there in terms of location. And they recommended North Beach, but I think there may be other beaches that are potentially better.
This would be a coastal commission issue also, so it's.
Yeah.
That's going to take a little bit more time.
So I'm trying to understand, would we do that coastal commission before we decide whether or not to do it?
Oh, we would have
I think we
to.
would engage in conversations with them.
Okay.
They'll have some input.
Okay.
I don't know if this is working.
We'll
The
be able
coastal
to do it
commission will
without
definitely
them.
have some
Well,
input on where and hours and those kinds of things if we choose to look at dogs on the beach.
Well, I'm definitely not sold on the dog beach, and I'm a dog owner myself, and Roxy would love to go on the beach, although Roxy would cause significant chaos on the beach. But I probably would support the motion.
Yeah, and I think Steve brought up a good point. If we ever ended up going fruition on this, it'd be like a 60-day trial or a 90-day trial or something,
We could clearly do a pilot program.
which would give us an opportunity to really look at it for having it permanently.
Sure. Yeah. So I could second a motion where we go to the next step and get coastal commission input and start doing an environmental study to see what the impacts are, and to not limit it to North Beach, but to give staff the discretion to look at whether there's a better location, hours, off-leash, on-leash, that kind of thing.
And I do have some experience with water quality issues in the oceans.
Yeah, so yeah, city manager, well-equipped to help that process.
We don't want that up there.
Is that clear, is the motion for direction clear?
City clerk, is that,
Or who would be the one? Or
did
is
you
it,
mind
Samantha,
reading
yes.
my motion?
Yes.
Yep.
Well,
And some of that might take significant time, particularly with the commission, the coastal commission.
right, so we would anticipate that all of that would be done before we hear from it again. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's
So-
the motion.
Is there, and there was
That's
a.
my motion.
That's the motion.
And I'm the
Is there a
second.
No further discussion. All those in favor, aye. We have
Aye.
5 ayes, so it's unanimous. And we're done with that issue. Oral communications.
Moving on to oral
Oh.
communications, we are at 1:29 a.m. Would you like to, we have,
Make a motion, we continue for 10 more minutes, just in case.
Absolutely, 10 more minutes.
Second, Lester Loeffler, second on my motion. All in favor?
I did.
All those in
I
favor? He
I
said
don't
aye.
know why we
Just
just,
voted no.
why do we just don't say till,
Until we
2
finish.
o'clock, just so we don't have to keep making motions.
what'd you say? You're going to revise it to?
2
what is
o'clock,
it
just
now?
so we
2
don't have
o'clock,
to
yeah,
keep
2
making
o'clock.
motions.
Okay, 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Second.
Why would we keep making motions?
We have 2 cards. I don't see George Gregory.
No, we don't see George
Okay,
Gregory.
so Tony Rubolino.
Here we go.
All right. I'd love to share it.
Buckle up, Jay.
All right, so for the members of San Clemente, the community, and also for Assembly District 74, it would be imperative to know that Chris Duncan's wife, Haley Duncan, decided to take it upon herself to be involved in some sort of promotional video. I'm not sure. Can we flip to the next slide? Where, yeah, she looks like she's on the San Clemente Public Beach Trail. Let's go to the next slide. Woo, look at us. Wow. All right, so that is the San Clemente Beach Trail, and this appears to, I don't know, maybe a rented vehicle. And let's go ahead to the next slide. It appears that this might be Linda Lane where this vehicle was taken. In order to do that, for my best assumption, it looks like you had to bypass the locked gate, travel down this walkway, and this is Friday. This is this past Friday here. It's not even a weekend. Look at all the activity. People, children, dogs. And I just can't imagine the thought process that went into driving a street-legal electric vehicle amongst all of this. Now, Chris claims that he had no idea. Now, Chris, I don't know how things are in your marriage and the communication you have with your wife. Now, I don't know. I don't talk about everything with my wife. But I would imagine if my wife came to me and said, hey, honey, you know, I'm going to take a vehicle that's supposed to be on the road and I'm going to drive it on a dirt beach trail. Is that okay? Are you cool with that? Like, I would probably say, you know what? That's a bad idea. Don't do that. But here we are. Let's go ahead to the next slide. So from what I can gather, this appears to possibly be the agency that allowed or that rented the vehicle. Now, I don't know if there was a breach of contract by this vehicle being on the trail, but if you look down in the lower right, that appears to be Haley I don't know if they're tagged or they're being promoted. Now, the city management apparently has done what they needed to do, code is done, but council, you are now representing the city of San Clemente, and Chris appears to be complicit with his wife being involved in the promotion on this page of an unwarranted activity. Now, are you going to do anything about it, or are we just going to go ahead as Chris flies into his campaign for the Assembly District, totally cool, as he claims to represent the best interests of the citizens of San Clemente and wants to even broaden those horizons to Assembly District 74, that he's okay with this? That is there profit being made by his wife, by his household, in the promotion of unsolicited activity on the San Clemente Beach Trail that you all represent? The choice is yours if you decide to do anything about it, but that is live. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any other comments?
No more oral communications.
Mr. Mayor, I have one item. Regarding our item 10C, that was the item on the speaking, the policy of public speaking. I voted yes on that. And as I'm sitting here pondering it, I'd like to ask the council for reconsideration for me to vote no on that. It was passed 4-1. And what concerned me as I got thinking about it, I thought even if one of us didn't say, yes, let's pull the item, that citizen could be shut down and not have an opportunity. So I just want to switch my vote on that. So I'd ask for a vote for reconsideration if that's the
So it's a
proper-
motion for reconsideration by
Reconsideration.
Councilmember Noblock.
Okay, I'll make a motion for reconsideration for me to be able to cast a no vote on that particular item.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. If you'd like to
thank
change
you.
your vote, I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
And
So
we
then you
need
need
to
to
vote?
vote on the
We need to
motion
vote
for
on your
reconsideration.
motion.
It's both for reconsideration and to cast my vote no, so there'd be sort of a dual.
And he can
Can I
do
do a
that
duel?
because he
You need
voted,
to do it separate.
all right.
Yeah.
and he can do that because he voted on the
Yeah.
they've, on the side that passed it, okay.
He wants to bifurcate it, so thank you for
Okay,
the second.
We'll bifurcate it.
Okay,
then.
so the first, yeah.
So the
let's-
first was,
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you.
We take the vote again, and
Right, so now you go back and make a motion, the same motion that was before, and you can have discussion if you want, but
okay, I don't remember who made the, well,
I'll make the motion to adopt resolution number 2413.
And I think I seconded last time, I'll second again.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You didn't say opposed.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
One opposed, well,
Thank-
two opposed.
Two.
All right,
Thank you, gentlemen.
thank you. You didn't raise your hand high enough. All right, what's,
Okay. Future agenda items.
I have one. With all this talk of campaigns and elections, I thought it might be a good time to bring up the idea of some campaign finance reform before we get into the election cycle, if we can have that set up. So I would like some support from council to have staff come back with some options of what our city could do in terms of campaign finance reform. Perhaps look at what other cities have done in relation to that idea. So can I get support from?
is there a second?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think we've touched on this before, and I know we can't talk about the item, but I do believe since we don't have anything, we defer to the state standard. Sure, why not have a discussion to see if there might be something that's better fit for our city? I don't see the harm in discussing that.
Sure, a third.
Okay.
All right, we have a first and a second and third, so we don't need to vote on that. We have we'll get a staff report and it'll be agendized.
Yes.
Did you want to give any more direction than that, or
No,
just?
I'd love to see what other cities are doing and come back and see if there's something that's aside from there.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Next item, reports, commissions and committees. Any
Anything?
reports?
No reports?
Well, it's probably because of the hour. Council subcommittees, I have reports, but I'm going to defer them only because.
Oh, come on.
Council members' reports. We're going to defer them. City attorney.
So, council member reports cannot be deferred. If there are places that you went that you need to report on for reimbursement, that has to happen at the next regular meeting. So if between the last meeting and this one, you went somewhere, that needs to be reported. That you're,
Do we need to report when we're going somewhere in advance?
no, places that you went. So attendance at places where you're appointed to go, those sorts of things.
All right, well, I don't remember offhand. I went to the songs meeting. I went to a sober living home meeting.
Was this work-related?
Yes.
Yeah, I was
Won't
at
even go
the
there.
Sober Living Homes meeting as well. I think fruitful, but also a little bit discouraging as well.
City attorney report. No other reports, city
It's
attorney?
a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. City manager report? Please limit it to 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'll limit it to my 30 seconds, I hope. There are a few approved contracts that we need to inform you of. Trauma intervention programs, professional, emotional, and practical support services for traumatic events in the amount of $8,085. The LGC Geotechnical Incorporated as needed geotechnical and related items of $50,000. Counts Unlimited, the FY 23-24 citywide traffic data collection system of $25,000. Powerhouse Combustion and Mechanical Corporation for flare emissions source testing at $9,937.50.
Thank you for your report. Any questions? We're going to end this meeting tonight, adjourn it in honor of one of your colleagues, so why don't you?
Yeah, just
give you the honor.
in honor of Dr. Kat Nolan, our assistant principal at San Clemente High School. She passed away in November. Her memorial service was this last weekend. She was a wonderful human being, and she will be missed. So in honor of her, I would like to move to adjourn, that the next regular council meeting is scheduled to take place on February 6, 2024. Closed session will begin at 5 p.m. and the regular business meeting will begin at 6 p.m. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located at 910 Calle Negocios, second floor, San Clemente.
Second.
All those in favor of adjournment?
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous.